emotions are.
My lovelies, and welcome to the stream. We're going to be talking about racism in gaming. Kind of an iconic duo there. And because we're doing that, I thought it just appropriate that I start off in a game, in a world, in what some of you may recognize as a PAL world. That's right, pals. We're in the PAL world. I didn't buy this game, by the way. I have not purchased this game. I'm checking it out on Game Pass. It's apparently just a game preview, but it looks like you can create a character, so that might be a good thing to start off with. Yeah, so if you you may know this guy up here in the upper right-hand corner. This foreign man in a foreign land. He made a video about racism in gaming, which it's like, I thought that this was uncontroversial. I feel like this is like known. It's a weird thing to become a truther about, of like, no, there's no racism in gaming. What are you talking about? The only racism I see here is this anti-white racism by this man in a foreign land with his victimization fetish, right? That's what you're going to get from these guys. That's what we're going to deal with. So it's going to be one of those streams, but don't worry, I've got other stuff to show you. So we're not going to be sticking on this. Like, this is a long ass react to foreign man in a foreign land. He makes videos that are about generally like his videos are like 45 minutes to an hour or so. Somehow Lilo and Stitch here spent 7 hours going over his video. So somehow they're worse than me. They got bit by the stunlock bug, and the stunlock bug is not letting them go, and they're not beating these allegations, right? I feel like there's a phrase in the South, probably in other places too, right? It's called a hurt dog hollers. And it's a horrible phrase, because when you think about it, I think the metaphor is supposed to be like, if you throw a rock at a bunch of dogs, the dog that barks is the dog that got hit. Why would you throw a rock at a dog? That seems really, is it hit dog hollers? Is that what it means though, Zara? Do I have this right? I mean, the metaphor aside, right? What I'm trying to say is if these, you know, there's a little bit of a guilty conscience here, right? The fact that Stitch and Adam are responding so hard to foreign man in a foreign land means that they might just be the very racist gamers that you know, Foreign's talking about here. So yeah, we're going to take a look at that. We're also going to talk about Donald Trump, who is not immune to prosecution. Donald Trump, not immune to prosecution here. This has been decided by the Federal Court of Appeals, unanimous decision, saying that both Trump's claim of immunity for the actions that he took to try to remain in the White House, like, that's not, he doesn't have immunity there, right? That's not real. And secondly, that his claim of double jeopardy, because that was what he was trying to claim, right? Remember they did a really quick impeachment hearing and never finished it, never, or you know, didn't have the votes to impeach. He's calling that a trial and saying that to try him again for this would be double jeopardy. No, it's not double jeopardy, Donald. It's not double jeopardy. You are not above the law. But this guy has existed above the law his entire life. And like only in the past 2 years, sadly, has like anything been happening to, you know, countervail that, right? In terms of both civil suits for defamation by Eugene Carroll, as well as a little bit of accountability. And I say a little bit because it's really mixed, right? The TLDR, though, for this trial is that it looks like it might actually go on before the election. We'll get into that a little bit more later. How are you doing, chat? Adam and Stitch telling on themselves like Nicki Minaj. Yeah, they're not beating the allegations. I try to avoid animal aphorisms. I mean, look, you're not wrong there. Do we need to watch Animals Are Innocent? Do you think John Sakers would copyright claim me if I... Like, look, people make fun of John Sakers, but he has a point. Animals are innocent, and you should not be speciesist. And so, like, if all the... I don't know a better metaphor, but I bet John Sakers does. I bet if I had John Sakers on my broadcast, John Sakers could tell me, like, how he would come up with an aphorism for the fact that, you know, somebody who's implicated by something is going to be the person that complains about it, I guess, is the idea. That's not nearly as Southern. You gotta be like, I love the image that portrays of the South. Yeah, welcome to the South. We throw rocks at dogs and see which one hollers. I'm like, yep, that one right there. That's the dog right there. That dog right there got hit. Hear him holler? Hear him holler like that? Yeah, don't be mean to animals. And don't be speciesist either. Although that's like a uphill battle. Anyway, so this is my pal my pal persona. Doesn't really look like me. I thought before we get started, maybe I would just try to see if we could change some things around. Okay, so type 1 or type 2? What's type 2? I think I'm gonna go with type 1. Yeah, we're gonna go with type 1 here. I didn't realize that was gonna be type 2. Although, I mean, honestly, seriously, but no, not for me. I think type 1 is the correct. Is that, like, I feel like my skin color... Oh my god, see, I'm not, like... Well, I mean, that kind of fits. I'm not that pale. I kind of am, though. I mean, not quite that pale. Can you do custom color? Let's do custom color and give it, like, what, a little bit more saturation? Can we saturate me? Tell me when you think I'm there. Brightness. Yeah, maybe like that. No, I'm looking like the Liver King. A little too pink. Okay, so that's the body. I feel like we're good there. Wait, go out, and then face. Okay, so what does my face look like? No, wait, you know what? We gotta start with my hair. I'm sorry, but like, I need my hair to be okay, first and foremost. Okay, so we could look like, oh my god, chat. Is anybody still around from when I used to have this hair, this haircut? I did have short hair at some point. So like that? Not really. I don't have bangs. It's like that. That's the closest we're gonna get. Are we talking about FD signifier in the title? Wait, sorry? Are we talking about that today? Yeah, no, we are not in fact playing Pal World. I'm just starting off the stream by creating my Pal World avatar. Maybe we'll get into a little bit of that later, but we're definitely, we're gonna go over a number of things. This is a politics stream. This is not a gaming stream. If there's any gaming ever on screen, it is just to have something interesting to look at. It is not the main focus of the stream. So just so that's clear, hair color needs to be maybe a little darker. Okay, or like that. No, like this. Custom color, then add a little bit of brightness. There we go. Yes, that's more or less my hair color. Okay, so we got the hair, we got the, we need the face. We need the face to match. That's... Okay, that's kind of working. Which one is more me, chat? Is it number 1 or number 2? Yeah, this is me. All right, now we got the hair, we got the face, we got the body, the voice. There's just different ones, huh? Oh god, but we can't hear. Okay, it doesn't matter because I'm gonna have it turned off if we're playing this at all. Again, chat, this is the game demo. It's not the real game. I don't actually have the real game. I won't be able to play like Pal World like fully through, but wow, FG, thank you for the membership. Or is there somebody I'm forgetting to thank for the gift membership? That would be Morbius Dragon. Morbius Dragon, thank you for the gift membership to FG. FG, who will now be able to post weasels once again. I think you had weasels before, right? So yeah, you wake up on a beach and pick up fallen branches or hit trees to get some wood. Open up the options menu with escape to check out the survival guide. Open the build menu with B to select a primitive workbench. Okay, so it's kind of like, it's like, I'm getting this is like if Ark meets Minecraft meets Pokemon. Although I probably shouldn't say that because I'm gonna get sued by Nintendo, as possibly is this company that made this game. Because yeah, as you can see, there's a little pal right through there. Looks a lot like a Clefairy or a Clefable or a Clef something. We're gonna pause this though for now so that we can get started with the stream. Oh yeah, because I've been edging you long enough. No, I actually haven't been edging you long enough. I haven't done any of the things that I'm supposed to do. Chat, I have certain responsibilities. Certain responsibilities as a streamer to let people know that we are live. We are live and alive. Talking about no immunity or Trumpelstiltskin. Yeah, Trumpelstiltskin. That's what I haven't used that in a long time. Trumpelstiltskin. I don't know. That's nobody gets that. Nobody gets for no immunity for Trump. What else is going on today? What else is going on in my world, in your world, and everybody's world? No immunity for Citizen Trump. That's what I meant to say. Tucker interviewing Vlad Putin. That's right, I call him Vlad. That's what I refer to him as. And Foreign Man making a video about Racist Gamers, which got attacked by Racist Gamers. There we go. I think that's kind of like what the stream is about today, more or less. I don't know. These things are hard to think of on the fly. I probably should have done this. What's going on here? There we go. That's the thumbnail that we need. Yeah, there's the Racist Gamers right there. See, we're not mentioning the names of the Racist Gamers because it doesn't really matter who they are, like who Megalol they are. They're just two people whose audiences I don't really have anything to say to. And since I don't have anything to say to their audience, right? I'm just gonna not say their names. I'm just gonna avoid saying their names because I feel like that's the best thing. And they will say that I'm scared, and they will say that I'm hiding, but I really don't care. I really could give an F. That's right, chat. I'm gonna give an F. That's how I have to talk when I'm early in the stream, just to make sure that YouTube doesn't think this video is, you know, me being a cursing Carrie, cursing Carla. What is like the phrase for like, you know, like a chatty Cathy is like if you talk too much. What is it if you curse too much? Is there like a name for that? It feels like there should be a name for that. We should come up with a name for that, is what I'm saying. Yeah, I think this is the link for the video, for the stream. Something like that. A cursey Carla. You know, I had a friend named Carla, but I don't think she really cursed that much. I feel like she cursed like a normal amount. A drunken sailor. Like a drunken sailor Sally. Does that work? A sweary Betty? Wait, for a cursing person? Oh wait, let me scroll up and see what chat has to say about the cursing thing. Why are Lilo and Stitch behind them? Because Lilo and Stitch had some comments, right? Now I said before, and Vegan Stallion corrected me, right? I probably shouldn't be using this phrase, right? So I'm not like using it, but like there's a phrase in the South, a hurt dog hollers. Right as I said it, I realized how kind of messed up that phrase was, because it implies that you're throwing rocks at dogs, which is the kind of behavior I would not encourage. In fact, I would discourage that behavior. Throwing rocks at dogs is in fact speciesist, right? And you shouldn't be speciesist, so don't throw rocks at dogs. But there's a phrase in the South where they do apparently throw whatever at dogs, and it's the hurt dog hollers, and that's the idea is like the dog that got hit is going to be the dog that you know goes boo, because you should. Anyway, this is a mean metaphor. I hate this metaphor. Lilo and Stitch, thou complain too much. Yeah, they're complaining a little bit too much, and they like, we're gonna see if maybe they actually are like the racist gamers that we like. It turns out that like sometimes the racist gamers were the co-hosts we met along the way, and we'll see if that's true with Stitch and Adam. We'll see what we think. All right, we've watched them before. They've gone after Sam Cedar. They've gone after somebody remind me who all they've gone after, right? Animals are innocent. Yeah, true. I mean, that's a banger. That song is a legit banger. I like John Sakers. I don't know what you think about. Foreign's vid isn't even that recent. I mean, it's, yeah, you're right. It's his most recent, but it's not, it's from 2 months ago. Vegan Stallion says, make your own vitamin C facial serum. Dr. Michael Greger. Wow, we're getting facial serum from nutritionfacts.org here. Michael Greger recommends 2 parts citric acid, 1 part water. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, vitamin C, if you don't know, is a pretty important compound in the integumentary system. That's your skin. And there are important molecules that hold the skin together and firm the skin up that rely on vitamin C. So yeah, it sounds like not a bad idea. Assuming the absorption is gonna 1 part citric acid, 10 parts water. So like for every 10 ounces of water, you're gonna have like 1. Oh my god, that's so hard because we're talking about like volume versus weight. Too sexy for your cookies? I want some cookies. I feel like cookies now, Morbius. Oh yeah, I should also hit hit send on this, like, right? That's a pretty good tweet. Let's hit send. No, fuck! Oh my god. Gets attacked by racist. I didn't finish the tweet. Oh my god. Okay, delete. Wow, I wasn't paying attention, was I? There we go. Boom. Got attacked by Racist Gamers. Okay. Streaming live. And then grab the URL and put it right here and do what I should have done like 5 minutes ago. There we go. I think, oh wait, we're missing something, yeah. I don't know, they say that pictures help for engagement, but you'll have to tell me if this picture, as opposed to just a link, is more engaging. What do you think, chat? Go check it out on Twitter, and while you're there, you might as well leave me a like. You might as well leave me a retweet. You might even want to leave me a comment on the off chance that I look at the comments on stream, which I am on stream and I am looking at the post, so there's a decent chance that I might look at the comments. But yeah, thank you for that recipe, Vegan Stallion. I'm gonna try that out. Where do you get, I guess you can probably order it from... Wait, citric acid is not vitamin C though, right? That's ascorbic acid. Oh my god, I almost told you fake news. Yeah, ascorbic acid. Yeah. Oh my god. No, you didn't do it wrong. I did it wrong. You said... Oh, okay, you did say vitamin C facial serum. So do you get is it ascorbic acid that you use or citric acid? We're talking about chemistry here, chat. Acids. Be careful. I might actually bring up the a Lewis diagram, or even if you're lucky, a biochemistry diagram, right? Because we are talking about those kind of molecules that make up our bodies. That's more along the lines of biochemistry. Also, I don't like writing out hydrogens. I don't like writing out carbons. Like, I know there's carbon there. I know there's hydrogen there. We're talking about organic, you know, molecules, right? Might as well just leave those out and simplify the drawing down to a biochem. That's a different kind of acid, Sashiji. That's a lysergic, I believe. Lysergic, sour, which is acid in German. Dialethylene or something like that. I think I've seen the atomic structure of that one. You know, there's a channel that I came across, and what they do is there's like 3 guys and they go out and they play golf. I mean, I'm sure they do other stuff too, right? But the ones that I saw was them playing golf. And like, I think that the idea, the premise was one person, how do I say this in a way that YouTube will like? One person was on fungus. One person was on blotter. Do people still even use blotter? I don't know. That sounds so old school. It sounds like the 60s, right? Talking about blotter. I'm sure blotter is still used, right? I don't know. I'm not cool anymore, Chad. I don't know. I don't know these things. Oh yeah, that's right. I was supposed to give you the Twitter link in that message. Why is soda, like, why does it exist? Sodium benzoate, it turns into citric acid, turn into benzene under UV light. Things that what makes gas cancerous. Communist invading radicals. Yeah, I should probably talk about this too. Speaking of communist invading radicals, you know what that is? That's what happens whenever anybody who's not currently following me on YouTube follows me on YouTube. You get to see Rex Reviews, aka Minnesota Mike, right? This is the guy that said that he didn't think that, you know, what happened to George Floyd was all that big of a deal, wasn't anything that deserved to be protested, way back many years ago, right before the George Floyd protests, and he's still on here. I still have that, like, I don't know, that's pretty old school. That's what my stream used to look like. The only thing vegans like attacking more than carnivorous is other vegans. Purity politics on overdrive. I mean, I've seen some of those videos, Hulmandra. I've seen some of those videos of vegans attacking other vegans, but I feel like the really good drama, maybe I just don't know what the good vegan drama is anymore. Can you imagine if I was like, today we're going to talk about Durian Rider's new video on Joe the Vegan, and I mean, that's dating myself, isn't it? That's dating myself. Anyway, fully raw Christina might not be fully raw. Let's talk about it. I don't know if that's true, fully raw Christina. Please don't sue me. I'm not really saying that. I'm not making any claims. You might be fully raw, as your name implies, for all I know. Toe fungus, yes, that'll get you. But anyway, yeah, so like one of them plays on fungus, one of them plays on blotter, and the other one has enjoyed a nice adult beverage. And the spoiler is that the one, no wait, there's one that's supposed to be have been smoking trees. And I think the spoiler is the guy that's supposed to be just like on the tree, like just on the twisty, just like, no, I'm remember, what is that guy, the Fulcrum guy? What's up, gamer? Do you remember the Fulcrum guy? I'm trying to remember now. The guy that was just like, his whole thing was like, I'm gonna go into a Wendy's bathroom and I'm gonna get faded than a hoe. Faded than a hoe. Anybody remember that guy? Whatever happened to him? Vegan teacher? Oh my god, the vegan teacher! Yo, I haven't even watched this vegan teacher stuff. She seems wild. Is she on TikTok? She asked you if you'd eat a human being, and you made a joke about the cunning kind of lingus. The most cunning lingus of all. I don't think I know the game that you're talking about. It's not a game, it's like a YouTuber. There was a YouTuber whose whole content was like, he was like, I'm gonna get faded in a Lowe's hardware store. I'm gonna go to Lowe's and I'm gonna hit he was hitting the blinker, like he had a vape called a blinker, and then the other one was like a Pennington. Yeah, he had a pen. He had a vape pen and he had a blinker, whatever that is. he was like, cheers, my dude. No, that's Tipster. That's Tipster that said, does nobody remember this? Oh my god. Okay, anyway. Must not matter that much. You don't know the vegan teacher? I mean, I know of the vegan teacher. I know that the vegan teacher makes her rounds. I just have never watched anything by the vegan teacher or really very much about it. Wendy's Fade got arrested, and I think still in court. That guy got arrested? You mean he got arrested for the surprise of the century? That a guy that goes into different stores, whose whole content is going into different stores and imbibing on, you know, controlled, or not controlled. Are they controlled? They're technically still scheduled, so I guess they would be controlled, right? Although Biden's talking about changing it down from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. I've tried so many good vegan cheeses in the last couple of years. They've gotten much better than Is it Daya or Daya? I don't know how to pronounce it, because, like, look, I'm eating like beans and rice most of the time. I don't get to try the fake cheeses or the fake meats or the fake, you know, like that stuff is expensive. He even flew her down to Texas to interview her. He did the same thing with the mukbang dude. She had to go down, the whole thing of going down with a YouTuber. Wait, so she did an interview with Oompavel? Yeah, I know about Oompavel. Arrested for trespassing and being inebriated. Imagine that. Imagine that, right? Oh my god. That was the thing though. I think it was something about the fact that people don't recognize, like, okay, so, you know, if somebody were to just light something up in public, right, that would be, you know, there would be quite an odor to that. There would be some visible smoke, right? That would cause problems. That person would get kicked out pretty immediately. But if he's got the Pennington and he's got the blinker and he's just like taking, you know, vape, then maybe that's not as noticeable. But yeah, I mean, he was brazen. That was the whole thing. Fulcrum, what was his name? Fulmandra, can you remember his name? I just remember he always says Fulcrum. That was his thing. Yodi Gang. It was the Yodi Gang guy. What is his actual name? I can't remember this guy's name. I am totally off subject, aren't I? Changing weed from 1 to 3 will only benefit science studies. It really won't help recreational users. That vegan teacher is the name of the vegan teacher. I'm not sure whether she does more good or harm for the movement. Definitely has some wacky stuff. She has some awesome glasses, though. Her glasses, I remember. Damien Luck, thank you. It's Damien Luck. It's Damien Luck. So he got arrested. That's... No, I'm just imagining him, like, trying his antics, like, in the carceral system. It doesn't seem like it would go over very well. But anyway, yeah, there's the, that's the post that I made. Wait, I need to pin this, don't I? Let's pin, with the Pennington. Oh, Soul Life, you already pinned it. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. I didn't see that you already pinned. Soul Life used the Pennington before I could even get to it with the, oh no, not the Pennington, the Penjamin. The Penjamin and the Blinker. Yeah, that's what he had. The worst was, has anybody ever seen the Damien Luck video where he gets some kind of something, like, I think it's like concentrated, like, juice of, like, I think it's like, it was like 500 milligrams of THC, and he pours it into a soda, and he's got the soda, and he's just drinking the soda at the zoo. And he goes up to the, like, he goes up to somebody at the zoo that, like, turned out to be, like, a volunteer there. And he's like, yo, all these animals are fake. These are fake animals. These are, and the zoo volunteer is like, no, I can assure you, these animals are very real. And so is their poop. I have to clean it up. Right, so yeah, it was funny. He gets, oh my god. Do vegans eat seafood? Okay, so, no. The quick answer, no. There's two controversies involved with this, or two little sub categories, two little sub dealies. And one of them is that some vegans talk about, like, not wanting to eat anything with a central nervous system, right? Now, there are creatures called bivalves. These are like oysters and clams and mussels, and their nervous system is, like, dispersed in different places. And so I guess there could be some vegans that are like, well, you know, I'm all about that central nervous system that's not centralized. But you know, other you know, vegans don't eat those. Also, if you're gonna eat one food, right? If you're gonna eat one food that's like animal in origin, shellfish might not be the healthiest choice. Just saying, just saying. But the other thing about vegans and eating fish, right, would be that there's pescatarians. There's people that don't eat any meat except for fish. So that's their one exception. And I mean, it's not as much of like a ethical, I mean, there's different reasons that people go vegan. Some people go vegan for health. Some people go vegan for reasons of ethics. Some vegans want to have a less bad impact on the environment. There's a lot of different reasons. So there's a lot of different motivations. And you know, for somebody who is doing it for health, they might have heard that saturated fats and are not great for them. They might have heard that there are other compounds in meat that might not be great for them, but they also heard that fish is high in omega-3s and blah, 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 blah. So they eat fish. But anyway, we're not going to get into the... I feel like I'm being baited. I feel like I'm being baited to take a stance on the actual vegan discourse. That's not what this stream is about. We're going to be talking about Donald J. Trump today. We're going to talk about a number of things. Jesse Gender, good to see you. How are you doing? We're just about to get into it today. Let me see. I should probably check and see if anybody has posted any memes on my thread, because that happens from time to time. Oh no, there's the Garfield. The Garfield. Oh yeah, I should show you what else I've been posting today. So yeah, I made a quick edit. I mean, this is not the best edit. You can clearly say that Garfield is behind here, but the point is that Trump is not immune for prosecution, and we very likely may see the trial go forward ahead of the election. More on that later. More on that in just a bit. So there's that. Citizen Trump. There we go. Rosebud. I know the memes. The Earth is definitely doomed. I mean, it's a kind of a doomer. No immunity for Trump is good. Tucker interviewing Vlad Putin, which hasn't happened yet, but we're going to talk about it because people are talking about it. And then we're going to get to Foreign Man and just making a video about the most obvious thing in the world. Like I said, racism in gaming. I didn't think it was a spicy take. Like, that's the most obvious thing in the world. Everybody knows that. Anybody who's played video games knows that, yeah, you're gonna find some racism in those lobbies, for sure, 100%. But apparently, Sitch and Adam beg to differ, and we're gonna see what their point is. If they have a point, I kind of doubt that they will. But yeah, good to have you here today with us, Jesse. We are just getting started. And that means going over Twitter. Okay, so I'm gonna give you like a minute longer if you want to. If anybody else wants to post some memes on the thread, it's right here. You can also give it a like because that helps me out a lot. It helps me get the word out and it helps me bring in people that might not have otherwise known that I even exist. A lot of people out there, they're looking for content and they might be looking for my content, but they don't know that I exist. You can help bridge that gap by hitting like or replying or even just posting a meme. Any engagement helps a lot. So I'll give you a little. You got banned for Twitter. Yeah, like it's pretty easy to do. I feel like a lot of people get banned from Twitter. All you gotta do is say something mean about Elon. Did you post on Twitter? I don't see any posts since October. Oh my God, Real Boxhead, you were looking at nocommentchick, and this is confusing. Maybe I should explain this. So we got Void Coffee Chick here, Irene Geller. That's the app that I actually post on. I have a backup account that is called nocommentchick, and it's pretty weird, right? You know, because you'd think like I would want my name to be this. I don't know, chat. I post on this one. I don't post on that one. You blocked Elon, and your account was immediately shut down. Are you serious? I blocked a lot of the blue checks, a lot of the blue ticks. I just block them. In fact, if I ever see a thread where there's a bunch of blue ticks just hogging out, that's a block list. That's a block list for me. I love blocking blue ticks. I mean, I don't just like, let me make this straight, because I know there's some people that subscribe to Elon for whatever reason. They think that they need the boost or whatever. I'm not blocking just random people because they have a blue tick. I am blocking blue ticks who post, you know, right-wing shit. That's who I'm blocking. So don't worry if you do have a blue tick. I'm not blocking you. I'm not gonna see somebody like reply to one of my threads and just like automatically block them. The perfect couple doesn't exist. Wait, is that Vince and... I mean, we are talking about iconic duos here today. In terms of Lilo and Stitch. And I keep calling them that just because, like I said, I've got no interest in entertaining their fans. They can go and hang out on their channel. Elon used a proprietary stainless steel that isn't rust-proof. Genius move. For the Are you talking about the Cybertruck? Yeah, those Cybertrucks are on the road. Those Cybertrucks are on the road. And you know what else is in those Cybertrucks a lot of times? Somebody wearing the new Apple VR glasses. And they're just like... Maybe we should start out with that. Well, let's go through Twitter first. All right, so you got a little longer if you want to be seen, if you want to be noticed on Twitter. This is... Yo... So many iconic duos. All right, so let's start with Dixie Chicks. Why are the Dixie Chicks trending? Well, oh wow. You know what's funny though? I just remembered this about the Dixie Chicks. They're not called the Dixie Chicks anymore. This is a country band from the mid 2000s who had a lot of hits, and they made the mistake of criticizing the war in Iraq and George W. Bush, and for that, their albums were burned. They legit, like, if anybody has a claim to cancellation, which, you know, you'll always hear right-wingers talk about. In fact, somebody might come in here today and say that I'm trying to cancel their faves, Adam and Stitch, even though I have no power to do so. But no, the Dixie Chicks really did get, like, silenced for just speaking up against Trump. Now, the reason that I say that they're called the Chicks now is that Dixie refers to the antebellum South, and that's not exactly a great look for some pretty obvious reasons. So they changed their name to the Chicks because they are not trying to engage in lost causism. They are not trying to invoke the antebellum South, right? And this ties right into Lady Antebellum. There was another country artist named Lady Antebellum who you know, for the same reason, changed her name to Lady A. The irony, though, was that there was already a musical artist operating under that name, and it was a black woman. So she changes her name to just kind of... Anyway. So the reason that they are trending is because Toby Keith was a right-wing country artist at the same time. And he was doing, you know, songs just kind of pro-war, pro-America, rally around the flag sort of songs at the time that the Dixie Chicks were being canceled. Let's take a look in here and see. Keith had a public feud with the Dixie Chicks over both the songs and comments they made about President George W. Bush. Both had a public feud over both the songs and the comments they made about President George W. Bush. The lead singer of the Chicks, Natalie Main, publicly stated that the song was ignorant and makes country music sound ignorant. I mean, Toby Keith is like, when I think about ignorant country music, I probably have Toby Keith in mind, right? With the cowboy hat like that. He's got his guitar and his cowboy hat. It's like a truck commercial from 2005. I don't know. Keith responded by belittling Main's songwriting skills and by displaying a backdrop at his concert showing a doctored photo of Main's with Saddam Hussein. What was this about? I've gone over this in a video before. The thing about Saddam Hussein. Was this just a conspiracy theory? On May 21st, 2003, Mainz wore a t-shirt with the letters F-U-T-K, in other words, F-U, Toby Keith, on the front of the at the Academy of Country Music Awards, while a spokesperson for the Dixie Chicks said that the acronym stood for Friends United for Truth and Kindness. Yo, okay, that's the kind of troll I love. That's the kind of troll I love, okay? Many, including Vince Gill, took it as an obscene shot. Obscene, yo. Obscene. Okay, whatever. Obscene shot at Keith, and these are the people that post Calvin pissing on things on the back of their trucks. Like, usually it's on Democrats. Usually just like Calvin peeing and it says Democrats, and Bill Watterson sues the company that makes the stickers, but there's too many companies making the stickers. Like, you want to talk about obscene? These people don't have a problem with obscenity. They have a problem with free speech, ironically enough. The same people that, you know, would become the free speech warriors years later had a huge problem in 2003 with the free speech of people like Natalie Maines. Keith publicly declared he was all done feuding with Natalie Maines because I guess there's something important. There's more important things than to concentrate. Oh, I can't read his words. There's more important things than that to concentrate on. Maines later agreed that the FUTK shirt was directed at Keith in the 2006 documentary shut up and sing backstage footage prior to her appearance wearing the FUTK shirt, recorded the conversation with Maines and Simon Renshaw, and confirmed that the original intent of the shirt was a response to Keith's public criticism of her. The letters did indeed stand for F.U. Toby Keith. Okay, so, and the, Toby Keith, I guess, died? Yeah, dead 18 months after revealing he had stomach cancer. And now everybody that he shit on is coming back for a little Rip Bozo action. I mean, we got a literal Rip Bozo here. The other person people are talking about is Chris Christopherson, who I don't know much about. Does anybody, if you have knowledge of this songwriter, share it in chat, including if I'm actually spelling his name right. So Chris Christopherson is a singer-songwriter from the 60s and 70s. Apparently had some kind of interaction with Toby Keith here. Let's read. And I don't know if that's actually Father John Misty. It says Papa John Misty. Okay, I don't think it is. Why can't I read this? Okay, so he saw Christopherson. So Chris Christopherson was like a hippie. He was anti-war. He was known as a lefty. Toby Keith saw him backstage, I guess, and quipped, "None of that lefty shit out there tonight, Chris." A reference to Christopherson's left-leaning political views. "What the F did you just say to me?" Christopherson replied. "You ever worn your country's uniform?" "You heard the question? You don't like the answer," Christopherson continued. "Have you ever served your country? The answer is no, you have not. Have you ever unalived a man? Huh? Have you ever taken another man's life and then cashed a check your country gave you for doing it? No, you have not. So shut the F up." So yeah, a little bit of stolen valor from Toby Keith. Oh, Chris Christopherson, I guess, was in the military. So yeah, a lot of ex-Vietnam War veterans became anti-war. There was something called the Winter Soldier Conference. I don't know, is that where Winter Soldier comes from, like the Marvel thing? I'm guessing not. The Winter Soldier is like chat, you gotta help me out here. This is not my wheelhouse. I don't know American comic books. I never grew up reading them. I think my grandmom had some Spider-Man comic books, but it was just like one with Spider-Man versus Venom. I never really got to understand Marvel or DC or any of these universes outside of the movies, so. But I don't know if the Winter Soldier is related or not. Anyway, I'm kind of spreading here. So yeah, Chris Christopherson, much older than Toby Keith, is outliving him. Oh, okay, so here's this is Chris Christopherson consoling Sinead O'Connor after she was booed mercilessly for telling the truth. This is on Saturday Night Live. She was canceled for Saturday Night Live for tearing up a picture of the Pope as a political statement. Is there more to this? Okay, standing backstage at the Beacon Theater in New York, leaning against a crumbling brick wall in the dark, I could barely see Chris Christopherson standing to my left. Willie Nelson was in the shadows to my right. Ray Charles was standing beside Willie, idly shifting his way back and forth. A bit further along the wall, oh my god. We got an ad break. Based Offerson, right? A little bit farther along the wall were Elvis Costello, Wyclef Jean, Nora Jones, Shelby Lynn, Paul Simon, and respective managers' friends and family. Everyone was nervous and tight. They were there for Willie Nelson's 70th birthday. So yeah, Willie Nelson, very influential musician, country musician, but his influence extends way outside of country music. Also a lefty, also a big fan of the THC and the Sebe Day. Up from the basement came one of country music's brightest stars, who shall remain nameless. At the moment in time, the star had a monster hit on the radio about bombing America's enemies back into the Stone Age. Was that Toby Keith? Happy birthday, the star said to Willie, breezing by us, as he passed Christopherson in one long, confident stride. Out of the corner of his mouth came none. Oh, it is! Yo! Shall remain nameless. No, we got a name. We got a name. That's Toby Keith. That's Toby Keith. So none of that lefty shit out there tonight, Chris. What the luck did you say to me? Yeah, what the something else did you say to me is actually what he said. Chris growled, stepping forward. Oh no, groaned Willie under his breath. Don't get Chris all riled up. You heard me, the star said, Toby Keith said, walking away in the darkness. Don't turn your back on me, boy, Christopherson shouted, not giving a shit about that basically the entire music industry seemed to be flanking him. The star turned around. I don't want any problems, Chris. Just want you to tone it down. Yo, I mean, people just felt comfortable like shutting people up during the war on Iraq. Like it was this weird like cultural / media consensus in the wake of 9/11, kind of similar to what's happening now, kind of similar to the discourse about Gaza, that if you have an issue with the military action that's going on, you keep it to yourself. And, you know, you don't have a lot of representation of an anti-war movement in terms of the Democrats. People like Phil Donahue, who speak out against the war, get fired from their jobs. Like there wasn't free speech was a joke at that time. And the same assholes who are gonna bitch at you about free speech, that are mad that Elon acting like a freaking Nazi is getting advertisers to pull, and they think that that's anti-free speech. These same assholes were shushing Natalie Maines and Chris Christopherson up. So yeah, here's the story with you ever worn a uniform. This is what we read before. Okay, so Toby Keith, after he says, you don't know what you're talking about. Toby Keith says, whatever. Ray Charles stood motionless. Willie Nelson looked at me and shrugged mischievously, like a kid in the back of the classroom. Christopherson took a deep inhale and leaned against the wall, still vibrating with adrenaline. So he's pissed. He's pissed. He looked over at Willie as if to say, don't say a word. His eyes found me. You know what Waylon Jennings said about guys like him? Waylon Jennings, okay, country star that is known for criticizing hippies back in the 60s. Waylon Jennings had a song about being proud to be an Okie from Finoki, and something about that they don't smoke THC or CBD. They don't roll it up, you know, in Finoki, I guess. So not a particularly left leaning guy, right? So what did Waylon Jennings say about guys like him? They're doing to country music what pantyhose did to finger effing? Yo! Damn! Okay, I'm glad we read this. Yeah, this is like Chris Christopherson, respect. I don't know anything else about him, you know, like he's a musician, and so like I half expect that, like, you know, there's probably I feel like with every single musician, especially from that time period, there's like really bad stuff about them. Like, right, any musician, any like oldies or classic rock musician that you'd be like, oh yeah, I really like what they do, and then you find out what they were like in real life, and you're like, no. I mean, like Frank Zappa, extremely homophobic. You know, they're just like, there's a lot of shit. A lot of racist musicians. Anyway, so yeah, you did to country music what pantyhose did to finger effing. There it is. That was Waylon Jennings, actually. Wow. Okay. So I learned something today. Anyway, wow, I didn't mean to get as deep into this as we did. Let's look at the no immunity tag and see what's going on there. I need reimbursement for the monocle that just popped out of your eyes. They are really very fragile. Okie from Muskokie. Did I say Finoki? What is Finoki? Is Finoki even a thing? Thank you for correcting me, Kevin Dredd. Muskokie. Muskokie is a town in Oh, no, is it in Oklahoma? I said Finoki. Is Finoki like is it in Florida or something? I don't even know. You ruined my champagne. You don't, yeah, the monocle fell into the champagne. The monocle, damn, Zappa was homophobic. Yeah, unfortunately. Oh no, here's the Zappa. Okay, I gotta describe this right. Zappa, for a person that like had so many weird things to say about gays, Zappa was, it always came up as a subject. Let's just put it that way. It always came up as a subject with Zappa. In fact, he's got a movie where he invented a special type of pants to simulate humping his band members, right? He didn't really want to hump his band members, but he wanted a scene in a movie where he humps his band members, and so he invents a type of jeans that have an extra leg in them. A leg that he can drape over the other side of his band member while they're bending over to pick something up and hump. That's how interested Frank Zappa seems to have been in homosexuality. So as much as there's some songs that really do, are pretty homophobic, like, I don't know if this is another example of that awful Southern colloquialism about hurt dogs hollering. It may very well be, but I don't know, Frank Zappa, complicated historical figure, to say the least, right? Regular straight behavior, yeah, exactly. Is it gay to hump your bandmates? Not if you're Frank Zappa. He's got a special pair of pants. To make sure that he can hump his band members in a non-gay way. I mean, what straight man hasn't wanted to hump other men on camera? Some real cishet activity, yeah. I mean, like, Zappa had some interesting films. I feel like there was some transphobia mixed in there too, if I remember correctly. Something about. Anyway. Wow, chat. This is not even what I'm supposed to be talking about. What am I supposed to be talking about? I'm talking about the DC Circuit Court ruling. Unanimous ruling. Here it is. Let's put it up on screen so everybody can see it really nicely. Okay? Appeal from the United States District Court for the District of Columbia. So the background on this, chat, is that Jack Smith sent an appeal to, or tried to get the Supreme Court to decide on this quickly, because it's an important matter and it's a trial. It's a trial that needs to go on before the election, and they knew that Trump was going to raise this issue of immunity, was to say that his presidential immunity extends till after he's in office, right? So not only can he not be, not be tried for anything like this while he's in office, but even after office, right? He thinks he's immune. He also thinks that the fact that he was impeached by the House and not convicted by the Senate represents a trial, and so a subsequent trial, like the trial that is going on right now, would be double jeopardy. So he had two complaints that he thought the case could be thrown out by virtue of, and this is a unanimous decision saying that no, in fact, he is not immune to prosecution. This cause came to be heard on record on appeal from the United States District Court for the District of Columbia, and was argued by counsel. On consideration thereof, it is ordered and adjudged that the order of the District Court appealed from in this case be affirmed in accordance with the opinion the court filed here in the state. The clerk is directed to withhold issuance of the mandate through February 12th, 2024, if within that period the appellant notifies the clerk in writing that he is filing an application with the Supreme Court for a stay. So this is what's going to happen next, right? Donald Trump is going to appeal this to the Supreme Court. And I don't expect that they are even going to take the case up, right? They rejected the case before. Hopefully they can reject the case again soon. And if so, we're looking for a trial date. Now, the original trial date was scheduled, it was going to be like early March. It's now looking like it's going to be sometime in spring or early summer when the court will go to when the case will go to trial. So very likely we could have a decision before the November election. And this is on January 6th. This is on his attempt to stay in office, his attempt to circumvent the vote of the American people and hang on to power anyway. Chat, how wild is YouTube? So early, like at the beginning of stream today, I'm talking about Oompaville. Somebody mentions Oompaville. In fact, Oompaville in relation to that vegan teacher. So Oompaville and veganism, and what do I get? An Oompaville video about PETA. And I'm not talking about that PETA. I'm not talking about PETA Griffin. I'm talking about PETA. Okay, so let's start out today's stream with Internet Today. Please play some sort of other music. What is the elevator music doing in your head?
Pocketing the $3,000.
Let's see if I got something that's not elevator music here. Let's see if I can make that happen for you. All right. Tell me what you think of this. Is this better? Is this better? What is that? Oh, that's a thumbnail. No, it's not a thumbnail. Okay, there's the two stories from Internet Today. I'm just teasing you. This is like literally elevator music. I made it more elevatory just for your enjoyment. So yeah, we got Internet Today here. We're talking about Tucker Carlson going to Russia in order to interview none other than Vladimir Putin. Christian Amanpour says, does Tucker really think we journalists haven't been trying to interview President Putin every day since his full-scale invasion of Ukraine? It's absurd. We'll continue to ask for an interview just as we have for years now. So, like, I'm guessing from this that he's portraying this as as that Vladimir Putin's got a really reasonable explanation for the invasion of Ukraine, and the mainstream media refuses to listen. They're not interested in what he has to say. In reality, somebody like Vladimir Putin is going to pick the proper messenger for the message that he wants to send. He doesn't want an interview where somebody's going to ask him hard questions. He wants Tucker, and he wants softballs.
Moscow tonight, we're here to interview the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin. We'll be doing that soon. There are risks to conducting an interview like this, obviously, so we thought about it carefully over many months. Here's why we're doing it. First, because it's our job. We're in journalism. Our duty is to inform people. 2 years into a war that's reshaping the entire world, most Americans are not informed. They have no real idea what's happening in this region, here in Russia or 600 miles away in Ukraine. But they should know. They're paying for much of it in ways they might not fully yet perceive. The war in Ukraine is a human disaster. It's left hundreds of thousands of people dead, an entire generation of young Ukrainians.
It's a weird thing to say, standing in Russia, preparing to interview Vladimir Putin. Yeah, the war in Ukraine is as effed up. Putin shouldn't have invaded.
And it's depopulated the largest country in Europe. But the long-term effects are even more profound.
Oh, he's just going to gloss over that. Whose fault was the invasion of Ukraine? Listen, you can make you can say what you will about, you know, in terms of like US aid to Ukraine, and you know, that's been packaged up in the border deal, which we're going to talk about in a second. That is part of the border deal, right? A deal which is supposedly dead on arrival. So just to rehash this, Obama had programs like DACA. Obama had a positive message about immigration. Biden does not. Biden has been trying to avoid talking about immigration and has allowed that discourse to be completely subsumed by the right wing. And they have been making more of a deal of it. As you remember, Trump was elected in 2016. A lot of the, you know, people who voted for him liked what he said about building a wall, liked when people questioned whether this might not be the best idea, might not be the best use of American resources. And he said the wall just got 5 feet higher, folks. The wall just got 5 feet higher. So, you know, I mean, he goes in, he implements a policy that was incredibly cruel in terms of separating, you know, families. And this is where the kids in cages thing happens. He sort of backs off of it towards the end. He doesn't build his wall. Like his one main thing that he's known for, most famous campaign promise, he didn't do, thankfully, right? And you know, then you know, COVID happens and the border gets shut down, and then when the restrictions are taken off, it opens up again, and the Republicans have not shut up about immigration since then, and a lot of it is a moral panic. There's not a lot of like real you know, facts behind it. What they do is they just take pictures of people, you know, crossing the border, people coming to the border, and they try to scare people about this. They try to imply that immigrants are somehow more violent, more dangerous, and you know, I mean, just the same stuff that Trump was doing back in the 2016 campaign. And there's no pushback against it because the Democrats, like I said, do not have a proactive message about immigration. So Biden notices that he's getting killed in the polls on this issue. The polls don't look good for him, and he caves. He sells out, you know, a core constituency. Why do people vote for Biden? Because they didn't like Trump's policies. And Biden is basically adopting Trump's policies when it comes to immigration. And has just written a bill to completely pander to right wingers. Not written a bill, but it was negotiated. I think this one in the Senate, right? So you know, there were Republicans and Democrats talking. They put together a bill that they thought was going to be acceptable to both parties. The Democrats want this not to be an issue, want this not to hurt Biden. Don't really care who's impacted by the legislation. And the Republicans, you would think, want their border policy. That's what they've been crowing about for months and months, for years and years, is the just kind of a draconian policy on the border. And so, the dog has caught the car and doesn't know what to do with it. But Trump has said, don't vote for this. Don't vote for this. So you've got Democrats caving on policy, getting elected for one thing and then doing the exact opposite thing to try to make themselves seem like they are above it all. They are willing to compromise, and they want to get this issue off the table. They mistakenly think that this is going to cause the Republicans to stop talking about immigration. If they pass this, then there's no more issue. It's off the table. It's no longer an election issue. Biden's got a better chance. That's not true. They're never going to stop talking. They're never going to run out of pictures of immigrants to show you and to fearmonger this shit with, right? So, it's completely useless. But the Republicans won't sign the policy because they're not interested in the policy. They're interested in power. And Trump feels like to achieve power, to get power, to be reelected, he needs to have this issue be hot and steaming and on the table, and therefore has basically told all of his allies to vote against the bill. Some of them are saying that they're going to vote against it before they've even seen it. This bill is the one that's got the Ukraine funding wrapped up in it. So this is supposed to be the something for the Democrats to go with the something for the Republicans. The bill's likely not going to pass, but anyway, there's a little tangent on
this war has
what the Ukrainian funding is, what the current status of the Ukrainian funding is right now.
Utterly reshaped the global military and trade alliances, and the sanctions that followed have as well. And in total, they have upended the world economy. The post-World War II economic order, the system that guaranteed prosperity in the West for more than 80 years, is coming apart very fast, and along with it, the dominance of the US dollar. These are not small changes. They are history-altering developments. They will define the lives of our grandchildren. Most of the world understands this perfectly well. They can see it. Ask anyone in Asia or the Middle East what the future looks like. And yet the populations of the English-speaking countries seem mostly unaware. They think that as nothing has really changed. And they think that because no one has told them the truth. Their media outlets are corrupt. They lie to their readers and viewers. And
it's a weird thing for Tucker Carlson to say, as somebody who all he does is lie to his readers and viewers.
They do that mostly by omission. For example, since the day the war in Ukraine began, American media outlets have spoken to scores of people from Ukraine, and they have done scores of interviews with Ukrainian President Zelensky. We ourselves have put in a request for an interview with Zelensky, and we hope he accepts. But the interviews he's already done in the United States are not traditional interviews. They are fawning pep sessions specifically designed to amplify Zelensky's demand that the U.S. enter more deeply into a war in Eastern Europe and pay for it. That is not journalism. It is government propaganda. Propaganda of the ugliest kind, the kind that kills people. At the same time, our politicians and media outlets have been doing this, promoting a foreign leader like he's a new consumer brand. Not a single Western journalist has bothered to interview the president of...
It's just a weird thing how he's able to dance around the fact that the Ukraine war exists because Putin invaded. Now, we could get into the nuance of the discussion, but none of that changes the fact that Vladimir Putin invaded a sovereign country. The United States and NATO obviously are not guiltless. The very fact that Putin is the one who's in charge in Russia right now has a lot to do with U.S. foreign policy, has a lot to do with NATO foreign policy, right? But the person responsible for the Ukraine war is Vladimir Putin.
The other country involved in this conflict, Vladimir Putin. Most Americans have no idea why Putin invaded Ukraine or what his goals are now. They've never heard his voice.
Maybe he has a really good reason for invading a sovereign country. I don't know, Sweaty. Let's find out. I'm sorry, I'm imagining ContraPoints in interviewing.
Americans have a right to know all they can.
I'm sorry, did I ruin Zappa for people?
About a war they're implicated in. And we have the right to tell them about it because we are Americans too. Freedom of speech is our birthright. We were born with the right to say what we believe. That right cannot be taken away no matter who is in the White House. But they're trying anyway. Almost 3 years ago, the Biden...
Free speech. Do you see it? The same assholes that during like the 2000 that would have been telling the Dixie Chicks to shut the fuck up, that were burning their records. This is the free speech crew.
Administration illegally spied on our text messages and then leaked the contents to their servants in the news media. They did this in order to stop a Putin interview that we were planning. Last month, we're pretty certain they did exactly the same thing once again, but this time we came to Moscow anyway. We are not here because we love Vladimir Putin. We are here because we love the United States, and we want it to remain prosperous and free. We paid for this trip ourselves. We took no money from any government or group, nor are we charging people to see the interview. It is
Yeah, I don't think that Vladimir Putin needs to buy somebody that he already owns.
not behind a paywall.
And it's so weird how these guys like flip on Russia, right? You had Sarah Palin, talking about, I can see, we got to vote for me and John McCain because what's going to happen when Vladimir Putin rears his head? You're going to want some war hawks in the White House. Yeah, we want to start a war with Russia. That sounds like a really good idea, Sarah Palin. But they're hawkish on Russia at the time. And then it flips from that to this just undying support and love for this guy. Based on what? Based on Donald Trump. Based on Donald Trump's strange relationship with Vladimir Putin, right? Instead of that provoking questions about, again, there are some real questions when it comes to Putin and Trump. Instead of that, no, that's just Russiagate. That's a hoax, folks. Russiagate was a hoax. There's nothing there. No, I'm not beholden to Vlad Putin in any way. I don't know. I think that the lack of existence of a piss tape doesn't exactly disprove the existence of some kind of, strange relationship between Putin and Trump, and the fact that Trump cannot seem to say a single bad thing about him. That's when the Republicans flipped, right? And on some levels, it makes sense. If you are a white nationalist like Tucker Carlson, if you are a I don't even know. I mean, Putin's cultural conservatism actually corresponds with the right wing's fascist edge, which Tucker does and has always represented. So there you go. That's why they are simpatico.
Anyone can watch the entire thing, shot live to tape and unedited, on our website, tuckercarlson.com. Elon Musk, to his great credit, has promised not to suppress or block this interview once we post it on his platform, X, and we're grateful for that. Western governments, by contrast, will certainly do their best to censor this video on other less principled platforms because that's what they do. They are afraid of information they can't control. But you have no reason to be afraid of it. We are not encouraging you to agree with
Putin is our friend. He also hates the LGBT.
What Putin may say in this interview, but we are urging you to watch it. You should know as much as you can, and then, like a free citizen and not a slave, you can decide for yourself. Thanks.
It's weird that somebody that worked for Fox News, where you're literally broadcasting on the prime spot on Fox News for years and years and years to an audience of, that has an average age around 70. You're essentially a mind prison for these people. You take their fear of modernity, you take their fear of time moving forward, you take their fear of the fact that that the world has moved on, from their world of like racist jokes and homophobic jokes and all the rest, and like no longer sees that as okay. I don't know. It's weird for a guy like that to talk about freedom.
Democrats and dishonest people in the media every single day accuse President Trump of waging an insurrection and accuse many of us of waging an insurrection, and you're doing nothing but lying and selling the lies of the Democrats, all for campaigns and elections. Shame on every single person that has done that. Shame on you. You need to tell the truth.
The fact that this has gone to trial, right? Because that's what the trial is about. That's what the Jack Smith thing is about. That's what the decision that we just read was about. Like, should show you that it's not there. There is smoke and there is fire and there is something going on. The fact that like just lives in utter denial of like, no, what it was an insurrection. What do you mean? I mean, fake electors and a attack on the U.S. Capitol building, complete with people bringing zip ties to like hog tie members of Congress. The fact that somebody tried to cross the barrier and go into where the representatives were to the point they had to, you know, be shot, right? No, there was no insurrection, none whatsoever. What's up, Ergoloid? Stream elements not clickable on iPad. Oh, you're talking about, okay. I did not know that. Thanks for letting me know. I might actually be breaking up with Stream Elements. I do want to replace it. Like it's not my favorite software. But it's a lot to migrate everything somewhere else. So yeah, there we go. I think we're sort of close to almost being done with the Twitter segment of the show today. Why is Daily Wire trending? Gina Carano is attempting to sue Disney and Lucasfilms for discrimination and wrongful termination, and is seeking a court order to force Lucasfilms to recast her. Elon Musk will pay her legal bills because his promise to support those who claim they have been discriminated against on Twitter. Yeah, so Daily Wire, why are we trending today, Daily Wire? I guess it's this. She famously did a film, God, what was this film called? I can't even remember because nobody saw it. Nobody saw the movie. She did a film with the Daily Wire that was supposed to be somehow right-wing, and nobody saw it. So that's what she's been up to since she got fired by Disney. What is it about failed? Is that where they recruit from? Like, there's just so much of this. You got Ben Shapiro, failed scriptwriter. You got Michael Knowles, who's got an interesting filmography when it comes to his you know, college films that he was in. Like, right, he's literally playing a predatory bisexual guy in some kind of weird film that I can't even figure out if the point of that movie was to was anti-LGBT or like just misguided weird LGBT. Like, I don't even know what was going on in that movie, right? But like, there's such a there's a Matt Walsh, failed radio jock, right? All of these people had some kind of entertainment job, some kind of entertainment career that didn't really work out for them, and they end up at the Daily Wire. The movie was called Our Audience Will Hate This Movie since it about, oh, that's right. That's why nobody saw it, right? It was the wrong kind of movie. So despite the conservative traditionalist themes they tried to work into the movie, they made the mistake of writing a strong female character. That is why it went nowhere. That is why is Kyle Rittenhouse trending? Let's see. Breaking, a Michigan jury has found Jennifer Crumbly, the mother of the Oxford High School. Okay, so this is. Oh, a mother of a school shooter guilty of 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. I'm sure there's more to this.
Happier than somebody talking about the lies of BLM. Happier than somebody talking about the lies of BLM. So I found out that all the tickets are on a first come, first served basis, and you can register up to 3 for yourself. And I personally know a lot of people that are excited to hear Kyle talk about the lies of BLM, so they're going to go right here and register for 3 of those tickets. Now, while free speech is important, inviting someone to speak at ETSU with such a controversial background,
Eastern Tennessee State University,
may not be the best move. And it's clear what Kyle is coming to ETSU to talk about: the lies of BLM. That's going to do nothing but cause tension between the students rather than fostering a healthy dialogue.
Yeah, I think that he's trending because of this trial in Michigan.
Rosenbaum started shouting back at us that he's gonna, pardon me, Judge, for saying.
Oh, this is from the trial, the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Wait, he bathes in the sink? What?
Don't you think that Kyle Rittenhouse like gets a bath in the sink from his mom every night?
I picture him at night being like, I want to grow facial hair. And he goes like trying to force facial hair to grow.
Right.
Damn, okay. I had no idea. Thank you, AI. Are the liberals complaining about Kyle Rittenhouse again? Get over yourself, you pink pussy hat wearing #resistance blue hair. Yeah, anyway. That's the Kyle Rittenhouse hashtag trending Trump for prison 2024. I think we know what that's about. What is this though? Is somebody protesting like right behind him? Oh, there we go. Is that real? No, that's fake, isn't it? That's photoshopped. Okay, that's hilarious. Okay, here's something.
Listen up, Trump supporters.
I've been talking to these folks who have come from all over Texas, even other parts of the country, to be here. And some of them, even though we are about a half hour from Eagle Pass, have driven down to Eagle Pass.
So this is the
to actually see what's happening.
This is the MAGA convoy. This is the anti-immigration convoy that like came down. People, mad about the supposed free-for-all on the border. They didn't even go to Eagle Pass. They stopped short.
At the border, and I've spoken to a number of people who said that they're a little surprised by what they're seeing here. I want to play a conversation with a woman, Misty. Take a listen.
It's pretty surreal. We actually made it into Eagle Pass and we went and saw Shelby Park. I was able to see some people actually trying to cross and stopped at the wire there. So it's very eye-opening.
And tell me more about eye-opening. Is it what you expected? Is it better? Is it worse?
It's not what I expected, but then again, I don't know what I expected. I can tell you it's not as bad as what I thought. So that's kind of eye-opening in itself, too.
So first, she admits that they were stopped at the wire, not allowed to cross. Then she said that it was nowhere as bad as she thought it was. Translation, MAGA has been conned. They want your money. They know there's no border crisis and they've created it. So in combination to what this woman said,
if we have a bill that on net significantly decreases illegal immigration and we sabotage that, that is inconsistent with
Shakespeare, do you mean Andrew Callahan?
what we told our voters we would do. People will make up whatever reasons they want.
Do people remember who Andrew Callahan is? The channel, what is it, Channel 4? No, Channel 5? I can't remember, but yeah, he's the guy with the he's the guy with the allegations of being sex pest.
There's a number of them, I'm sure. But it would be
Channel 5, yeah, I can't remember. Channel 4 is something else.
unacceptable dereliction of your duty. The fact that he would communicate to Republican senators and congresspeople that he doesn't want us to solve the border problem because he wants to blame Biden for it is really appalling.
Okay, so you got a whole bunch of Republicans, including James Lankford, who I mentioned somebody negotiated the deal. James Lankford was the negotiator for the Republican side. This is Dan Crenshaw of Brave Mujahideen fame. Hassan's debate with him, where he speculated on the source of his eye patch, and then Mitt Romney. These are ostensibly people who want the policies that Biden is offering, which are essentially Trumpian policies. But they can't have them because Trump doesn't want that bill to be passed. He doesn't want his policy is implemented. He wants to be president. He wants power. He wants to stay out of prison.
Interesting. Republicans 4 months ago would not give funding for Ukraine, for Israel, and for our southern border because we demanded changes in policy. So we actually locked arms together and said, we're not going to give you money for this. We want a change in law. And now it's interesting, a few months later, when we're finally getting to the end, they're like, oh, just kidding. I actually don't want a change in law because it's a presidential election here.
Are here. We've been elected. We have election certificates. When you have an opportunity to make this country safer, you take it, and you don't play politics.
It hasn't been released. How does he know it's a betrayal?
What's really kind of depressing is how many Democrats are like, yeah, they should pass this border security measure. We need to keep our borders safe, uwu. From the dangerous immigrants that are coming through and ruining our country and poisoning the. They're literally arguing for Trumpian policies. Like our system of government is so goddamn dysfunctional. You got somebody who got elected, essentially because he was not Donald Trump. Essentially because people wanted Donald Trump out of office. They did not like Trump's policies, particularly his border policies. This guy gets elected, and then he offers to do Trumpian border policies that Trump never even passed. And the freaking Republicans are like, no, the goals, the policy goals that we say we want, we don't really want. Because it's not about policy, it's about demonizing immigrants, it's about stochastic violence against immigrants. Remember, that's the net result of all of this panic, of all this moral panic, this fear-mongering about immigrants is making people less safe. Whether you're, regardless of your immigration status, if somebody looks at you and groks you as, being not from around here, then, you're in danger now because of these assholes.
I mean, don't be ignorant. Read the bill.
Fact. This is the Donald Trump border crisis. Fact. It is not as bad as they're telling you. Fact. The Border Patrol is actually doing a pretty damn good job of apprehending these folks. Fact. The GOP isn't interested in working for Americans.
Fact. Joe Biden is an absolute coward. And if he loses to Trump, it's his fault. Don't let them pin it on somebody else, right? Like Hillary lost, and she's constantly blaming Bernie. She's constantly blaming whoever, right? It was her own fault that she lost that election. Donald Trump is not a juggernaut. He is not a like once in a lifetime like amazing candidate. He's a shit candidate who ran in the exact right year against the exact right candidate. Hillary Clinton was just like steeped in the establishment. And when his message is drain the swamp, Hillary Clinton's a pretty good way to sell the idea that that the government is corrupt. But yeah, I mean, like, Trump is the king of corruption. Like, he even mentioned in one of the debates, right? Like, who's like, you've donated to the Hillary Clinton, or you've donated to Bill Clinton, you've donated to Hillary Clinton. How can you run as a Republican candidate? You say you don't like these people. These are enemies of the party. And yet you support them. And he's like, yeah, that's right. The country is corrupt. And I'm one of the people who, helped corrupt them. And that was somehow a flex. No, get the guy that's giving money to the political candidates, put him in as president, and we'll just like skip the middleman, I guess. Yo, is this real? This is not real, is it? That's not real. That's not real. Okay, it's not. It's a Trump impersonator. Okay. Anyway. Let's hear more about Tucker in Russia.
All right, back to the news. And just what in the hell is Tucker Carlson doing in Russia?
Suspicious.
I mean, if there's one person who we would actually, like...
Again, chat, now I feel bad about ruining Frank Zappa for some of you. I mean, look,
just totally expect to be in Russia with zero consequences right now, it'd probably be Tucker Carlson, considering how much he has pandered to Vladimir Putin, both on and now off of Fox News. Tucker had been whitewashing a lot of the more nefarious actions from Putin while still on Fox, which was bizarre even by Fox News standards, but without them weighing him down, now he's free to go full mask off as a fully funded Russian asset, I guess, which if Trump gets reelected, that might actually work out for him.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a gamble, one that we're not sure would pay out for him with his base, regardless of how much Trump calls Putin a smart guy.
I just can't imagine even Tucker fans being like, yes, this aligns with my beliefs.
Yeah.
Vladimir Putin is a great guy who's done nothing wrong. Like,
I feel like even among right-wingers, before the war, they were like, oh, Russia's like so tough, like they don't have like pronouns in their army, like they haven't gone woke. And then they went to war, and I mean, at this point, it's basically a stalemate, but it hasn't gone great for them.
No.
Like, they not so good, so they can't really fall back on, like, them being a powerful, dangerous country.
Also, I know it's not accurate at all, but in their viewpoint, kind of weird to stan a communist leader.
Putin?
Yeah, I know, not but Russia, considered by many chuds to be...
They have never recognized, a lot of them, the fact that the Russian Federation was a completely different government than the Soviet Union.
A communist nation.
But it's really that they need an enemy. And for a lot of them, China has become that enemy. So they don't need Russia to be the big bad anymore. And Trump tells them that maybe Vladimir Putin is actually the big good. Maybe he's the Russian version of Trump over there in Russia. And so you do have like a different mentality. You have Democrats too that like still like talk about Russia as if it was the Soviet Union, which is bizarre, right? A lot of people not getting that I mean, I guess if you were born before the Cold War ended, it's still like, what we're talking about 30 years ago? Like 1993? 30 years ago is when it's when it became the Russian Federation.
Yeah, that is funny. It has been...
And like I say, it's a fucked up country. It's a corrupt country run by oligarchs like Vladimir Putin. And the reason that it's that way is directly related to the United States and its foreign policy.
Like, what, 36 years?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's honestly just really fucking odd that Carlson seems to be so obsessed with helping Putin's image, especially since Carlson himself is wealthier than 99% of the population. I mean, he does come from the Swanson TV dinner fortune, after all.
Yeah, that is a big fortune.
Which is funny, because... I
thought he was the everyman.
Well, like, you could, if I was a real crank, I could...
33 years.
That the invention of TV dinners, that was when the American family that we see in all those Norman Rockwell paintings sitting around the dinner table, praying.
XBA says Russia is now more unequal than during the reign of the Tsars. Wait, I'm not saying that right. Tsar. Why does it sound like I'm talking about a virus when I say... I'm talking about the rulers of Russia prior to the revolution.
together. That's when that started.
If Zappa was around today, he'd be an ally. Look, if Zappa was around today, hopefully he'd be out as bisexual. Okay, that's my look. I don't know. I feel, yeah, I'm pronouncing it right. Czars. Okay. Why did I want it? Because there's a S in one of the spellings. But yeah. Anyway, Czars sounds a lot better, and it's clear that I'm not talking about anything else. But yeah, I don't know. Like, you'd hope that Zappa would have. He clearly had some issues with homosexuality that maybe had a lot to do with his own struggles and
falling apart, because all of a sudden you could go to the supermarket frozen aisle and now we're all eating dinner watching fucking Jeopardy, not praying to the Lord, not talking to each other.
Tucker Carlson's fault. And you know, he wouldn't even have been on any of those news programs if he had gotten his initial wish, which
it's like when I talk about the Houthi, and sometimes I say it like the Houthi, and people in chat are like, "Are you talking? What about the blowfish?"
He wanted to join the CIA.
What are the blowfish doing?
So, there's your guy.
I feel like he's too weird even for that.
Yeah. Nevertheless, Tucker Carlson has continued to downplay most of Putin's actions, and while the visit to Russia so far hasn't resulted in a sit-down interview with Putin, plenty of people think that that's one of the reasons that he's there. And at this point, I don't think any of us would be surprised if this happened.
Is Putin even, like, alive? I mean, I'd be interested in this just to see how he's looking, because
Mr. Garrick, are you suggesting that we build a coalition with Frank Zappa's ghost? I'm trying to see what you're saying here.
There have been rumors for a while now that
maybe you're not talking about Zappa.
He's not doing great.
And look, it would be hard for even Putin to follow up someone as prolific, as professional.
Look, if you can get Zappa's ghost to wear like a pride pin, right? Then, you know, let me know.
Poster cat turd too. What a case of whiplash I would have going from the most famous person in the world, Cat Turd 2, to the other most famous person in the world, Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
This is who Tucker has been interviewing lately. So the DLDR is that he had this prime spot on Fox, right? People think of Tucker Carlson as having been, you know, a very successful journalist. And in terms of his numbers, yeah, very successful, like highest rated, you know, I mean, like people, nobody I know watches TV anymore, but for the people who do, like a lot of the people that are watching like news related stuff, a lot of them were watching Tucker Carlson. However, if you look at the spot that he had, if you look at his time slot, you'll see that was, I think, Glenn Beck's old time slot. That was Bill O'Reilly's old time slot. Like many of the people that are in that time slot end up doing quite well. And so it may have had more to do with that. Now, since he's been off of Fox News, Elon can show you some numbers. Amazing how many views Tucker Carlson is getting now, except nobody actually sees it, because most of those views represent you scrolling by like a Tucker Carlson tweet that's been forced on you, that you have no interest in, right? But you hung out there for, like, you know, you were right in the middle of your scroll and you stayed there for, like, you know, 1.2 seconds or whatever, and so you get counted as a view, right? So they're not real views, what Tucker is getting, and he doesn't have real influence, and he's fading away, and he's got to do, you know, his interviews with Alex Jones, his interviews with the gay lover. Speaking of people that weren't out of the closet as gay, Obama, apparently, according to Tucker Carlson's interview, had a gay lover. John Denver probably didn't like the gays. So you are talking about Zappa. Look, Mr. Garrick, I gotta hand it to you. Like, I never thought of making coalitions with the ghosts of dead classic rock stars. But I understand if you like Zappa's music, because, you know, I enjoyed it too.
What a one-two punch. Dip. Here's more on this bizarre little vacation from the New York Times. Tucker Carlson, the former Fox News host who now has a show on the social network X, has been spotted in Moscow in recent days, leading to speculation in Russia and the United States that he is about to achieve his long-stated goal of interviewing President Vladimir V. Putin. Mr. Putin's spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, has indicated that Mr. Putin was denying requests from Western news outlets because their countries had been stupefied by anti-Russian propaganda. But Mr. Carlson has been a defender of Mr. Putin.
So in other words, it's not a lack of desire for people to interview Vladimir Putin. It's the lack of Vladimir Putin having a desire to do any interview where he's going to be asked tough questions.
While attacking his Western critics, placing him at the vanguard of a pro-Putin wing of the American conservative movement.
On television and online, Russian state media has treated Mr. Carlson as a visiting celebrity, offering a stream of photos and videos of his various stops, arriving at the airport, dining at a restaurant, taking in the Spartacus ballet at the Bolshoi Theater. In one video in wide circulation, including on X, Mr. Tucker told a self-professed fan that he was there because I wanted to talk to people and look around and see how it was doing. And it's doing very well. Asked about a possible interview with Mr. Putin, Mr. Carlson shrugged and said, "We'll see."
See, like I've already done it, chat. It's my fault that there's fights in chats now. Fights about veganism, fights about classic rock musicians.
News of his arrival in Russia received a decidedly warm reaction in Moscow. In a report about local reaction to his visit, a woman tells an interviewer on the Russian state outlet Sputnik, "He is the bravest and most courageous American journalist today." So, folks, we are living in the most absurd possible timeline.
Also, it appears as though Russia might still be doing some dirty work on X, the platform formerly known as Twitter. Did you see the Texas post this week where they're like, Texas should secede, we have a warm water port?
Yeah, that was pretty strange. That is not something any American would ever say.
And if you click on that profile and just keep on scrolling, it is literally the same type of meme style crap produced that was being shared on like the Black Lives.
I'm sorry, let me just make this really clear, okay? I'm not gonna tell you on this channel like what is the right diet for you, and I'm not gonna tell you on this channel what classic rock you should or should not listen to. That's up to you.
The anti-Black Lives Matter websites that were like caught doing this.
Yeah, I mean all that 2016 Russian shit, the stuff that was real was like, it was targeted.
See, it's like most content creators, their problem is that like they try to avoid talking about political stuff because they would like to have like a big normie audience like Moist Critical. That's why Moist Critical, you're not going to hear a lot about like, you know, Donald Trump from Moist Critical, because there's some people that watch Moist Critical that like Donald Trump, and there's some people that watch Moist Critical that hate Donald Trump, and Moist Critical would like to keep both of those constituencies in his audience, right? And he's not talking about politics, he's talking about video games, he's talking about his balls, he's talking about buttholes and different stuff like that, right? And stuff that I guess everybody can get behind. So you know, he doesn't want to talk about politics, and me, I'm like the opposite, right? I'm political, and then I bring up completely unrelated stuff for people to argue about in chat.
The dumbest people online, which is everyone. But yeah, this is similar. But yeah,
they do have that warm water port.
Texas has I
gotta pick between Zappa or John Lennon. Oh my God, I know too much about both of them.
Water port. It won't freeze over in the winter like so many of other.
That's my problem. I know too much.
Other ports. Yeah, you would only say that if you were from Russia, where like all of your ports do fucking freeze over, and that's literally why they took Crimea, is because the Crimea doesn't.
That's the winter. Warm water port thing.
In these United States, other mind-numbingly stupid events continue to occur, like that God's Army caravan, which seemed absolutely rudderless.
Here we got the caravan, remember?
This past weekend, while it continued to devolve into a shouting match between its own members after they were faced with the reality that not only was this thing just a giant grift, but members of this convoy who journeyed to the Texas-Mexico border were apparently just
the American patriots who journeyed to the American border to protect us from the illegal invasion that's poisoning the blood of our great country, came to find out that it is indeed not a free-for-all down at the border. Who knew?
Distraught to find out that the border crisis was completely overblown by conservative media outlets.
It's not what I expected, but then again, I don't know what I expected. I can tell you it's not as bad as what I thought, so that's kind of eye-opening in itself too.
Yeah, they were.
I feel bad for that woman because you know that she's gonna get targeted now. It doesn't take much for you to fall out of favor with the Trump cult, especially if you're in the Trump cult. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if people are saying that she's a Fed now. And look, who's that other guy? Ray Epps? Oh my god, I'm keep on fucking up on the ad break. Meow. Mods, if you warned me about that ad break, that is indeed my fault for not heeding your warning. I can only see like a little bit of Twitch chat, so. But yeah, I appreciate it when you do give me that warning, because apparently Stream Elements is not.
They were all expecting to get down there and have it look like World War Z.
Yes. Yeah, where they're trying to climb over the wall and like the zombies are.
Like, where is everyone? Where are they at?
Huh. Well, I guess we should just fight ourselves.
Yeah.
And while we're here, we should do some baptisms.
We gotta do the baptisms.
Accuse each other of being feds and give each other some baptism.
I mean, that's the American way. Accuse each other of being feds, accuse each other of being Antifa. Yo, okay, I'm gonna talk about something that's a little bit dangerous, all right? So don't take this too far. I'm not telling you to do anything like, you know, infiltrate a group of Trumpies or anything like this. I am just saying that if somebody in a Trump event were to start asserting that that various members of that event were actually Antifa, I think some interesting things might happen as a result of that, right? I think it might get very, very interesting. What I'm saying is it wouldn't take much, chat, to start an outright witch hunt where they turn on each other and they start accusing each other of being feds, of being Antifa, of being Biden agents or whatever.
Horse troughs.
Yes. And then
is that what they're doing? They're baptizing? Is that guy even clothed? Are we okay? Allison Arabella, thank you for the follow.
Those people that
and welcome
outside of Comic-Con with the heaven or hell signs, they were being attacked by the God's Army people. It was
so this was God's Army. God's Army came down to Texas to fight off the illegal invasion, and they found out that there was like the real invasion was the chuds they met along the way. I don't know.
Strange scene. None of it makes sense.
Oh.
Oh my god, street preachers. What's going on? Oh my god, we can't, if this gets violent, we can't watch it. We can't watch the violent stuff on Twitch. Don't hit anybody.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Pedestrians have the right of way. Peaceful protest, huh? You're a violent thug. You're a violent thug. That's all you're.
So yeah, their journey ended with nothing more than infighting and on-site baptisms.
God damn. Well, at least they got baptized.
Residents of Eagle Pass, Texas, they were quoted saying that they have never felt unsafe until the God's Army showed up. So there you go. I mean,
did we learn any lessons here?
No,
we learned nothing.
That's the American way.
But meanwhile, the bill that included nearly everything that Republicans asked for in regards to the border and funding for Ukraine and Israel appears to be doomed to fail because they don't want to take away one of the main talking points that Donald Trump is running on. And at this point, they're not even hiding the fact that they are killing the bill in order to please Trump, and a number of politicians have openly admitted it in interviews and on cable news.
Do you worry, Congressman, about possible backlash? So if voters think the GOP is willing to let the border burn for
I want it to be the birder.
Months in case.
Can we call it the Berber?
Trump is reelected.
Look, I don't want to go down with God's Army and get a baptizing. I don't want to get a baptizing, but I wouldn't mind being dunked in a little burb bath. I'm just saying.
The only way we're going to fix the border is to have
the Berber.
That's the only way.
I mean, Republicans want to secure the border. This is the top priority. I've said in conference that I would not only vote for, I would promote a bill that funds Ukraine.
Now, here's the sad thing, because you're starting to get some idea that maybe, just maybe, this could blow up in the Republicans' face. I feel like that might have been part of Biden's strategy, right? Maybe he knew that this wasn't going to get passed. And then I'm sure there's Democrats that'll argue, like the riding with Biden people, that's probably the argument that they're going to make. If you tell them that Biden is a coward, if you tell them that he does nothing but cave to the Republicans, they're going to say that Biden is actually way smarter than you, and he's playing 5-dimensional chess, 6-dimensional chess, in-dimensional chess, right? And he knows that the Republicans aren't going to pass this bill. That's why he got behind it and acted like he was going to pass it, and then it's going to like make the Republicans look really bad. That is never how this shit works. That is never, ever, ever how this shit works. All they need is pictures of brown people to stoke this moral panic. Because at the end of the day, it was never about facts. It was never about harm. It was never about actual immigration. It was always and continues to be about racism.
Help the Ukrainian people, but also secures the border. But I'm not going to vote for a bill that is going to hamstring a future president by setting limits, thresholds, before the president can actually do what the president already has authority to do. So,
Mr. Speaker, are you going to be able to stop this bill?
We're going to do everything within our power. When I say it's dead on arrival, I mean dead on arrival.
And you have Republicans itching to sign off on this in the Senate. I mean,
well, it's hard to believe because I think it probably would mean the end of their career. This is a Democrat trap.
He runs this thing like a mafia.
It's a trap for Republicans that would be so stupid, so foolish to sign a bill like this. This bill can't be signed.
Yeah, they literally got to the discredit of the Democrats. They just bent over and gave the Republicans everything they wanted.
Yeah, like
bend over Biden. It's impossible to make the right feel because they don't have integrity. Oh, I thought you were going to say they don't have a heart. That's true too. Yeah, they do not have integrity. Thank you for the 100 biddies, Catalina Gearbox.
A lot of people are like giving them credit here, and I don't know. I mean,
there's no winners in this.
The most obvious explanation is that the Democrats just like bent over backwards to give the Republicans everything they wanted.
I don't know. I feel like calling them bend over Biden, I am unintentionally pulling a Frank Zappa. Like, right, I am unintentionally like I don't know. Like, do I need to use bending over as the just the metaphor for being for acquiescing to horrible draconian policies? Maybe not. Maybe we could find a better one than that. Anyway, chat, I started off this stream talking about throwing rocks at dogs, so it's like I've canceled myself. For anybody keeping score at home, I've already canceled myself. Anybody that thinks that I'm being too mean to their favorite rock star, Mr. Garrick, you don't have to worry because I'm canceled right along with him.
Craftier explanation is that they knew Republicans would veto this, and this way they get to say, well, Joe Biden tried to give him everything they wanted, but they said no, so now it's on them. I don't know if
why is he not bronzed up? Good question.
It fucking matter.
He's looking weird lately.
It's all real stupid little fucking saga.
At the very least, they admit it. I mean, they are not putting this through because they don't want to hurt Trump's chances.
The entire border crisis is a manufactured thing that they don't want to actually improve.
Well, yes, this bill though got like
Soul Life. Unironically, that's my favorite character in Vampire Survivors.
The enthusiastic support of the Border Patrol's union, and still they're like, nah, I don't think so.
Well, because the Border Patrol's woke.
That's right.
We need to send the Texas.
That's the thing. The Border Patrol's woke. The military's woke. The prosecutors are woke. The judges are woke. The justice system is woke. The cops are woke. That's why they let the the migrants go. Like, they're just so woke. They're like, no, go ahead and kick us. We love it. Like, right? We're like you like they're implying this weird conspiracy, and even people like Brett Cooper are implying kind of a weird conspiracy. The difference between Brett Cooper, somebody like Brett Cooper, and your standard right winger is that she will tend to kind of skip over, or she talks so fast, right? What she does is essentially a mock-up of a live stream. She looks like a live streamer, but she's not really doing a live stream. She's recording a video, and she kind of goes through her argument so fast that all of the implications that you would have to believe in to buy her argument just get skipped right over, whereas the normie Republicans will actually say the Jewish space lasers part out loud, right?
National Guard down to the border.
The whole thing's such a fucking performative mess. It's insane.
Yeah.
But look, let's end the episode with a fun one, because unfortunately for all the soccer or football fans out there, the European mind will actually finally be forced to comprehend American cities. Our lack of walkability, our high pedestrian mortality rate, and the fact that it's literally illegal to walk to some of the stadiums that the World Cup games are.
Oh, the World Cup is going to be in the U.S. Okay. Well, we gotta move on. We gotta move along. Let us bring up my magical playlist. We're getting to the Foreign Man video. I'm trying to decide if I want to watch part of Foreign's video to just give you a sense of it before Sitch and Adam, because they do this thing that I call pause fucking, right? Where they will pause somebody that they're criticizing right in the middle of a point, so that that point never gets made, that point never gets elucidated, and they never have to push back on something that they don't really have an argument against, right? So I kind of want to watch the, Foreign's video before we get into the supposed criticism of that, but I'm not sure, because like at the same time that'll be like watching the same stuff twice. So
this bill won't.
So this is Joe Biden's response to the lack of support for the cave-in, the absolute cave-in that he's doing on immigration.
It's long past time to fix it. That's why months ago I instructed my team to begin negotiations with a bipartisan group of senators to seriously and finally fix our immigration system. For months now, that's what they've done, working round the clock.
I mean, actually fixing immigration is providing a path to citizenship. That's something that the Democrats seem to have abandoned a long time ago, though.
Through the holidays, over the weekends, it's been an extraordinary effort by Senators Langford, Murphy, and Sinema. The result...
Cinema. Oh my God.
All this hard work is a bipartisan.
We got to make sure to have cinema in there, right? We got to have somebody that's too cowardly to even call themselves a Democrat at this point.
Agreement that represents the most fair, humane reforms in our immigration system in a long time, and the toughest set of reforms to secure the border ever. Now, all indications are this bill won't even move forward to the Senate floor. Why? A simple reason: Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump thinks it's bad for him politically. Therefore, he doesn't, even though it helps the country, he's not for it. He'd rather weaponize this issue than actually solve it. So for the last 24 hours, he's done nothing, I'm told, but reach out to Republicans in the House and the Senate and threaten them and try to intimidate them to vote against this proposal. And it looks like they're caving. Frankly, they owe it to the American...
You already caved. What are you talking about? You're the freaking spelunking master. What are you talking about?
People to show...
Like, if you caved any harder, you'd be in a internet historian video. Oh!
And do what they know to be...
Which was plagiarized. Oh!
So I want to tell the American people what's in this bill and why everyone, from the Wall Street Journal to the Border Patrol to the Chamber of Commerce, the United States Chamber of Commerce, support this bill. Because it's going to make the country safer, make the border more secure, treat people more humanely and fairly, and make legal immigration more efficient and consistent with the values of our nation and our international treaty obligations. It would finally provide the funding that I've repeatedly requested, most recently in October, to actually secure the border. That includes an additional 1,500 border agents and officers to secure the border, to physically secure it. In addition, 100 cutting-edge machines to detect and stop fentanyl at the southwest border. We have that capacity. An additional 100 additional immigration.
Again, I don't think the fentanyl is getting through the border. I think that the fentanyl is like...
Judges.
Do you see how much he's caving in, not just to the Republican policy in terms of the compromise bill, but in the Republican framing? What he just said there was like, oh my God, fentanyl is coming from, immigrants. Essentially, he's backing up they're not sending their best, folks. He's completely caved on this.
To help reduce the year-long asylum.
Why do we need fentanyl machines? I feel like you could just bring a cop down there, and if there's even the slightest bit, like, you know, microscopic homeopathic dose of fentanyl in the area, that cop will freak out and fall down. And like, right, that if you really want to detect fentanyl, cops are great at that. They're apparently very, very susceptible to even tiny little non-existent amounts of fentanyl.
So the judge is supposed to talk to you. It takes a year to get that discussion going. This bill would also establish new, efficient, and fair process for the government to consider an asylum claim for those arriving at the border. Today, the process can take 5 to 7 years, as you all know. They show up at the border, get a bracelet, told to come back when called, 5 to 7 years from now, in country. That's too long, and it's not rational. With the new policies in this bill and the additional of 4,300 more asylum officers who spend hours, I might add, with each immigrant to consider their claims, whether they qualify, we'll be able to reduce that process to 6 months, not 5 to 7 years.
So what you're going to hear in response to this from the Republicans are things like, 6 months is too long. Like, why are they even getting in, right? What the Republicans want, apparently, is a bill that violates international law, right? Asylum is not just a good idea, it's the law. And, you know, this is why these requests have to be taken seriously. But, you know, it's never going to be enough for the Republicans. It's never going to be enough.
This bipartisan bill
caving doesn't work.
Will also expedite work permits, so those who are here and who qualify
cops cast detect fentanyl as a class ability
can begin work more quickly. That's something that our governor,
Biden's current policy is already a violation of the international law.
Our mayors and our business leaders have been asking me for and asking them for. All across the country, they've been asking for this. It'll also create more opportunities for families to come together for business, to hire additional workers. And for the first time in 30 years, this bipartisan legislation increases the number of immigrant visas for people legally able to come to this country through ports of entry. And it ensures that for the first time that vulnerable, unaccompanied young children have legal representation at the border. This bill would also give me, as president, the emergency authority to temporarily shut down the border when it becomes overwhelmed. The numbers are talking over 5,000.
And we know that no president would ever abuse that power.
People trying to get,
especially not a coward like Joe Biden or a monster like Donald Trump.
One day, the bill, if the bill were law today, it would qualify to be shut down right now while we repair it. Bottom line is, this bipartisan bill is a win for America because it makes important fixes to our broken immigration system. And it's the toughest, fairest law that's ever been proposed relative to the border. Now, it doesn't address everything that I wanted. For example, we still need a path of documentation for those who are already here. And we're not walking away from true immigration reform, including permanent protections and a pathway to citizenship for young dreamers who came here when they were children. And
it's so weird for him to be saying this. There's not going to happen. Like there we go with like some at least mention of the policies that Democrats actual border policy, the stuff that he hasn't been talking about. The reason, like I said, because there's no proactive agenda for Biden on, you know, when you've got Republicans starting a moral panic about immigrants, demonizing these people, spreading fear, spreading lies, you have to have something to meet them with that is actually an alternate vision for reforming immigration. And you don't under Biden. Like he's been running away from this issue until he's decided to cave on the issue.
Been good citizens that contribute so much to our country. But the reforms in this bill are essential for making our border more orderly.
He does sound like he's drunk, yeah.
More humane and more secure.
He has sounded bad for a really long time.
That's why the Border Patrol Union, which, by the way, endorsed Donald Trump in the 2020 election, endorses this bill. These are the people whose job it is to
watch them endorse Trump in 2024.
Secure the border every single solitary day. They don't just show up for photo ops like some members of Congress. They're there to do their job. This is the risk, the thing many of them risk their lives doing every single day. And they decided.
So, yeah, the Dreamers, what he said, Young Dreamers, there was an act called DACA that I think passed under Obama, deferred action. Oh, I can't remember, but it's essentially saying that, you know, people whose parents did not have legal status but were born in the country should have a pathway to citizenship. And it's not a great bill. It's not an entirely fair bill, but it's you know, something. And it was part of the Democrats', you know, proactive agenda on immigration under Obama, and even probably spoken about in 2016 in the election. But it's something that they've largely let go of. So yeah, don't get confused by when he says Young Dreamers in reference to immigrants. It's a reference to the DACA is euphemistically referred to as the Dream Act, and the children who are you know, seeking citizenship under that bill are referred to as Dreamers.
Border Patrol decided. This gives them the tools they need to do the job. More person.
Is the border a real issue, or is it just political BS? I would say that it's a real issue in terms of the, you know, lack of a pathway to citizenship. It's a real issue that the United States is not willing to take responsibility for the effects of its foreign policy on the global South, and including, you know, South and Central America, right? It's there are real issues there, but they're not issues of the migrants poisoning the blood of the country or whatever Donald Trump wants to say, or that like they're having some kind of like largely negative effect on wages. To the extent that they are, that is due to businesses, American businesses exploiting people without, you know, without the you know, immigration status it would take to work otherwise, and underpaying them, right? So there are issues, but it's, you know, not what the Republicans are saying.
Now across the board. It's also why the U.S. Chamber of Commerce endorsed this bill, because they know this bill is not just
deferred action on childhood arrivals. That's right, Schmegley. Thank you.
Good for the border. It's also good for American business and for the American economy. And it's why the Wall Street Journal endorsed the bill.
It's a weird thing to say after caving. It's weird that he's even mentioning this stuff, right? Because like the fact that he's caved on this issue shows you that he doesn't care about this. There's no plan for, you know, enacting any legislation, you know, as far as, you know, this kind of immigration reform, which would make sense. But he's saying it anyway, as if he hasn't, like, you know, as if he hasn't sold out his constituency, right? People voted for Joe Biden largely to not have Donald Trump in office, and yet he's enacting this Trumpian policy. So, you know, it's an indictment of our political system that you have both this kind of cowardice on the part of Biden, you know, somebody who's elected essentially in opposition to Donald Trump, enacting Trumpian policies, and you've got Trump trying to make sure that that bill enacting the policies that he said that he wants isn't actually passed, right? It's completely dysfunctional.
With the headline this morning, which reads, quote, "A border security bill worth passing. The Senate has reforms Trump never came close to getting." That's the quote from the Journal. This bill would also address two other important priorities. First, it provides urgent funding for Ukraine. I'm wearing my Ukraine tie, my Ukraine pin, which I've been wearing because...
I've got my Ukraine boxers on. Yo, chat, do you know about the Ukraine boxers? They're really sick. Yeah, it's like the Ukrainian flag, and then there's like Zelensky's face is on the front of the Ukrainian boxers.
They're in dire straits right now, defending themselves against a Russian onslaught, a brutal conquest. The clock is ticking. Every week, every month that passes without new aid Ukraine means fewer artillery shells, fewer air defense systems, fewer tools for Ukraine to defend itself against this Russian onslaught. Just what Putin wants. Ukrainians are fighting bravely. You know, many of you look around the room here have followed me in this for a long time.
I hope he's going to mention the ghost of Kiev, right?
I pulled together a coalition of over 50 nations to support them.
Give Dylan Burns some credit for saving Ukraine,
on the phone,
for flying that plane.
These leaders. We unified NATO. Remember when we first came to office, NATO was in, well, they're all together and actually increased the size of NATO. We can't walk away now. That's what Putin's betting on. Supporting this bill is standing up to Putin. Opposing this bill is playing into his hands. As I've said before, the stakes on this fight extend well beyond Ukraine. If we don't stop Putin's appetite for power and control in Ukraine, he won't limit himself to just Ukraine. And the cost for America and our allies and partners will rise. For those Republicans in Congress who think they can oppose funding for Ukraine and not be held accountable, history is watching.
Dylan Burns is watching, and when Dylan Burns is president, you're not going to like the fact that your record was voting against aid for Ukraine, right? That's like...
History is watching. The failure to support Ukraine at this critical moment will never be forgotten. The position of the MAGA Republicans can be characterized by the New York Times headline. First, and this is the headline, it reads, Trump...
Like, you think that Trump runs his party like a mafia don? Just wait until Delunchka is elected.
First, Putin second, America third. That cannot pertain.
Trump first, Putin second, America third. I mean, that is like the... Yeah, I feel like there's a better way to say that. Like, there's some messaging there that maybe the Democrats should pick up when the Republicans talk about America first, which like that's like branding that Nick Fuentes literally staked out. Like, I think his organization, right? It's called America First, but you know, it is a common refrain among even Republicans who don't have anything to do directly with Nick Fuentes, and the fact that they're saying America First and they really mean Trump first, that is maybe effective messaging, but it's a little too disorganized. He does seem to be coming into like a slight bit of lucidity here. Like, he seemed kind of, you know, out of it in the beginning of the speech. Now he's like, at least like, I'm convinced that he is aware of the words that are coming out of his mouth. But
this bipartisan agreement also provides Israel with what it needs to protect its people and defend itself.
Oh my God,
against Hamas terrorists. And it will provide the necessary life-saving humanitarian assistance for the Palestinian.
Yeah, this bill is a shit sandwich.
People.
With shit as bread. You know, like the keto like kind of sandwiches, like, right, where you take like, right, because you don't want bread if you're keto, or if you're on the Jordan Peterson diet, but you might want a sandwich. And so I guess what you do is you try to figure out a way to wrap meat inside of meat. Well, this deal is a way to wrap shit inside of shit. It's a shit sandwich on shit bread. And
by opposing this bill, they're denying aid to the people who are really suffering and desperately need help.
The Adderall is kicking in.
Get this done over the finish.
Oh, you know what? I never talked about the Trump pharmacy stuff, right? While Trump was in office, the pharmacy had some really strange stuff going on. Like, right, it seems like a lot of controlled substances were being passed out to not just Trump officials, but to like families of Trump officials. And the way that the White House pharmacy is supposed to work is it's involving people, staffers, people that work at the White House. It's not supposed to be there for their families too, but somehow either their families were going through there too, or there was just an excessive need. There was an excessive demand for things like Provigil and actually fentanyl. Fentanyl was one of the things, right? And people speculate about Donald Trump and his own maybe personal habits as far as, you know, there's rumors about Adderall, there's rumors about modafinil, the way that Trump keeps from looking, I mean, he does like he you know, he's talking about the controlling the airports during the Revolutionary War. There's definitely a lot of moments. In fact, Trump is known for saying incoherent stuff, but the reason he's not more incoherent possibly it might be because of some kind of chemical intervention, but that's just a theory. A Trump theory.
I want to be clear. Doing nothing is not an option. Republicans have to decide. For years, they said they want to secure the border. Now they have the strongest border bill this country has ever seen. We're seeing statements about how many oppose the bill now. Look, I understand the former president is desperately trying to stop this bill because he's not interested in solving the border problem. He wants a political issue to run against me on. They've all but said that across the board. No one really denies that I'm aware of. The American people want a solution that puts an end to the empty political rhetoric, which has failed to do anything for so long. We have to get the resources to the border to get the job done. So Republicans have to decide, who do they serve? Donald Trump or the American people? Are they here to solve problems or just weaponize those problems for political purposes? I know my answer. I serve the American people.
Oh, I know my answer. Okay.
I'm here to solve problems.
I was starting to figure out what are you saying.
That Republicans are asking for this exact bill to deal with the border, to provide support for Ukraine and Israel.
I mean, this is such a pattern for Democrats, right? You know, the Obamacare bill that, like, I'm glad to have. I didn't actually have health coverage up until that point, and you know, there's good things about it, but that was not the original blueprint for reforming medical care in the U.S. The original blueprint was something a little bit more bold. You know, in fact, there was a few different things, right? From a public option to Medicare for all. There were a few different ideas, but the one that got passed was actually a rehash of a Mitt Romney plan instituted in Massachusetts. Like the framework that Obamacare was built on was Romney Care. Something literally written by the Heritage Foundation as a way of getting ahead of what they knew was going to be a desire to reform medical care and to reform it less and to allow the private industry to still, you know, control a good amount of healthcare, right? That's what got passed. That was the great achievement. That's Obama's, like, you know, signature issue right there. And it's a Republican plan. And now we got Biden bragging about passing Trump building the wall. Like, that's what this plan does. This is build the wall.
And now...
And if we complain about it, Biden's going to tell us it gets 5 feet higher.
Now it's here. And they're saying, never mind. Never mind. Folks, we've got to move past this toxic politics. It's time to stop playing games with the world waiting and watching. And by the way, the world is waiting. The world is watching. They are waiting and watching what we're going to do.
Well, we're watching you, Joe. We're watching you, Genocide Joe.
We can't continue to let petty partisan politics get in the way of our responsibility. We're a great nation. It's not acting like a great nation. So I'm calling on Congress to pass this bill. Get it to my desk immediately. But if the bill fails, I want to be absolutely clear about something. The American people are going to know why it failed. I'll be taking this issue.
This is Elon saying, like, what was his whole thing about the Earth? Like, Twitter's gonna fail. Twitter's gonna go bankrupt, and it'll be like, you know, like the Earth will. Oh my God, I'm trying to remember this.
To the country, and the voters are going to know that it's not just a moment. Just at the moment, we're going to secure the border and fund these other programs. Trump and the MAGA Republicans said no because they're afraid of Donald Trump. Afraid of Donald Trump. Every day between now and November, the American people are going to know that the only reason the border is not secure is Donald Trump and his MAGA Republican friends. It's time for Republicans in the Congress to show a little courage, to show a little spine, to make it clear to the American people that you work for them, not for anyone else. I know who I work for. I work for the American people. In moments like this, we have to remember who in God's name we are. We're the United States of America. You've heard me say it many times.
Yeah, that's right. We're the United States of America. We're the United Trump States of America.
There's nothing beyond our capacity if we do it together. We're right on the verge of doing it together. I hope and pray.
Okay,
they find reason
you could have probably phrased that differently.
to reconsider blowing this up. May God bless you all. May God protect our troops. Folks, you're going to ask me questions. Hang on a second. I'm going to be back on Thursday. I don't want to prejudice what may be going on in negotiations now. So I'm not going to be answering any questions of this. I'll be back Thursday to stand here with you and answer all the questions you want about this issue. Thank you.
What needs to get done for the hostage deal to get resolved, sir?
This indirectly has a lot to do with the hostage deal and what's going on in the Middle East. The decision on what we do relative to Israel, the decision what we do in terms of American funding.
With advertising? Blackmail me with money?
With the situation in Ukraine. It all goes to the question of American power. It all goes to, was America keep its...
Okay, like, I'm trying to remember this. Like,
go f yourself. But go f yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob, if you're in the audience.
Well, let me ask you then.
That's how I feel. Don't advertise.
I'm trying to remember. Go F yourself. There was that thing he said about the Earth. Tell that to the Earth.
What was that trip like? And obviously, you know, there was all of the criticism. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger today.
I hope they stop.
But
go f yourself.
Well, let me ask you then.
That's how I feel. Don't advertise.
How do you think then about the economics of X? If part of the underlying model, at least today, and maybe it needs to shift, maybe the answer is it needs to shift away from advertising. If you believe that this is the one part of your business where you will be beholden to those who have this view, what do you do?
F-Y.
I understand that, but there's a reality too, right?
Yes. No.
I mean, Linda Yaccarino's right here, and she's got to sell advertising.
Absolutely. So, totally. No. Actually, what this advertising boycott is going to do, it's going to kill the company.
And do you think that
and the whole world will know.
Here we go.
That those advertisers killed the company, and we will document it in great detail.
This is what Biden sounds like. This is what Biden sounds like. The whole world will know that the Republicans killed the bill.
Those advertisers, I imagine, are going to say, we didn't kill the company.
Oh, yeah?
They're going to say...
Tell it to Earth.
The Republicans are going to say, we didn't kill the bill. We just wanted to wait for Trump to get into... Oh.
But they're going to say, Elon, that you killed the company because you said these things and that they were inappropriate things and that they didn't feel comfortable on the platform, right? That's what they're going to say.
And let's see how Earth responds to that.
Yeah, that's what Biden's counting on. Let's see how Earth responds to that. The Earth is going to object to, no, Biden, that's not how this works. That's never been how this works. Dumpkin, thank you for the follow, and Lunatrees, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Biden promised a public option in 2020. I did not remember. Yeah, Biden's promised a lot that he's not not keeping up with. The idea of Mexican and illegality was something that was constructed ideologically in the late 19th and 20th century before mass expulsions. Oh, late 19th and early 20th century before the mass expulsions in the 1930s. The Earth forgot Harambe, but I didn't. Thank you, Soul Life. Thank you for keeping that alive for us. So let's see what we got a debate. Now, chat, I am getting to Stitch and Adam, if that's what you came for. That is like literally up next. I want to cover a debate between Crystal and Sagar. I was like, wait, is it Brianna and Robbie or is it Crystal and Sagar? No, it's Crystal and Sagar. Got into it this morning over in fact, I think this might have been from the day before. This might have been from Monday, over the border crisis bill. So let's see what they have to say.
I do.
Kyrsten Sinema and some Senator Chris Murphy as well from the Democratic side. Kyrsten Sinema, I guess, from the independent side. Shall we call it that, Crystal? And then we have Senator Langford being from the state of Oklahoma.
You're fully edged. You're fully edged. Yeah, I mean, look. Generally, chat, I like to get to the main topic in like between like an hour and 30 into the stream to 2 hours, and we're like now at 2 hours and 45 minutes. I haven't even let people on Twitch know that there are ads on Twitch. They are 3 minutes long and they come at the top of the hour. That's going to be in about 15 minutes for you over there on Twitch. If you no longer want to see those ads, there are ways to get out of that, and there are ways to get out of that for free. For instance, a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Prime, you can get a free sub on Twitch. If you give it to me, you will no longer see ads on my channel. You can also get out of it by paying $5 of ransom to Twitch for your eyeballs, to get your eyeballs back for those 3 minutes that you will otherwise, have your eyeballs stolen right from your head and have them sent over to the advertising zone for 3 minutes, right? It's $6, I think, on mobile, $5 on desktop. You could also possibly be gifted a sub. It can happen. It does happen, but it's more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
Fox and Friends yesterday morning to make his case for the bill and to rebut some of his GOP colleagues who preemptively were rejecting some of the details. Here's what he had to say.
He said no self-respecting senator should agree to vote on a 370-page bill this week. Any 41 senators can prevent the bill from proceeding. If you agree that senators should have this bill for at least a few weeks and certainly more than a few days before voting on it, say so. You understand where he's coming from, right? Don't you guys have a procedural vote this week? Are you going to vote on the bill by the end of the week?
So we actually have this bill came out yesterday, Sunday. The first procedural vote is Wednesday, and that procedural vote is literally just open it up to be able to go through it and to be able to say, are we going to debate it this week? That's what Senator Lee is actually talking about. It's interesting that he said he's already opposed to it. He needs 3 weeks to be able to read it, but he's already opposed to it. Again, people have got to be able to read it, go through it themselves. Don't just go off a Facebook post somewhere what the bill says. This dramatically changes asylum. It dramatically changes deportations. We no longer have a 10-year backlog. It builds more wall. Those are the key things that it actually does. But read it for yourselves. Don't just believe what's online.
Read it for yourselves. And many Republicans did and still have ended up rejecting it. We will get to that. But there's actually a good summary of this deal from Bill Melugin. Some of you guys may be familiar with him. He's the Fox News reporter who covers the border. He's very critical of the immigration situation and of Biden. So I think, his overall summary, I think you could take from the most skeptical point of view. We can go ahead and put this up there on the screen, and I'll read from some of it. So he says, quote, my initial highlights from the border deal. There's no amnesty and legalization of anyone already who is in the U.S. illegally. It funds an increase for ICE detention capacity from 50,000 from the current 34,000. There's a 7-day, this is the most controversial part, so please pay attention to this. At a 7-day rolling average of 5,000 encounters per day, or 8,500 encounters in a single day, the Department of Homeland Security, quote, would be required to shut the border down and turn away anyone who crosses. No new asylum claims would be allowed. Anyone crossing would be removed. It would end the idea of, quote, I made it to U.S. soil and you have to process me. That would be over. Border Patrol would not process an illegal crosser and they would be removed. No asylum claim permitted unless it was made at a port of entry. Pay attention to that because it's important. They then go on and they say, this does not mean that, quote, for, quote, 5,000 are allowed in. Before the authority kicks in, single adults would be detained. Families would be released via alternative to detention. Asylum cases would be fast-tracked to months rather than years under a new rapid expanded system. Those who fail would be quickly removed from the U.S. The initial pass would be reviewed from work authorization claims and 90-day supervision until final asylum claim is determined. Shutdown authority doesn't drop until the crossings decrease significantly in the days following that. Significantly, there are tougher asylum requirements and a highly credible fear standard, including the 3 bars to eligibility, criminal history, could they have resettled in another country under the way to the U.S., called a safe third country, and, quote, could they have resettled somewhere else in their own country? Just saying that you're scared to return home no longer is enough to be required in the initial interview. It appears that that legislation would then move asylum.
So I'm going to try to play a little
judges and have them be.
I'm going to try to play a little Pal World while we watch this, because this is just a debate between Crystal and Sagar about the Biden bill. I'm wondering what kind of tack Crystal is going to take on this. Yeah, there it is. There's Pal World. I already got killed because apparently even if you pause it, the game goes on without you, and I still have to pick up fallen branches. Open the options menu to check the survival guide, and open the build menu with B. So let's
handled by USCIS, which is the U.S. immigration system. Next, they talk here about some of the increases to FEMA, humanitarian aid, increase in the number of new visas that will be granted over the last 5 years to 50,000.
I can't even see myself. Oh, there we go.
I want to pay attention to funding to hire hundreds more ICE deportation officers.
That's me.
Border Patrol agents and USCIS asylum officers.
It looks just like me.
Accompanied minor could be removed, and some of these minors would receive attorneys, pro bono, and are taxpayer funded. DHS would take 90 days to have this new system before it goes into place. And the context that he adds at the end is that the border has seen at least 5,000 encounters almost every single day of the last couple of years under Biden. So if the bill were signed into law, the border would likely be shut down on the first day that it takes effect. So Crystal, with all of that and with that skeptical summary, I think here by the Fox News reporter, it does seem to still mean that almost all Republicans have rejected it out of hand. The House of Representatives say it's a non-starter and that it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty clear there. This is a bill that is very, pretty far in the restrictionist direction. It is not something that Democrats ever would have agreed to under Donald Trump or would agree to next time under Donald Trump. Historically, any sort of increased enforcement mechanisms have been tied in a quote-unquote comprehensive immigration bill with some sort of path to legalization. There is absolutely none of that there. There's a real, so I do want to say there are pieces of this bill that I would actually support, including, as we've discussed, I mean, one of the biggest problems is you have this massive asylum case backlog.
Why is everybody playing this game? I don't know.
For these cases to be adjudicated. There are provisions in here that would help to expedite that and also would flood.
So you get tired.
Help get rid of that backlog. I think that part is important. But there's also a sort of direct attack on asylum itself, making it much more difficult to claim asylum. It's already extremely difficult to be granted asylum. The bar is already extremely high. And then there's also, as we discussed before, this quote unquote shut down the border, which is a little bit misleading how this is labeled.
I could not
But
agree.
basically the idea is once you get to over 5,000 on average on a daily basis, and there are some provisions in there like the president could change that authority, which is the other piece, is like you are giving the president, whether it's Biden or Trump, massive new powers under this bill. But the idea is once you get to that 5,000, you basically sort of like end due process and say, screw it to asylum whatsoever. So let me just talk about.
So yeah, that's the part that's in, like against international law. If someone needs to wait for their asylum claim, they shouldn't be treated as if they are guilty.
The politics, because in some ways what's in the bill isn't all that important, given that it doesn't have a chance in hell of passing. The politics here are that Trump basically came out and said, I don't want you guys to support this bill. And the Republican Party was like, okay, we won't. And so someone like James Lankford, who, took at face value the idea that the Republicans actually wanted a deal that combined border funding, with Ukraine funding, with Israel funding, which was what Republicans were pushing for at the beginning of this process. Someone like him who, really tried to negotiate in good faith and really tried to give Republicans the restrictionist ideas that he wanted under the context of a Democratic administration, he's left holding the bag like, hey guys, I thought this is what y'all wanted. But, the politics at the end of the day rules the day. One more thing on the politics, because I think this is important. There is a lot of Democratic glee about, oh, Biden, he's so clever. Like, look at how he called their bluff. And now he's flipped the script on.
Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. Like, if you think that Biden's clever here, if you think that he's playing like 11th dimensional chess, understand that he's not. He's sold out so many of his constituencies, made so many promises. I mean, like students, student loan forgiveness. He didn't even go about that in the right way. There was a path for him to actually get rid of student debt, and he didn't do it. He took the path that was more approved of by the people that have some vested interest in this, in the debt accrual by students. F? Wait. There's no F button though. You can fight. Oh my god, chat, I'm still figuring out how this game works. But yeah, no, he's not playing 11th dimensional chess. He is just selling. He's showing that the Democrats also don't care about policy. They care about power. And this is Biden, trading in the constituencies that he made promises to, that got him elected in order to try to retain power. And it's not going to work. It's not even a good idea from like a see, it's saying F to talk, but like, what is the F button? Anyway,
immigration, and now Republicans are,
What if we all just stopped paying student loans? Would they lock us all up? Probably, especially under Trump.
Look bad on this, and they're exposed as not really wanting to be serious about this problem. I don't buy that analysis at all.
I totally agree.
I do not buy that analysis at all. Number one, the border, whatever's happening there is still happening on your watch, and
But I mean, like, especially like there was a specific promise towards graduates of historically black colleges and universities, right? And this is one of the constituencies that Biden is not supporting Biden at the numbers that he expects that they were in 2020. It's because he straight up lied to those people. It's because he straight up lied about it, right? There was not even an attempt on that one, right? And there's so many examples of this, and this is just another example.
Whatever I think of it, there are many Americans who find the chaos, and I think that's fair, who want to see an orderly border process, and that does not exist right now. That is still going to be the case. It is still going to be under a Biden administration, and so that's a problem. Number two, in the last election, Biden versus Trump, we had that, prior to that election, we had the whole child separation policy, which Americans were genuinely horrified by. I mean, it was terrible. These kids who were orphaned by the United States government, the audio that was leaked of the Border Patrol agents mocking them, and all of that was horrifying. And Biden, in part to win a Democratic primary, he really positioned himself as being much more compassionate, of having this inclusive message about immigration, saying he would be a clean break from Donald Trump. And that ended up being a winning message. I mean, I'm not going to say that was like the number one reason why he got elected, but that was part of the appeal, is it would be a break from the cruelty and the chaos of a Donald Trump administration. What Biden and the Democrats have effectively done here is just embraced all of the Republican arguments on immigration, just completely caved and effectively said, like, you're right about immigration and your model is the right model. And guess what? If you want a border hawk, you are not going to defeat Donald Trump on those grounds. Yes. Like, why would you compete on who can be the biggest asshole at the border? You are not going to win that competition. So one of the basics of politics is to try to fight the fight that you want to fight on the grounds that you want to engage, where your strengths are. No, don't go to the place where he's the strongest, where if it's a competition of like who's going to be the most cruel and the most restrictionist at the border, there's no doubt that Donald Trump and Stephen Miller are going to win that all day long. So I think all of this celebration, oh, Biden's so clever, Biden's so smart, this was such a great ploy, is insane. I think it's cope. I think it's ridiculous, and I think it's foolish.
I totally agree on the politics. Disagree a bit on the policy. People can go watch some of our debates on that in the past. But yeah, I mean, listen, no matter what, like I'm a pretty strong immigrant immigration voter. I would say is one of the main, if anything still ties me to the main Republican Party, it would be immigration. Why would I ever vote for Biden? It's like one of those where if this is a policy where it's one of my #1 issues, and
Oh, also, Shaxby, thank you for the membership on YouTube.
Why would I vote for somebody who
it didn't tell me
undermined the immigration policy over the first 3 years, got dragged here kicking and screaming, and is trying to do this for a political ploy, which, as you said, is not going to work. Now, I'll take myself out of it and just say, who are people who are voting on the border? If you are voting on the border, you're a Republican. Like, I just want to break it to you. You are the #1 issue in the Republican Party today amongst the GOP primary electorate is immigration. Also, something else that has become very clear on the politics here, I'm curious what you think of this, is that in the past, excuse me, is that there was a major split on immigration in the Republican Party. Lindsey Graham, Marco Rubio, the Gang of Eight, by and large embraced in 2013 the idea of comprehensive immigration reform paired with some future border enforcement. Now, with basically the shutdown and the collapse of GOP support for even a bill like this, it basically means Trump has won the argument within the party. Even in this, it is over. The starting point for the Republican Party now is zero illegal immigration. Asylum itself, over. I support that, by the way, just so everybody knows, in terms of revamping our asylum process. But my point is that this view was a minority view within the establishment Republican Party. And the way that you know this, Crystal, is that the U.S. Chamber of Commerce endorsed this bill. It doesn't matter at all. Why did they endorse it? Well, because they like cheap labor, but that's a secondary part. My point is just that the establishment centers of power, the big business groups and others, which combined with the Koch parties I wouldn't say they had won the argument with voters, but they certainly had won with the establishment. To have a guy like Langford who comes from that wing of the party, who did, even he tried to negotiate something like this and it just be nuked outright, I think that demonstrates like a major shift in immigration politics, period. I also agree with you on the Democratic side, which is, and this is where I actually want to know what you think, because for me, under Trump, it was easy to scream about child separation, even though Obama did it too, and all of this, and then everyone just conveniently forgets that whenever it happens. But to me, the asylum and the images of the border under Biden just became so untenable within the system that they're trying to use past frameworks for the current problem where you have 6 to 8 million people that cross, under the Biden administration. It just seems to have collapsed within its own logic.
Well, he's now I'm trying to remember Robbie Suave, the current the person that kind of like, so if you don't know, Crystal and I always pronounce his name wrong. Crystal and Sagar were the hosts of The Rising before Brianna and Robbie Suave took over. Robbie Suave's a libertarian. I don't know as much about Sagar. The idea is you pair up somebody from the left who is not maybe standard for the left, who's gonna, be expected to agree with the right wing on certain issues. Crystal was the previous model. Brianna Joy Gray is the current model. And with somebody on the right, Robbie Suave is the current one. Sagar was the co-host with Crystal. I'm not sure where his politics are, but I mean, like, the zero immigration does not sound very libertarian. And that's generally what they've gone with.
Well, I mean, the collapse is a long time coming and predates Joe Biden. Yeah. Because basically, I mean, to go back in some of the history of our immigration system, for a long time, the overwhelming number of people who were coming to America were single Mexican males who were coming for work. And there started to be a shift, largely driven, by the way, by our totally messed up foreign policy vis-a-vis Guatemala, El Salvador in particular, where these countries became incredibly violent and it was incredibly dangerous. And the number of people coming from those Northern Triangle countries spiked. We have not had a major overhaul of our immigration system since the early 90s.
Yeah, so we haven't updated asylum law since the 90s.
Exactly.
Right.
So we have a system that even at its, even when it was sort of reflective of the predominant type of migrant that was coming, it's not like it was working that well then either. And, you know, it's never been updated to be able to process the number of asylum claims that are coming in. There's, you know, always been this tension over, okay, who actually merits asylum. There's been a massive amount of discrimination between the types of migrants that will be granted asylum. For example, if you're from Cuba, probably granted asylum. If you're from Guatemala,
wet foot, dry foot.
you're not going to be granted asylum. If you're from Haiti, you're not going to be granted asylum. If you're from El Salvador, you're not going to be granted asylum. If you're from like a former communist country.
Yeah. So in other words, countries that are perceived to be enemies of the United States, people immigrating from there are granted asylum, whereas
you know, escaping persecuted Venezuela, for example, you will be granted asylum. So it's always been very selective, very political, and largely broken, and the resources inadequate to deal with the number of people who come now claiming asylum. And that really is the core of the issue. Now, the other piece of the issue is, of course, just a question of like, okay, but how many people do you want to come? How many people is appropriate for, you know, how many people? I think there's a practical consideration of how many people can be absorbed in a nation at a time, given the amount of resources, et cetera. My number for that is much higher than your number for that. You know, I mean, that's where we just like wildly differ. I think we can agree on the need for the additional resources to process the claims, but when it comes to how many people should come into the country, you know, I think we feel very differently about that. But with Joe Biden, what do I think happened that brought him to this place? First of all, I do think he had this idea of like, oh, I'm going to call their bluff.
Yes.
And it's an instinct that we have seen reflected in a bunch of European nations as well, among these sort of like center-left neolibs, where it's like, oh, the right is beating me up on immigration, so let me pretend like I'm on the right. And I was telling you there was a study that The Guardian wrote up recently that looked at whether or not that worked electorally, and they were like, no, it doesn't work. Because if people want an immigration asshole, then they're going to vote for the...
Yes, sorry. Sorry, Robbie.
At the same time, it's demoralizing your own base.
Sarah.
Biden, as we know, because of Israel and other issues, but in particular because of Israel, his base is already demoralized. This only further is like another thumb in their eye of, I'm going to be even harsher on immigration than Donald Trump was, and I'm going to completely flip from the messaging that I ran on back in 2020. So I think electorally, it's foolish. I think the other thing that happened, Sagar, is because you did have these, like I think the project of busing migrants into cities.
Oh, it was genius.
I think that was very effective because it is true that, you know, especially like a city like New York. Now, I think it's preposterous, the idea that a gigantic city like New York, a city that in a very short period of time in the last century gained 30% of its population and is a city of immigrants, can't handle absorbing 100,000 plus immigrants. I think that's preposterous. But if people are coming with zero resources all at once and no work permits even to be able to provide for themselves, well, yeah, that is a drain on resources.
Well,
that's
and they
a
have
difficult
right to
thing to do.
So essentially, the displacement and the removal and of immigrants from one state, let's say Texas, or let's say Florida, to another, let's say New York, it's purposefully done as an attack on the infrastructure, on the immigration infrastructure of that city. In other words, there's no notice given of like, hey, we are sending you this many people, right? It's essentially like it's designed to have these optics. Dehumanizing language that she's using.
And they have the right to shelter. And so Eric Adams is going like, you know, I need...
Like I said, Crystal's not exactly great either.
Help. What are we going to do? And Kathy Hochul is the same thing. And Chicago mayor, same thing. And so I do think that also impacted some of the politics here of how we ended up in this place.
No question. I totally agree. I actually think that's probably the single most impactful thing. One of the reasons, again, why I think it collapsed on its own logic is Europe is a good example. So back in 2015, if people will remember, there was the great Syrian, Afghan migrant wave across Europe, some of which they're still dealing with today. They had the same level of asylum law that they had to grapple with, which is like, how much of this is real? Most of these guys are military-age men. What exactly does this all mean? Are they trying to stay here? Are they really fleeing for their lives? Well, also, they're from a war-torn country. Can we send them back? Like, what do we do?
Right.
And that led to, I mean, mean, the rise of places like Viktor Orban, Hungarian politics. I was just in Vienna and in Budapest. Both of them told me that the migrant crisis was the single biggest sea change in all of politics. It led to the first breakdown of the Schengen since the 1990s. It really undermined a lot of the internal logic of the European Union. Even today, there's some massive battles about it. And, you know, Rishi Sunak, for example, he is under massive pressure from his right because of the asylum thing. Arguably, Brexit would not have happened if the German asylum invitee thing had nothing. So the politics of it, I think, really comes down to the fact that the law from the 90s was just not prepared for what the situation was going to be. I think we can genuinely agree. In terms of the policy and all of that now here, as I said, it has now been and shifted dramatically to the right for the Republican Party now. Depending on where you stand, I think that's a good thing personally, but you know, it's an Overton window shift nonetheless. To underscore that, guys, can we put this please up on the screen? It's the actual whip list, which is the opposition right now to the Senate border deal. What we see here in the opposition right now, Crystal, is that you have 2 no votes, Bob Menendez, Alex Padilla. Actually, I believe Bernie Sanders
also a no.
has been added to that as well.
I think Markey and there's one more that I think there's 5 Democratic or Bernie's and independent no votes.
A lot of this is moving quickly, so we're doing our best. The reason why this is important is that right now it is going to be very difficult for this to even get to 60 votes. The reason why that would matter is that if it's at 60, then it can't even, if it doesn't get 60 votes, it will not even be able to get cloture. The secondary thing that is very important to understand here, if we could put A3, please, up on the screen, is that the House of Representatives has already declared, this is a joint statement from Speaker Johnson, Steve Scalise, who's the House Majority Whip, and Elise Stefanik, have all a statement that they've put out and say that the Senate supplemental says any consideration of this Senate bill in its current form is a waste of time. It is dead, capital D, on arrival in the House. We encourage the U.S. Senate to reject it. That, as I understand it, Crystal, is actually playing a huge part in undermining many of the votes in the Senate because many Republicans do not want to take a risky vote on immigration if they know that it's not. I mean, it makes sense, obviously. You know, you don't want to take a bill. Already, Senator Langford, by the way, is under massive fire amongst the GOP faithful from what I've seen. Trump basically disavowed him yesterday, even though, plot twist, he endorsed him. Also, many DeSantis voters are passing this around. In his endorsement of Senator Langford, he said he's strong on the border. You can't even make it up.
I mean, but this bill is strong on the border. Like, this bill.
Well, it depends on your perspective.
Compared to the status quo, if you're in favor of restrictionist immigration policies, this makes it much more stringent. It makes it, much more towards the Republican vision. And I have to say, for me, what this reminds me of is, I don't know if you guys remember, I know you remember, back in the Obama days when there was all this grand bargain, we're going to try to get a grand bargain.
Yeah.
And which meant like,
so I've said this too. This is really similar to the rhetoric during the Grand Bargain. The Grand Bargain was supposed to be a reform of Social Security under the idea that Social Security is failing, and that therefore the benefits must be cut and/or the age of retirement be raised, despite the fact that you've been paying into Social Security all your life. It's called an entitlement, not because you're entitled for taking it, but because you're literally entitled because that's your money that you paid into. So there was a, there are a lot of right-wing business interests wanted Obama to pass this grand bargain, which essentially would have decreased the output of Social Security. And Obama was willing to do it. Obama made a plan to do it. Obama tried to do it. And the only reason that he was unable to actually have this happen was that the Republicans didn't want to give him a W. Now, it's not a W, it's him selling out his constituency, but his real constituency are the centrists that write the history books and that say that, like, this president was good because he made bipartisan reform, this president was bad because he was inconvenient to business. And Obama wanted to be the former, not the latter. He couldn't get it passed, he couldn't sell out. So this is like not the... Wait, why am I dying? Starving. Okay, that's why. Can I eat this food? I love how I can talk to this person. I tried making graves for everyone first, then I'm about to die of... I don't know how food works in this game. Irene is a socialist, correct? Yeah. Learning is good. We should never feel bad about learning new things, especially when it comes to Video games. God damn it. Like, why does this game not... Okay. Like, look. Like, it told me to pick up wood to gather materials. It didn't tell me anything about food. Survival guide. Food. Food. Where is food? Hunger. By using food from the inventory, you can replenish the players and pals. All right, but where do you get the food? What is food in this game? Yo, so much. What should I do first? Okay, I'm gonna freaking die because, like, this game sucks at explaining food. Go eat a bush? How? I've seen bushes. I can't see shit now, but, like, there are bushes around here. I don't know if that's, like, real advice from people who have played the game, or if that's, like, meme advice. See, is that a bush? Nothing's, like, lighting up and being like, press this button to eat the food. Like, that's a bush right there. I don't know. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die here.
You know, cutting Social Security and Medicare, basically. And Obama came to the table with a deal like, here, Tea Party, I'm going to cave to your wishes.
Make a torch, the bushes with berries.
Social Security and Medicare on the table. And because they, you know, I think it was probably some of the same logic if they didn't want to, quote unquote, give Obama a win.
I'm not sure if I can even build.
You know, the stated reason was like, oh, this doesn't go far enough and this doesn't do enough. So the Tea Party did, you know, the work of people like me who don't want to see those programs cut and killed that initiative. And guess what? That never came around again. And so, you know, I think, first of all, it's very uncertain whether Donald Trump is going to end up in the White House. I think it's a 50-50 prospect. That's number one. There's no way he's going to have a filibuster-proof majority and control of the House and be able to just, like, do whatever he wants on the border. Now, he can do what he wants to do with executive action, but that's always limited.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Both in what you can do and also in the duration of how long that lasts. So if you actually want to, quote unquote, close the border and limit asylum and all of these things, like, this is probably your best chance under a Democratic president. Democrats, like I said, would never agree to something that was so enforcement heavy under Trump or under a Republican president. So I think this probably is their best chance if they actually care about, you know, the restrictionist policies they claim to care about. Just to give you one example, this bill would more than double the budget of ICE.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
It would give the DHS secretary unilateral powers to deport as many people as he or she wants to deport.
Mm-hmm.
These are powers that, this is, again, from the Democratic perspective, why I think this is insane. Like, yes, you're giving these powers right now to Joe Biden and Joe Biden's administration, but if Trump wins, you're giving those powers to Trump and his administration. Are you really comfortable with that and the way that they would use those powers? So, again, I think if you actually, you know, back the rhetoric that they back and believe in a restrictionist policy, this is probably the best deal you're going to get. And I am incredibly delighted, especially when you pair it with Ukraine and Israel aid.
Well, yeah, there
that they want to, well, and there we can agree.
Yeah.
That they want to kill this thing and that it's, quote unquote, dead on arrival in the House.
I'll give you the case that I've heard, which is McConnell's an old man. He's either going to die or he's not going to be there very soon. And he's the only person.
I'm dying of cold. Okay.
To nuke the filibuster in the case of
for less cold over here.
Remember, for the border wall, HR 2 already passed the House of Representatives. HR 2 goes much farther than this. I'm a very strong supporter of HR 2. I think it's a great bill on immigration. It completely reforms asylum in a very different policy. Endorsed also by the Border Patrol Union.
By the way, this bill is endorsed by the Border
That's
Patrol
why I wanted
Union.
to talk about this.
Yes.
So I did some digging. I asked some of my immigration friends, I go, what the hell are these doing? Because I was like, this can't be real. Brandon Judd, who I know, by the way, Brandon was the head of the Border Patrol Unit. I used to work with him quite a bit in the past. So
There we go.
one of the reasons the Border Patrol Union supports this is because it dramatically increases their pay. It's not just over asylum, but that's...
Yeah, but I mean, what they wrote in their endorsement is this gives us like the strongest set of tools that we've ever had.
That's true. Yeah, absolutely, no question. But again, my case, the case that I have heard from those who say is, look, Mitch is going to be gone. We already have the House. We've won the argument. Now the senators are going to vote the way that we tell them to. If we nuke the filibuster for, many Republicans who are not named Mitch McConnell are very open to nuking the filibuster, and they're like, we'll just pass our immigration bill. I know you're against the filibuster too, so it's one of those where...
Maybe, but there's no reason why you couldn't do that. You couldn't pass this bill and then still do that down the road.
I think
that doesn't
it's funny
foreclose the
because
possibility to completely
named,
kill
for
asylum
example,
down the road.
The DHS secretary, gets unilateral authority. Well, Republicans don't try. They're impeaching him right now because they say that he's not following the law. For them, it's actually one of the reasons not to give the power to Mayorkas or to the president.
I mean, but it gives him unilateral authority to deport as many people as he wants
I
to
agree.
deport.
They think
that's not
that
like
number would be zero.
It's not like unilateral authority to give them amnesty. It just goes in one direction. So your worst case scenario is, the status quo.
Well, if you give somebody a work permit and you don't deport them, that basically is amnesty because when the hell are they going to leave? I mean, that's kind of the...
But here's the thing, just on a substantive level that I genuinely don't understand and I want to hear your analysis of. Republicans, we've covered this on the show a bunch of times, talk about, all these people who are leaving New York, going to Texas, going to Florida. And that's seen as like, that internal migration is seen as like, I think justifiably so, terrible for New York and terrible for California and fantastic for Texas and fantastic for Florida. But suddenly when it's people who are coming from outside the country, even though they're also just human beings, and by the way, immigrants, like some of the clearly like hardest working and oftentimes most patriotic people you could possibly meet, suddenly when they're coming from...
So do you see what I mean about Crystal? Like, I mean, this is just like, yeah, they're really patriotic and, willing to be, like she's saying, hard working, but essentially, vulnerable. And, especially if you don't have status, if you don't have, status to be able to work, then you're really vulnerable for being exploited. And it's just weird, like how kind of compromised this all already is from the start, and how much this just destroys any meaningful reform that might help actually fix the immigration process and get us out of this situation where Republicans are constantly able to use this as a moral panic, I mean, this has become a parachute cord for them, right? You in trouble, you're not sure you're going to lose, you're going to win your election. Attack an immigrant. Get some pictures of immigrants and imply that they are coming to do unspeakable stuff to this country. Despite the fact that you've got examples like Topeka, Kansas, where, there's a community that you can point to that immigrants literally saved. I mean, this is really, this kind of caving in is really, really bad.
The country, when they come to New York, it's like, oh my God, this is terrible for New York. So how is it that people leaving is bad, but also people coming is bad?
It's a philosophical difference, Crystal, which is that the first part, your people are lawful permanent residents and they're American citizens. And the people who are coming here are not. And in most cases...
But they could be.
Maybe, but, they don't pay taxes.
If they're allowed
most of them don't speak English.
But that would be an argument.
They're coming here. They're trying to find jobs. They're getting jobs, like being exploited, being paid like less than minimum wage because that's all they can freaking get. They would love to get a job and pay taxes, right? They want like, I don't know, it's such a weird thing. Like, like you get this implication that people are showing up somehow, like, draining the resources when, like I told you, a lot of times they're, and talking about undocumented work, right? In some cases, people immigrating who are working, you know, without papers end up using, social security numbers that aren't theirs and actually putting social security money in the way in the accounts of you know, citizens, like, right? It's just a weird thing to attack these people on based on just like Sagar say so, right? And what he's relying on is racism. What he's relying on is bigotry. Like he's relying on people's bigoted assumptions to make these claims because they're just unfounded. There's no actual there. But it sells. It sells because people are racist. People want to see, you know, people are racist. People are xenophobic. They want to see people immigrating in a certain way. They are, you know, it doesn't take much to get people, to make people fear immigrants and to assume the worst about them. Like for instance, Anna Kasparian, that we covered Anna Kasparian on Sunday. That situation in Times Square, and you know, she's got this sort of, like, she even says that when you look at immigrants and like levels of crime, you find that immigrants are actually more law-abiding than citizens, right? Because like you would assume when somebody comes to another country and has uncertain status and you know, really you know, trying to immigrate, they're going to be like, they've got every incentive to, you know, not you know, get any sort of trouble. But at the same time, the way that Anna's talking about this is like, this is what happened when you have a broken immigration system. People come in and they kick the shit out of cops, right? It doesn't make sense. There's no real motivation for you know, for asylum seekers to get in a fight with cops, right? There's something more that happened there. Put that together with the fact that these people were released without bail, and you can pretty easily grok that there's more to this situation that went on. Like, right, they didn't just like not hold them because they are super woke and they love immigrants. They did it because they could not legally hold them. And that shows you that something else went on there that we're not privy to. But Anna wants to just like make you, lead you into these assumptions of assuming the worst about these people.
For a pathway to citizenship, to legalizing them, bringing them out of the shadows. Because yeah, the problem, and this is one of the arguments about like, oh, it depresses the wages. What depresses wages is when you have people who are
there we go,
who are in the shadows, who are being paid under the table, oftentimes like less than minimum wage and not having to abide by labor regulations. What you're making is an argument for legalizing immigrants, for allowing in more legal immigrants versus having this massive shadow economy.
I actually don't support legalizing immigrants, and I don't support pathway to citizenship for the vast majority of people here. And I'll tell you why, which is that as fundamentally is a fairness issue. People like my parents spent years and tens of thousands of dollars on lawyers trying to get visas. They had PhDs and master's degrees. It's not that.
Do you think that was right? Do you think that elitist approach where you got to have a PhD or a master's degree to get in is right? Do you think that approach where you've got to spend tens of thousands of dollars on an attorney is right? Do you think that's fair? This is a piss poor argument, Sagar. This is a piss poor argument.
Easy for people to get a visa to this country. You can ask anybody who's like me. I think it's bullshit, frankly, that you can just cross the border, just say, I fear for my life because El Salvador sucks, and you get to stay here, and you get to work for 5-10 years, liably never leave. The other case, and this is, look, you can call me racist if you want. The vast majority of people arriving here have no skills. We're lucky if they have a 5th grade reading level in Spanish, let alone in English. They're not educated in terms of the jobs that they're going to take. I mean, is it really fair to depress like wages for the lower class Americans?
It doesn't, though.
No, but I mean, absolutely.
The research.
It's a supply and demand issue. It's basic.
If you don't want the wages to be suppressed, right? If you don't want wages to be depressed for the you know, for citizens, then how about you provide some pathway to a legal status? Like that is only going on because the people are in a situation where they don't require small feed bag. Why do I need a small feed bag? Anyway.
Your assumption is that there's some set number of jobs in the economy and that's it, end of story, it doesn't shift. So again, it comes back to, okay, then why is it a great thing for farmers to be moving to Texas? Why is that great for Texas? Why isn't that them taking their jobs and depressing their wages and ruining?
Yeah, literally you can't make this argument without racism or xenophobia.
Many people in my home state of Texas would say it's ruining their community, and it is driving prices up because of the supply.
Yeah, but they brag about, oh, all the moving vans coming here to Florida and to Texas. But when it's American citizens coming from New York, then it's amazing and it's great for the economy, et cetera, et cetera. But somehow, even though it's just also people, they just happen to be coming from outside the country, then suddenly it's terrible. It doesn't make sense.
I just think there's a fundamental difference between a guy who makes 200.
Yeah, what you're missing, Crystal, is that racism makes it make sense.
Moves to Austin, who's paying taxes and can buy a house, than somebody who comes here with literally $0.
I think that's so classist. Because
no, it's not classist. They're not. First of all,
look. If you want to argue with a right winger about this, don't say it's classist. Say it's elitist, right? They love talking about elitism. They cannot get enough of discourse about elitism, right? That's what it is. It's elitist. You're being elitist.
Hold on, Sagar. Think about, put aside who deserves what, et cetera, et cetera. Just think about the best interest of the country.
Oh, I'm hungry.
It's
okay.
Very clear that some level of
I need a feed bag.
See it again when we're talking about interest.
In order to eat.
It's very good for local economies. And you know what? What we have seen as a nation of immigrants is that in these subsequent waves of immigration, some of the hardest working people, most family-oriented people, et cetera,
absolutely,
and more law-abiding, by the way.
I love how she has to adopt right-wing, essentially a right-wing framework in order to argue this, right? This is if there's one thing that I could recommend to Democrats, if they want to stop being losers, stop adopting the framework of right-wingers.
Are immigrants.
Depends on the type, but yes.
Nope, not true. If you look overall, immigrant populations more law-abiding than native-born citizens, not to mention, yes, when they first come and they're learning the language and they're new, et cetera, and they're bringing their cultures, we all know what the next generation looks like. They just look like Americans. Their kids are going to speak English. They're going to be
oh my God,
100% American.
Like Crystal's argument, they assimilate really well.
Well, it depends. Look, George Borjas, who works over at Harvard University, has done a 2017 fantastic study which shows that
this is depressing.
Largely depresses wages for lower class Americans. So that's number one. I would say the empirical data is pretty set on this in terms of the laws of supply and demand. But number two, again, is a deep philosophical difference. I think that the net migration level that we should have over the next 30 years should be zero. And this is my case again, and look, people will be like, how can a guy, son of Indian immigrants, by the way, my mom vehemently disagrees with me if anybody wants to know. And she also votes, so she can vote the way that she wants, if people want to know. I'll tell you, which is that in the 1919s and the teens, we had a hyphenated American crisis, very similar to the one that we have here. Mass internal strife, complete differences of opinion, people speaking German, people speaking Italian. They had dual loyalty to their old countries, as we saw during the First World War.
Dual loyalty. God, this is just...
It was a huge problem. We had a massive foreign-born population.
And look, for the record, this is no longer The Rising. This was The Rising. These are the two co-hosts of The Rising. They've got their own show now called Breaking Points. They went, independent, if you want to call it this, but they still suck. Dual loyalty. That's what my dude just said. Dual loyalty.
To today. Internal strife was solved one way. We dramatically lowered the level of immigration. We let people assimilate into the country. And for the next 40 to 50 years, we had very, very little immigration. Now, that is my case for us becoming a cohesive nation, which can have a true national identity, and one where the foreign-born population, where it is currently at an all-time high, should not continue to be higher with an orderly process. I will also say many Indians will be pissed off at what I'm saying because I'm also claiming that legal immigration should go to net zero. And I strongly believe it because I do believe that our current sovereignty and internal politics is so divisive largely because we do not relate to one another whatsoever. And
that really has nothing to do with
from
immigration.
The third world is just not
but
going to work.
Even if you look at like the political divide has never been actually less racially polarized than it is right now.
Sure.
And in fact, Republicans are winning. This is the other thing with all this like great replacement. Oh, they want to bring in all these immigrants just so they can vote for Democrats. Like that's actually happening less and less.
We
and
still
Republicans love to brag about how they're winning over this population, but also fearmonger about how they could never win this population. So that's another part of the conversation that I think makes absolutely no sense and is utterly ridiculous. The divide in this country, yeah, some.
Can anybody tell me, how do you eat in this game? How do you eat? Like this like there's so much shit that just like is like what I love about Minecraft is it's intuitive. This is the opposite of intuitive. I'm literally gonna die with food because I don't have a feed bag. Now I don't think that's like the only way you can eat. I just don't know what the other, okay, you can switch to different like things here. This game looks hella mid. I don't know. What do you, I mean, you know this is Pal World, right? This is what everybody's playing. And I didn't pay for it. This is just the this is the free version of the game.
You know, there are some racial divisions.
The show should be called The Ryking instead of The Rising.
But increasingly, we're actually less polarized.
It's called Pal World.
Racial lines. And, you know,
I mean, cool outfits, right?
Wager, and I think most people would agree that ultimately the country is better for those waves of Irish and Italian and Polish and German immigrants. I mean, that's part of what has made this country what it is. And I don't see this new wave of migrants coming from a different part of the world in any different way. So listen, is there a limit to—
Wait, am I automatically eating this?
Just again, you know,
no, I'm hungry.
Flood the zone with a whole bunch of new people, and that creates housing. There's
oh, they're gonna go bad. They're gonna go bad.
You know, you can just bring in—
How do I eat?
It's not going to cause an issue. But I do think that there's something fundamentally broken in a logic that would say—
how do I eat?
When a place like the industrial Midwest empties out and these towns are decaying and people are fleeing, it's very clear that's a bad thing. It's very clear when it's New York and people are leaving New York that that's a bad thing. But then somehow when it's other people who are coming in, which in a different scenario, if they, you know, came from a different country, a different part of the world, you say, this is great, this is wonderful. Somehow that's—
by using food items from the inventory, you can replenish a player or pal's hunger. But how? How do you do it?
Documented illegal workforce, that can be a problem for wages. Actually document—
yeah, there should be uses. Okay, so you go like this.
It's actually good.
You go like this. Oh my God, I couldn't see it. X
in general is good for the economy and helps for the like thriving of that local area. So that's why, you know, again—
wait, am I doing it? Why?
Just, you know, let's have an unlimited number. But I think we can handle a lot more than we have.
There it is. That's eating.
All kinds of people, all kinds of parts of the country. And I also just think
that's eating.
Like goes against some core American values, this complete attack on the asylum process and this idea that we don't care if you're being persecuted. We don't care if you fear for your lives. You know, we don't care if you're like, you know, a Jew trying to escape Nazi Germany or whatever.
Well, that's not fair.
It is. If you're ending the asylum process, it is.
These people are not fleeing Holocaust.
Yeah, but
okay?
No, but some people—
that's what the asylum process is for, right? You can't say that. He just universally said, like, essentially these people aren't fleeing like an asylum situation, right? There we go. More assumptions. They're lying about their need for asylum. And like what this policy does, remember, is it caps it at 5,000 encounters. After that, it doesn't matter who comes in. It doesn't matter if there is like a, you know, if the Nazis have like come back to Earth and they're literally fleeing the Nazis, like, right, they have taken over, you know, a country, and they're like, it doesn't matter. You won't talk to them. You won't see them. They're shut out. They're shut off, right? That's what's wrong with this policy. And this is the Democrats. This is the policy that is untenable for the Republicans. This is the policy that's not stringent enough for the Republicans, right? It is this draconian bullshit. This issue is so fucked up. American politics are so dysfunctional. It is almost beyond repair.
No.
They're fleeing gang violence.
Yeah,
By the way,
but hold on.
Press M to munch. That seems like it should work.
In the asylum process, you are telling people who would potentially be fleeing a Holocaust, like, we don't care. That's too bad. We're
basically.
What we could say is, if there's a future Holocaust, then sure, we on a case-by-case basis we can evaluate.
But there's no case-by-case basis when you shut the fucking door.
Again, I would even say is that okay, El Salvador. Let's currently look. Everyone likes to talk about root causes. Well, what just happened? We just had a mass election of a right-wing authoritarian president who threw all the criminals in jail and dramatically lowered their murder rate. That proves they are adults with agency. They can elect leaders who want to deal with their problems and deal with their own problems and stay where they are. El Salvador's problems are El Salvador's. Venezuela's problems are Venezuela's. Has it been exacerbated by U.S. sanctions? Sure. But at the end of the day, it's not our problem. It's not our fault that your country, if your country sucks, it's your responsibility to fix it.
But see, I just look at this totally different. I mean, first of all, like, you know, we can't exempt ourselves from the foreign policy that we, up till very recently, were, you know, screwing over these countries, or the drug war that is one of the, you know, most critical root causes in making many of these places incredibly violent. But even if you put that aside, like I said, like, I don't see this as like a punishment. I think if you look at it through another lens of, you know, typically it's a great thing when people want to move to a place. When they want to move to Florida, somehow it's a great thing. You know, when they want to move to Texas, somehow it's a great thing. So I don't see this as like, oh, we're being punished by having to clean up other people's messes. No, I think we should have a process that's orderly. I think we should have enough resources to be able to deal with the number of people that are coming. I think we should have an ability, you know, a system that makes sense, that lets in a certain number, you know, that's not going to overwhelm the entire country. But we should in general see it as a good thing that people want to come to the United States of America and still see it as the land of opportunity.
You should see it as a land of opportunity. It should be. It should be a land of opportunity for people who live here and people who are natural-born U.S. citizens or lawful permanent residents.
But that's the thing is, like, you see this as a zero-sum game, and it's not. It's not.
Like I said, there's a lot of data to back it up. Now, in terms of the difference between the Irish and the German, is we were a rapidly industrializing economy which needed cheap labor. I would also say that a lot of people who were natural born hated the Irish and the Germans with some good reason, because they were depleting their wages and were willing to work for much less than they were, and they were driving around their overall wages, which led to major labor disputes even within unions at the time. So that played out 100 years ago, but that was 100 years ago, and we can say what it is. Today, we are not a rapidly industrializing economy or a rapidly deindustrializing economy. We don't need a lot of cheap labor. The predominant amount of cheap labor that does come here and ends up work in places like home healthcare space, they end up depressing.
Do you hear how he's talking about people like cattle? The predominant amount of labor ends up working in home hospice, in home healthcare, right? He's talking about people. Like as the labor that shows up.
Wages in places like construction,
like,
and others.
This is worse than the Monopoly guy talking about how it's impossible to get any good help anymore, right? You're literally referring to people as labor. It's dehumanizing. Yeah, exactly.
Supply issue. I mean, you know, like, where are these people gonna live? But then, look.
Wait, that's not fucking true. We have a commoditization of housing issue, right? We have a human right that's being turned into an investment, and we are all suffering from that transformation, right? That is just gross. Oh my God.
Economic argument as much. It's about process and it's about legality. For example, and you're using the ones about El Salvador. Why is it fair that we invaded Iraq and Iraqis can't just walk here? Don't they have more right to live here than anyone in El Salvador? I would say, yeah, absolutely.
I would let them in
yeah,
too.
But it's not fair because they can't walk here across Mexico.
We do have special programs for, I think, Iraqis, but definitely Afghan interpreters as well who helped us in our war.
Helped
so
us,
absolutely.
That's the clarity. But not every random Iraqi who happened to live in the country between 2003 and 2020. It's just not. It's not a fair process that just because you can walk across Mexico, or if you're some Chinese or Haitian or whatever, that Somali or whatever, you can afford a ticket.
Jesus Christ. The way he's talking about people. The way he's talking, and all the actual, Kyle Kulinski is immediately disqualified from any public opinion for marrying Crystal. All the data shows it actually says Sagar. Yeah, with no proof whatsoever. This is gross. This is gross shit. We're about to get into more gross racist shit. Are you ready for that? If you're some kind of, yeah, I know, like, I don't even repeat what he said because it's too gross. Ooh, a pal sphere.
To there, that puts you ahead of the line. And the reason that these are all men is because it is based upon a belief that you can come here, you can Western Union your money back, and most of these countries, just so people know, huge portions of their economy come from illegal labor and Western Union transfers from the United States. They're called remittances. There was a huge effort in the Trump years to try and tax remittances, which of course the Republicans quashed, but it's secondary for the conversation right now. My only point is that it has to be orderly. I think we agree. But on the net benefit, I totally disagree that a bunch of people who cannot even speak English, the vast majority of these people, some of them don't even speak Spanish.
Listen,
I think a lot of people don't understand.
This may be controversial on the left. Like, I don't actually have a problem with part of the citizenship process being a requirement to speak English. So make that a requirement. I mean, that's the thing is you can't say...
But that's citizenship. I'm talking about living here.
But you can't say you have to follow the process. But then there is no process to follow and be like, also, I'm going to make sure that there is no process to follow. I just, I think that's fundamentally unfair. And, the other thing is, like, there's this assumption that everyone in the world would come to the United States of America.
A lot of them would.
And that's just not borne out by the data. Even among, there's a lot of focus on the, like, Central and South American migrants who come here. There's far more Venezuelans who have migrated to neighboring countries to Venezuela than there are who have attempted to come here. People typically, they want to, if they're under pressure, first of all, most people don't want to leave their homes. And I think anyone out there could relate to, like, you like where you live, you have a certain level of comfort, like you want to stay in your home. So already, if you're like, I have to migrate, this is a pretty extraordinary circumstance. Then most people, the overwhelming majority of migrants, are looking to go to the countries that are most proximate, where, again, they may have family ties or it just may feel more comfortable for them or whatever.
No!
So it's not.
I didn't mean to attack.
That if you
oh my God, I'm attacking the pal.
In the world would want to come here. That's just not the way it works.
Well,
so
it's aggro. It's aggro.
That Iraqis can't come. Like, okay, so let's get them plane tickets.
Right, but they can't. That's my point. And
you definitely don't want to attack that elephant.
2021, 900 million people would migrate to the West if they could. Sorry, that's just not going to happen. And this is the same thing whenever it comes to asylum.
I'm not arguing that we should just, like, let an unlimited number in. I just think the focus only on restrictionism.
Oh no, the chicken's following me.
There's this assumption that the more cruel and restrictive you are at the border, number one,
how am I supposed to make friends with them?
Not true, because almost definitionally, the more you're squeezing the number of actual legal migrants, the more you're going to have illegal migrants, because these are not people who are, like, casually leaving their homes. They have, real reasons and are not going to be and haven't shown any deterrence based on the cruelty at the border or the restrictionist policies at the border. I'll give you a perfect example. After Trump instituted the child separation policy with these dramatically cruel images, I mean,
I just got poultry and an egg.
Possibly imagine coming.
That's terrible.
The number of migrants actually went up.
I don't like this game.
That the more you crack down at the border, that it
attack pulse to weaken them, press RB to throw a pal sphere. Oh, I could have captured.
in history.
That's like a
Even if your goal is,
no. That's so sad.
the restriction is direction.
I don't want the poultry.
Is that the reason they started coming back is because Trump caved and he actually went away from family separation and he basically reverted back to
Oh my God.
the one reason, the one time it worked was during the pandemic.
Then you can harvest an egg. Well, I got the egg.
And you have to stay in Mexico.
But unfortunately, I thought it was going to kill
It
me.
didn't mean that people weren't coming.
It was going to kill me.
Being dealt with at a different point.
Crystal is progressive nominally. I know, it's just like she frames things in such a right-wing way. You know, she's such an example of diagonalism. On Throne, it says your Papillon Sports Watch is unavailable. Yeah, I probably picked that out too long ago. You can butcher the pals later. Well, I'm not trying to butcher them. Like, I got attacked. See, what happened was, like, I was trying to press a button to interact with the pal. But wait, so what? Wait, do you fight them? You do fight them. You take them down to, like, low hit points, and then you throw the pal sphere at them, just like Pokemon, right? I'll have to fix that, Shakespeare. That was something that I thought of a long time ago. That it would be really fun if you could see my heart rate on stream, especially when I'm like playing games, and stuff like that. But yeah, it just didn't get funded in time. So
Principle of we should have structures and
the duck should be here. I don't want the duck to see what I'm doing to these pals.
Isn't being dealt with at the border. I do think actually makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. There's actually was a Trump policy at the time, which Biden did away with, which encouraged people to apply for asylum.
Her whole thing is being a weeble wobble punching bag for right-wing ideas, pretty much.
In their home country at the U.S. Embassy, if they wanted to. Unfortunately, that policy was done away with, which I don't support.
There was also a Biden policy that would use this CBP One app or something like that that would allow people to apply in their home countries, which also was incredibly effective and which Republicans have, one of the things that they're citing as a problem here is that it would enable that program to continue.
I'm going to return to the title for now. Let's see what
they've been complicit and in many cases have abetted this because it's good for big business.
I'm going to pee and I will be right back as quickly as I can.
Republicans stand here. I'm purely representing the interests, I guess, of Mr. Sagar and Jetty. From my, again, I think philosophical difference is that I think mass illegal migration is bad. I think mass migration net is also bad for the United States. The foreign-born population is far too high. We need a long period of assimilation and of a strong social safety net policy.
And when I come back, we'll do Stitch and Adam.
Overall, that this type of unmitigated control and all that actually does a great disservice to people like my family and others who came to the country legally, and it is an unfair policy.
You had the ability to.
Yeah.
And your family had the money
that's
to.
Right. That's right.
And
yes.
that's
not unfair.
How is that fair? How is that fair that because you had the resources to do it and you happen to be from a country where there was a possibility of getting in, that you're able to?
Well, first of all, nobody owes anybody. So in terms of policy, it makes sense that you probably want people who are higher skilled, who already speak English, and who are well educated, so they can more firmly and easily fit into the overall economy.
See, I don't
that's
really
number
accept
one.
that.
Well, but that's a difference, and then I don't think anybody has a right to come here.
So
and in fact, my net is that nobody has a right to come here.
Here's what I would say.
Yeah.
I do think mass illegal migration is a problem.
Yes.
Not knowing who's coming in, having chaos at the border, having people who are being paid under the table, and who could, because they're working in the shadows, that can depress wages, no doubt of that. That is for sure an issue. Having a, significant level of legal migration where people have a path where you can put the requirement, okay, they have to speak English or whatever. I think that is net and throughout history has shown to be net beneficial to America. I think it's a core part of why America has been as, economically successful and as vibrant and thriving and innovative as it has been throughout history. So I just, and there isn't evidence that legal immigrants negatively impact wages for anyone, as I said before. So as a population, they tend to be overall more law-abiding. That's what the numbers show.
And we're back.
Some of the hardest working people in the entire country. And actually, oftentimes tend to have a lot of conservative values that Republicans are excited to, crow about and try to win over when it's convenient for them politically.
No question. You're right. I think immigration has obviously been
I feel like she said the same thing. This feels so weird. Because the Democratic Party has absolutely given up this issue, has absolutely sold out their constituency, And the way that Crystal's even talking about this is gross. It's like terms of surrender shit. That's what they're arguing about, the terms of surrender. Wait, you know what? Let's watch a little bit of Foreign's video first. So, if you don't know this YouTuber, this is Foreign Man in a Foreign Land. He makes videos. They're pretty good. He pisses off all of the right people. And the last video he made 2 months ago was called Racism in Gaming. Yeah, most recently, I think he's come up as like a target for Keffals. Now, Keffals, I guess, is quick content, so maybe there won't be any more of that, but the kind of coverage that Keffals gave of Foreign Man had to do with, like, looking at the, you know, at his personal information and trying to imply that because he code switches, y'all know what code switching is, right? Because he can talk with like I guess like a more neutral, you know, less, you know, Bahamian accent than he does on stream, that like his presentation is fake somehow, right? And like I don't know, like there was all this discourse of like, did she dox him? Like, I think she put his, like, you know, showed his the name of his dad, like his name, like all kinds of identifying information. She did not show his address or anything. She did not show his like phone number. So I guess on some level they're trying to get by on that's not really doxing, but you know, all up in this man's business in a really scary and creepy stalkerish way. That's you know, that was the last thing that Keffals was doing. Was it kind of did the same thing with Soul Bunny too, right? Just really gross stuff that Foreign did not deserve. And now we got Stitch and Adam, and at least I'm assuming that they are just gonna talk about how they disagree with this video. Let's watch a little bit about it, because like I said, they like to pause fuck people. They like to not let people get out who they're reacting to get out what they're actually saying, and pause it in just the right place to kind of disrupt the thought that they're trying to get out and not react to the substance. So I want to give us a little bit of grounding in the actual video. Here it is.
Tenfold gamers, we got a cold black. I repeat, there's a Porsche primate playing.
Wait, how you even know I black?
Negro, please. By how you breathe, I could tell you's a moon cricket.
Now you see, that's racist and ableist. Cause I actually have asthma.
Listen here, boy. Why don't you go play some 2K or GTA? This here might be out of your league.
Sir, this is Mario Kart.
This ever happened to you? Well, you may be entitled to
some copium. Cause racism is to gaming what Yoko Ono was to John Lennon.
No! Oh my god, that's the last thing. I don't know how Foreign gets away with this. Maybe the clip is so small. But the joke of this clip, like this is a clip that's been seen a lot of attention, like on TikTok, right? It's John Lennon and his band playing. This is a member of the band. Yoko Ono's there too. If you don't know, John Lennon and Yoko Ono were together for a long time. A lot of the Beatles did not like Yoko Ono. Some people blame, like, you know, John's, you know, sort of tightness with Yoko and bringing her in on stuff as the reason for the Beatles breakup. But Yoko Ono was an experimental artist, right? Was not doing the kind of music that the Beatles were doing, was doing stuff that, I mean, you could, you know, call it, you know, more artsy, but, you know, maybe also less musical, right? More experimental. And so that's the point of this video, which I can't show you the entirety of just because, like, oh my god, classic rock is like the best classic way to get clapped. to get like a DMCA is you play anything that's classic rock, you get destroyed. So I'm gonna avoid that. I hope that Foreign still got monetization on his video. I know for a YouTuber that is the bread and butter. I mean, I make some money off of ads as well, but not like you know. I also have I also get a lot of support from you all in terms of memberships, in terms of super chats and super stickers, and I appreciate all that support. Whether it's subs on Twitch, getting somebody a gift sub because you realize that they don't have a sub and they're going to get sucked into that ad break, that 3-minute ad break that seems a little excessive, but that we have to do to avoid the pre-roll ads that would roll every time you clicked on my stream otherwise, right? Or whether it be, you know, bits on Twitch, donations through Stream Elements, or supporting me on Patreon. I appreciate every bit of support. And even if all you can do as far as supporting me is to hit that like button, it's more powerful than you think, and I do appreciate it. So, but yeah, for Foreign, you know, it's all about the ad money, right? The meta for people who make video essays is to make money off of the advertising on their video. So, you know, like getting a DMCA on your video can really hurt.
Racism is limited to obvious incidents, such as the litany of gamer words littered throughout the intro of this video.
The gamer words. They call them gamer words, my nigga. Like,
but what if I told you that it's a system? From Halo 2, online lobbies, where I would get called different slurs in different languages.
Oh my god, thank you for mentioning Shakespeare. Yeah, that ad break that I just talked about on Twitch, that's coming up in 5 minutes. So that means you got 5 minutes to try to figure out a way to get out of it. If you don't have a sub, you will be subject to the 3-minute ad break that happens every hour, just about on the hour, at the top of the hour, what I like to call the top of the hour ad break, right? Now that top of the hour ad break is not a fait accompli. You can get out of it. You can escape that cruel fate by using a Twitch Prime sub. It's no cost to you. It puts money in my pocket. It helps support the stream. And most of all, it gets you out of the ad break, and it gives you weasels, right? You can also get out of the ad break by paying $5 in eyeball ransom so that your eyeballs aren't snatched out of your head and thrown into the ad zone for 3 minutes. You can get out of that. The cost of a sub is $5 on Twitch, right? $6 on mobile. You could also potentially get out of the ad break through the kindness and generosity of somebody else in chat. Although that sort of thing is more likely to happen when you're active in the chat. So not like today, but I'm just kidding. Chat, I'm giving Twitch all kinds of shit. I don't know. I think it has to do with my titles. I think the people that see that I'm active on Twitch, it has to do with how I title things. So that's my fault, not yours. But yeah, like I said, the top of the hour ad break is coming at you in just about 5 minutes. And if there's ways to get out of it if you no longer want to see those ads.
To the very game mechanics and design. Like, look at this mask. Like, seriously, look at the mask, lip and nose. What have I got? They did not just go ooga booga and then start playing African polyrhythms. Y'all really had my Archie playing Nintendo 64. You buttermilk.
Do you see when he says ass? Like, right, you can get away with saying ass. I'm saying ass right now, and I'm not worried about monetization. It's really the F word. Saying the F word over and over again, that'll get you like in trouble on YouTube as far as monetization goes. But he puts up that character, that avatar is actually Video Game Donkey.
What was supposed to be a reprieve from the soul-crushing nature of capitalism, the rapture that is white supremacy, instead of gaming being a migration from the mundane.
Okay, now this is funny because you'll hear people, you'll hear like gaming, movies, science fiction, all of these things have become political, right? And it's the rise of the fandom menace types, right? People who see movies and they are like, well, I saw the first version of this movie back in 1985, and I do not remember there being this many black people, this many women, this many non-white people, right? You know, like they freak out and they're like, it's becoming woke. It's like, I'm having wokeness shoved down my throat. Oh my God, there's a gay character. Oh my God, there's a trans character. Oh, I can't handle this, right? That's what we're talking about in terms of this reactionary strain that has come out of like culture, essentially come as a reaction comes a reaction to culture.
Of modern life, it was an extension for we people who are darker than blue, or even a part 2 of the
But what they'll always say is that what they really don't like about the politics in gaming, which is what they call, they're like, you know, Innuendo Studios has gone over this before, right? There are 2 genders, male and political. There are 2 races, white and political, right? Anytime that there's any sort of representation, it's considered political, and they don't like the politics being shoved down their throat. If we go back to our friend Babyface versus Heel, you will remember the oh my god, I'm talking about the
fucking pronouns.
The
fucking pronouns.
Guy was complaining about his immersion being destroyed, right? He's in the game, playing, having fun, escaping his normal mundane life, escaping reality, escaping things like politics. And they have to present day him. He doesn't like being present dayed. He wants to play these games to get away from the present day, present time. Right? What these assholes don't ever consider is that other people play games for escape. Other people play games to react, to relax, right? And if you're seeing like all kinds of racism in your gaming while you're trying to relax, and you're the subject of that racism, I think that's a little bit more disruptive. I think that's a tad bit more disruptive than whatever the hell heel versus babyface is complaining about, which is essentially like the games are not meant to be a simulation of 1980 or 1990 or 1950 or whatever time you would have felt comfortable, whatever time you think before wokeness existed, right? You want to get back to the land before before wokeness, right? I would say that that's a little bit more disruptive, right? If you're black and you're trying to play a game and there's anti-black racism in the game, if you're black and you're trying to go into a lobby of some multiplayer game and people are saying their gamer words because they're like, no, they don't really mean it. It's not really racism. It's gaming. There's an excuse. He's really mad, so he can say the racist slur because he's escaping reality, right? Well, I mean, like, think about other people trying to enjoy that, and ask yourself, like, who is really more put upon in that situation? I think you got to agree that it's somebody that's being targeted by the bigotry being expressed in, whether it's in the game itself or in the community playing the game.
Misogyny that women and femdom face in the workplace, and a constant erasure or even existential dread for the queer folk them who, if lucky enough to find themselves in these games, they won't make it to the third cutscene due to the bury a gays trope.
Farewell, my prince.
Well, he doesn't even get a kiss goodbye, though.
I would never go after the most marginalized class in the world, gamers, without some nuance, which is what I found in droves when researching this video. Whether it be the black oasis of the fighting game community.
Fighting games are black.
Very black.
Like, if you look at the top fighting game players from America, they're all black. I am a semi-pro Tekken player. I played pros, and they put my...
It's funny, chat. Like, I started, as you all know, I started my career as a Twitch streamer, right? Streaming politics on Twitch. But I also interacted with a lot of the gaming streamers on Twitch as well. And it's funny that the one community that I really started to interact with the most was the fighting game community. That was the one, like A4 Andre's panel was something that I used to go on. A4 Andre is somebody who did fighting games for a really long time, and
or the enabling.
And yeah, I would say that, like, compared to the rest of Twitch, it does seem a little bit less
of my disabled folk them,
a little bit less white dominated,
to engage with their reality in ways that society forbade. I think of the disabled folk them like folks that like can't get out into a lot of physical spaces because they're literally marginalized to the point like where architecture is is preventing them from getting into spaces.
When we think about like how ableist like a lot of these gaming spaces are, right? I remember going to like one of these esports tournaments, and it's a beautiful facility. The first question I said, I was like, if we had one of our players and our athletes that was in a wheelchair, how would they get to this stage? And nobody had like even considered that. I'm like, do we have enough ramps? Do we have access, to get like to these spaces? And they didn't even think about that.
And even how gaming allows for folks with gender dysphoria to find themselves through their avatar.
I think gaming has really been that beautiful space that has allowed people to really be who they are. I had an article, in the Journal of Lesbian Studies that talked about how like Black queer folks and Black trans folks, they aren't able to be out in their lives. They had to, they were misgendered in their physical world, but like in the gaming space, they could tell people who they are, and then people respect them for that. You can kind of create whatever identity you want. And if it's more aligned with like who you are, people can do that inside the gaming space. In text-based chat or voice-based communities, we have found, these different spaces of like protection, for our own identities. I remember having like this conversation, with this one, trans girl, and she was talking, she was like, I can't tell my family about any of this, but like in gaming, I'm able to do and be, the fullness of who I am inside this space. And I thought that was like really dope. In workplaces and in school, we have to hide those aspects of ourselves.
Which is why in today's episode of Everything is Racist, no, I'm not being facetious, literally everything, I want to investigate why, despite the good of gaming, is it a matrix for becoming a bigot?
So you're getting, I hope you're getting the sense of what Foreign's content is about, right? He's, making content from a Black perspective, but also kind of going out of his way to make it accessible for, for white people to understand too. Because the criticisms that you're going to get from Stitch and Adam, I think are criticisms that don't in any way acknowledge this, that refuse to see this, and that are going to treat Foreign like, he's the racist, right? For pointing out the fucking, just ubiquity of racism and, in society at large, and, particularly in gaming, just due to the fact that the gaming demographic, the demographic that was advertised to, the demographic they could get a hold of, right? It tends to be like a white male cis, demographic. Now, obviously, there are other people playing games. Obviously, other people enjoy video games, but they aren't seen within the community. A lot of times they're erased, right? Or they're and the communities aren't as fun, when you're constantly you're trying to play your favorite first person shooter and you're getting called a grill.
Is it a chicken or the egg insofar as the games themselves exacerbating the existing proclivities of the cishet white mandem, or do they corrupt the communities themselves?
I mean, look, this is, Osmanjaro, unfortunately, this is a very common this is a very common viewpoint from the people that I described as the fandom menace, like reactionary fans of, video games, movies, science fiction, whatever, that get angry when there's a little bit of representation that goes on, when they have to deal with the presence of people not like them within the game, right? This is a very specific and unfortunately very powerful, strain of reactionary thought. Steve Bannon, who some referred to as Trump's brain, like kind of a thinker, I guess, of sorts, and unfortunately with a very popular podcast, always talked about how culture is upstream from politics. In other words, he's got his eyes not just on direct like politics like the Republican Party, he's got his eyes on culture, and he's aware that there's this reaction within the video game space to Gamergate, right? He's aware of the kind of racist reaction to the inclusion of non-white characters in Star Wars, or even more so, series that might recast their character that was originally white in the original as not white in the reboot, because back in the day, like all the stuff that's getting rebooted was went on in a frame where like you know, that this was all even more normalized. So,
make memes about like the Modern Warfare 2 lobbies and stuff, but like it was like a very real thing.
Okay, old school Call of Duty lobbies rivals the clan and how racist that is. Okay, you got some 12-year-old white boy with a high-pitched voice. We called them squeakers, and they would use the hard R every 15 seconds.
In public lobbies, I experienced just a lot of like, I guess it would be qualified as like edgy humor.
They get trash at the game, then they get racist.
and that's an N-word moment. That is a gamer moment, right? That is the moment where, if you've ever heard, you know, Destiny talk about his use of the N-word, which he admits and didn't seem to see a problem with, it would always be in private, and the kind of, you know, context that was given was like a gamer moment where somebody, like, you know, who doesn't consider themselves racist feels compelled to use a slur to express their anger at what's going on in the game. And games can be frustrating. I will be the first to admit that. I suck at video games. I am constantly, and you saw it earlier. Yeah, I got killed from not knowing how to eat the food in the game, right? It's embarrassing, right? So I understand the frustration of video games, and I'm assuming that for like multiplayer stuff like this, where you're getting owned by other players, it might be even more frustrating. But the weird acceptance of a society that had largely said, hey, you know what, the N-word, that is a fucked up thing to say. Don't do that, right? In polite society, like that is not a word that gets used. And yet in gaming, it's just like understood somehow, at least by some people, right? Now understand, this isn't everyone. I mean, we're talking about a cultural dichotomy, I guess. Different types of gamers, you know, the audience that you know, feels entitled to that world. And if they notice the presence of anybody who's not white, cis, straight, you know, American male, they're gonna be upset. They're gonna act like they're being put upon, like something's being taken away from them, that this space was theirs. They were here first. And the truth of the matter is, like, they didn't see who was there. The advertising was directed towards them, very much so, right? It's a funny thing too, because like, at least, you know, as far as like, you know, at least as far as like men and women, like, there's not, gaming is not something that's only liked by men. If you look back at the early days of video gaming, you see like a 50-50 split. But somehow the advertisers were able to market to like boys, and never really, you know, made the kind of games that would have been more appealing to girls. And so, and it's, so you got this situation, right? And it's a lot like the internet, like the edgy internet, right? The people that are like, I was on the internet back in the old days, and blah, 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 blah. Nobody cared if you said the F slur. Nobody cared if you said the N slur, right? Because there was this like assumption being made that amongst the people that were talking, that everybody there was white. And you're on the internet, and especially if you're on an anonymous message board, you're not seeing everyone. You're just making that assumption. And, you know, and it creates a space that's really toxic for anybody who doesn't match that, you know, match that profile.
Hey, you cousin your cousin.
And it was all just kind of like accepted at that point.
Any fellow racists in this lobby?
Yeah.
You know it, man. The fact that it's hypothetic, there's no victim of the crime.
It's all like edgy humor. There's no difference.
All epicenter events like Gamergate was the of the internet. in how it irrevocably changed IRL and URL interpersonal relationships and discourse themselves.
August of 2014, Depression Quest game dev Zoe Quinn receives violent harassment after the game's release.
Here's Gamergate.
Ex-boyfriend Irene Yorny creates a false narrative that Quinn is sleeping with game journalists for good reviews of the game. There is no evidence of this. The journalist never even reviewed the game in any formal capacity.
There's no evidence of it. But when this stuff gets shared online, like in anonymous forums or elsewhere, it's automatically believed. It's automatically believed, and it's fucking viral. It's wildfire, and it's spreading all over the place because there's this story about like a female dev who gets, you know, ahead in an industry that's very competitive by sleeping with, you know, somebody that's successful. And that story becomes Gamergate. That story creates so much harassment, so much bullshit, and is very responsible for the emergence of what I'm calling the fandom menace consciousness. Now, you understand that reference? When I say the fandom menace, that is actually like a show or a podcast, like a group of right-wing streamers who get together to complain about like wokeness in Star Wars. But it's not just the fandom menace, right? That's just like kind of the, I guess I'm using that as the avatar for this shit, because there's so many other ways that this manifests, this kind of emerging reactionary consciousness in gaming and nerd culture that has a lot to do with the modern conservative movement. The reason that the conservative movement, in fact, I would say, is not just aged, like, white dudes, right? Just white, you know, boomer dudes, is because of stuff like this.
4chan gets involved, making more and more violent threats against Quinn under false pretenses. Adam Baldwin creates the hashtag Gamergate. Gamergaters then move to harassing any woman in gaming journalism like Arnita Sarkeesian. This includes a mass shooting threat that caused her to have to cancel events. Gamergate supporters decide that anyone who can be considered an SJW to be an immediate threat to gaming. Feminist Triggered and SJW Getting Owned compilations on YouTube boom into the hundreds of millions of views. Young boys watch these.
So I've talked about this recently in terms of the pipeline. I think we were talking about this with in regards to Amazing Atheist and his previous content, but a lot of decent content creators like come from that new atheist world, and maybe even were kind of, you know, pieces of shit themselves before changing their mind, right? And that's where the question comes, because with some of them, like Shuon Head, you start to ask, did she really change her mind, or did she just find it more fruitful to grift as a like Bernie Sanders progressive than to be like when the anti-SJW train, you know, cash train dried up, right? Did she just find it more, you know, is this just convenient for her, right? With Shu, there's like a real question. So some other people that you may know, maybe less of a question, you know, their change of heart is like apparent, right? But yeah, this is that era.
And then become radicalized by the alt-right propaganda.
And the compartmentalization necessary for marginalized folks to be in community with those who deny their own humanity.
Growing up in the
Wait, she said Arnita, like instead of Anita?
late 90s was a weird time to get into gaming as a Black woman in America, especially in the Deep South. I was getting picked on in middle school for having a Sonic Adventure and Sonic Advance guidebook with me, reading that stuff. I was the only chocolate chip in the whole cookie, the only chocolate chip. And I still tried to fit in, but I could still feel I was being othered. And this time it was not just because of my hobbies. Something else was, you know, a little different. When you are put in a position of, I really, really want to fit in and I'll do anything to fit in, you find yourself in less than desirable places.
The sky is blue. The grass is a delightful shade of green. Leaves are falling from the sky in autumn, depending on where in the world you are.
Hey, look at this fellow green screen user foreign.
And as nature demands, the gaming industry is as racist as hell. You don't need little old me to tell you that, do you?
And that's the thing too. Like, I mean, this stuff I feel like is stuff that a lot of people have admitted to. It's hard to deny. The concept that there's racism in gaming is pretty apparent to anybody who engages in gaming, unless they're really that hurt dog that feels called out by a video like this, and they are the problem, right?
Dance, little monkey, dance!
And that's, oh my god, that's what we're about to look at with Stitch and Adam. But I just wanted to give you a look at Foreign's video, at least like the first 10 minutes before I start Stitch and Adam, because I feel like there's a lot that they are not going to give him a chance to really get out, and I'm not even sure if we're going to understand the framework of the video correctly, just going through their reaction to it.
As a matter of fact, you don't have to delve too deep in the internet to expose the amalgamation of isms within gaming and inherently biased developers, marketers, and those who purchase, play, and form the basis of the consumer base.
The middle class back then, I mean, even more than it is now, was very, very white. Gaming was kind of a luxury item even back then, and almost exclusively bought and played in white suburbia. This was 20, 30 years after the whole white flight thing, I think.
This is a residential street in southwest Atlanta. Not long ago, all the persons who lived here were white. But recently, a few Negro families moved in, and a scene too familiar in other areas of Atlanta was repeated.
We have to talk about things like white.
I mean, that sounds like how they were actually talking at the time, like when that was
flight, right? That suburban context that you're talking about is
like that's like a news report or a documentary or something, right? That's not a recreation, right? That's
is white flight.
The white residents started moving out. For sale signs went up. The street became what is known as transitional. That stage when Negroes are moving in and white people are leaving.
Back in the day, we were all on farms and industrialization happened. Then we went to cities, started working in factories, and white folks were in those spaces too. But when black folks, especially with in the United States context, when the migration from the South to the North happened, and from rural areas to urban areas happened, white folks was like, we don't want to be around these niggas.
Soon this street may be resegregated, all grow. The Atlanta Planning Department has warned that if this trend continues, it's just a matter of time until Atlanta will become an island of Negroes surrounded by a sea of white suburbanites.
Okay, so yeah, with that racism out of the way, let's move to the right. So I think this is a good video. I think that I just don't see how somebody argues with the premise, argues with the thesis of this video. I feel like it's I'm kind of amazed that they're getting this much in chat. Look, we're not going to be able to watch all of it because it's not even coming up as one of their bigger videos.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Stitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite, probably already has the Apple Vision Pro, Adam Friendly.
I don't, but...
Now notice for a minute, because we never really take time to do this. But notice who we're dealing with. Edgy avatar Ransona guy. And 2014 deal with it meme. I'm cool. 8-bit sunglasses guy. Look, I'm going to try to keep it professional and not laugh at these guys for the obvious, but I don't expect you to uphold to the same. I mean, in other words, yeah, here they are.
You don't? Are you sure?
Look, I'm not opposed.
What was in 2014? What I mean is just that, like, that what was in 2014 was a meme culture, which included. Wait, do like if I need to give a frame of reference, I can do that. God, a lot of these are gonna be Deal With It original. Wait, is this the original? This is Super Hot Fire here, aka Deshaun Raw, aka, oh my god, what was it called? Rap Battles. Oh my god, that is some that is definitely copyrighted music, which I have to mute here. Okay, so here's the original supposedly, right? So his whole deal is he does rap battles. He's kind of weird when it comes to, you know, his rap, but he has this crew behind him and they're cheering him on. So he always wins. He always wins and, you know, destroys the opponent. There's one exception. I think it was actually Soulja Boy Tellum may have defeated Super Hot Fire, but somehow Super Hot Fire was able to erase that loss so that he had like a record of, like, you know, 3 million wins and 0 losses. But this is a meme. This is a meme from around, like, you know, the early 2010s. The only problem with this is that they got a. He said, like, I'm gonna give you my girlfriend's number, right? At the end of his part of the rap battle, he says, I'm gonna give you my girlfriend's number. Here it is. You know, writes it down, gives it to him, and then he slaps it out of his hand and says, "Psych, wrong number." So it's not actually his girlfriend's number, and, like, obviously that's not really an own. Like, that's not that's not devastating. But the joke is that they're you know, his entourage is reacting to it in a way that makes it just a complete. We still have the music. We still, like, I guess copyright claim was a lot less. Meme images. Here's the Deal With It meme. There we go. So that's the very basis of it. See the glasses? Those are 8-bit glasses, right? It's pixel art. And it's falling on the Doge after the Doge says something cool or otherwise epically owns someone or something. And you just have to deal with it. That's the meme. I'm wearing my glasses, my 8-bit glasses, deal with it. So in other words, what I'm talking about is something that is not cool. It's incredibly whack. It is played the fuck out. It is, I don't know what to even say, right? It is not the meta, right? Deal with it memes have not been the meta for a long time. But how is Adam Brendan going to show you how cool he is? He's going to do it with the Deal With It glasses. To let you know not just how cool he is, but when he was cool, I guess. Oh my god, Canadian Brunch. Thank you for the resubscription.
So trying it out. I'm not sure that I'd sit on the subway and use it, but
you have to do like Casey Neistat.
I don't leave the house much, so.
No, listen, he'll be onto the, like, Apple VR things in about 15 years, because that's what he's doing. He's like 15 years late on the Deal With It meme. Is it 15 years? No, it's like 10 years, 11 years. No. Yeah, it's 10 years. It's 10 years. Like, right? He's 10 years late. So, yeah, in about 15 years, he should get around to those memes.
I don't think I'd get in much trouble, but.
A man after my own heart. Oh my god.
No.
This is why we're work married.
Who wants to leave the house?
I know.
Come on.
And if you have the world strapped to your face, it gives you even less of a reason to leave the house. You can just bring the world to you.
Exactly. So what is this video that we're watching today? It just looks very, very interesting.
So this video is very fascinating. It's been on our radar for a while. This guy's been on our radar for a while. His name is Foreign Man and Foreign Land. And he made this video a month or two ago, and it's really weird. You watch it, and you'll feel like you're going like in a fucking time journey, okay?
I'm already there, Sitch. You're talking to me with a Ransona. Your friend has deal with it glasses. How much on a time journey? How much more on a time journey could I possibly be? Also, wow. Morbius Dragon, thank you for the gift membership too. Do 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 do. To Tejet. Tejet, you just got weaseled by Morbius Dragon, and that's a good thing.
Back to the era of like peak wokeness, because that's what this is. This is like super ultra peak wokeness is back.
No, back before you figured out how to like sequester yourself away from the rest of the world in a weird little like intellectual dark web community online, right? Back before you had 1,000 sycophants living up your butt, right? That's where we're traveling back to.
Baby.
Right. I want to bring up this thumbnail for a second because look, I made all.
Because guess what? Wokeness hasn't gone anywhere, and most Americans think it's a good thing. I mean, there's those of us who realize it's not actually a thing, not the way that they're not really describing anything, right? You press any of these right wingers, and they can't tell you like what. So you like really care about wokeness. You really seem to care about wokeness. We need to go to this. I feel like we got a clip. I feel like we got a clip here that I could bring in to help me explain what happens when you ask a right winger to explain wokeness. God, I wish we just had the clip itself. I know I can find it. What? I'm going to use logic. I'm going to use logic and reason to figure out exactly, yep, where the point is.
And it shouldn't be treated as such. But we also should all be able to identify specifically what we're really mad at. So our society doesn't devolve into all of us being mad at each other while the world burns.
Oh no, this is why.
So Bati, yeah.
This is why she asked Bethany Mandel to define woke. We're gonna have to go to TYT. Oh no. To find the clip. There it is, right up front. Thank you, TYT. Go ahead.
Would you mind defining woke? Because it's come up a couple times and I just want to make
sure. Yeah, define woke for me, Adam and Stitch. I would love to hear what you have to say. I would love to see your treatise on wokeness. Because I am just an anarchist cat girl. And I am obviously too stupid to understand your intellectual mastery of the culture, right? Please explain to me what is wokeness and try to do better than this.
We're on the same page.
So, I mean, woke is sort of...
Oh God, you're not seeing it. You're not seeing it, are you? I gotta put it right here. What is wokeness?
Would you mind defining woke? Because it's come up a couple times and I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
So, I mean, woke is...
Yeah, what are we actually talking about? We've been talking about wokeness this whole time. That's what's driving this discourse. What do you actually mean?
Sort of the idea that this is going to be one of those moments that goes viral.
Yeah. And it was one of those moments that went viral. Yeah, she couldn't explain wokeness. And even the right-wingers who say that they have an answer, I think that maybe Ben Shapiro had a video on this, right, where he tries to define it. Like, it's just a bunch of circular gobbledygook. There's nothing of substance there. In fact, I've never seen a definition of wokeness that does not rely on circularity. In other words, that's not bullshit. It means whatever they want to it to mean. It means whatever upsets them, whatever present days them, whatever makes them say fucking pronouns. That's what's woke. That's wokeness.
Our thumbnail this morning, and it's this video for me. It's a lot about what I'm always talking about, stereotypes. And isn't this video designed to forward negative white stereotypes? I mean, he's got PewDiePie in a Nazi uniform.
Mm-hmm.
He's got who's the other guy here?
JonTron.
JonTron, yeah, JonTron looking insane.
Well, first of all,
what would make you think that about JonTron? What would make you think about, yeah, JonTron, unless you'd watch the debate with Destiny, right? The one good thing that Destiny, like, you know, inarguably did was this debate with JonTron, where he just talks to him and, like, you know, asks him what he thinks, and it's like,
well, JonTron always looks insane because he makes funny faces.
Right.
But to be clear, and we'll talk about that PewDiePie thing. There's a lot of
anti-woke L-girl thinks that she the Skibbity Rizzlord and got that no cop
notes on this video. But so that outfit's actually a British outfit. It is not enough.
Hey, I may be from Ohio, but I'm not actually from Ohio.
That's the outfit.
Right. Okay.
So, you know, a lot of people misinterpreted that. But anyway, so yeah, this video is all about how gaming. I don't know if you guys know this. Okay. I don't know if you guys know this.
Isn't that an actual picture of Pew? I feel like he's been dressed in worse too. Like, right? This was the thing. Yeah, these kind of like normie creators, PewDiePie being, you know, the biggest video game account for a long time. JonTron. God, I gotta admit, JonTron's kind of before my time. My first awareness of JonTron was Destiny exposing his weird alt-right beliefs.
The year 2024, right? But gaming is filled with racists. Did you know that?
Yes.
You don't say. Tell me more.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, look, all white people are racist, Sitch. I don't know if you know this or not, but that's obvious.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
It is. Yeah.
White people can't help themselves, but to be just completely racist against all people of color.
Right. Now it's a little confusing because I'm white and I'm not racist. I don't feel racist. I don't say racist things or do racism.
Yeah, imagine making Destiny look good. This JonTron did it.
But you know,
sure. Sure you don't. Look, we're gonna have to get FD on here. FD signifier to confirm.
Well, he's in this video.
He's in it a bunch of times.
He says some very interesting things in this video.
He says some very racist things in this video.
He says some very wild things in this video, yes.
Yeah, it's
like, you know, honestly, like saying that you're not racist, that's like that's like if I meet you swimming out in the ocean and you tell me you're not wet. I mean, why would you even claim like an absolute like that? Right? Like, you talk about nuance, you talk about, like, you know, you consider yourself heterodox thinkers, and yet you got this weird idea of, like, it's either racist, which is the KKK marching down the street with tiki torches, or it's not racist, which is literally everybody else.
it's interesting to me that, but some people are allowed to do the whole stereotype thing. At the same,
this is Keffel's noodle argument exaggerated to the extreme.
I'm complaining about the stereotypes for black people. What's up?
Yeah, Canadian Brunch says he doesn't feel racist.
With that, Sitch? How's that figure into this?
Listen, the whole metric here is that the rules only get to apply one direction. Okay, that's all that matters.
It's so unfair for white people. Go cry on Vosh's shoulder.
You're punching up. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Ready to jump into this?
Yeah, let me bring.
Are you ready for the straw man? Are you ready for the straw kaiju? Wait, they've got a. Is that got? What is that? What is that image? Can somebody help me out here? What is the reptilian creature in between Stitch and Adam there? Because I think I know, but I want to. Dragon dinosaur? Is that what? Is it Godzilla? Okay, I didn't want to say it was Godzilla because like I haven't seen. Apparently, there's like lots of Godzillas. It's not Godzilla. It's Godzilla now. There's the Shin Godzilla. There's Godzilla. Like, is there like a Godzilla -1 or something? There's a lot of there's Gojira. There's many Godzillas. Shin is the only one that you need. Gojira might be right. Yeah, there's a lot of Godzilla. There's a lot of Godzilla. So I don't want to jump to the conclusion that that's a Godzilla because I don't know all of the Godzilla. I have not kept up with the Godzilla universe. Right? That's what's weird for me about dealing with this fanboy shit. And I would say that this is fanboy shit. Gaming. Right? It kind of like, I mean, it's gaming, movies, especially sci-fi movies, right? This kind of shit, this kind of cultural strain. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're dealing with here.
The video here.
Oh, you don't
get started. Oh, I was looking at the thumbnail.
Oh, the thumbnail.
It's Saint Agnes of Hainault. Wait, the reptile is Saint Agnes?
All right.
Yeah, when I
Godzilla. Wait, did I pronounce it right?
Do the thumbnails. I do try to avoid doing the like totally insult people in the thumbnail.
Adam, you have no idea how much I wanted to totally insult you after that statement. How close I came to putting your image in your cringe 2014 meme sunglasses front and center. But the truth of the matter is that you and your pal Sitch, you're not the most interesting figures here to me or to my audience, right? So it made sense more to put foreign and FD signifier front and center since you two can't seem to get their names out of your mouth. But no, I did consider, right? And the only real reason I didn't is that you never appear bigger than this, right? This is the bit, like, I would have to take this image and just like blow it up to thumbnail size and you would be as 8-bit as your sunglasses. Your sunglasses would look like an Atari, you know, made them, and it would be ridiculous. It would be ridiculous. I don't need a pixelated thumbnail of Adam Friended. But I was tempted. I was legit at the fact that you were like, I'm such a nice guy. I don't want to make anybody look bad on my thumbnails. Oh, I appreciate you, Adam. I appreciate you.
Really?
Yeah, of course.
That's the problem. We should be trying to insult people.
It just doesn't seem right. It just doesn't seem right. I think a lot of the reason why the political
that's Bill Cipher from Gravity Falls
environment is so toxic online is that kind of stuff. So
who is Gary Stewart? I don't know.
But I just think it's interesting. Look, even covering this video, we're going to be accused of racism.
You're going to get attacked by rabid SJWs such as myself. You're going to be woke scolded and woke spanked and whatever else, you know, we decide your fate is, right? This is the tribal, the council of, oh my God, the council of catgirls has convened. Okay. We're going to.
True.
I just think it's interesting that this guy definitely has racist, anti-white stereotypes in his thumbnail.
Do we need to go back to the thumbnail? Shall we go back to the thumbnail? What, pray tell, good sir, do you mean? Okay, there's Stitch and Adams' thumbnail. Let's.
We talk about white flight just like we talk about like
Racist, anti-white stereotypes. What? Are they kidding? What are you even talking about? Like, did you just say that? Did they just say that?
Political environment is so toxic online is that kind of stuff. So, but I just think it's interesting. Look, even covering this video, we're going to be accused of racism. So
true.
I just think it's interesting that this guy definitely has racist anti-white stereotypes in his thumbnail.
In his thumbnail, racist anti-white stereotypes. Let's look again. The racist anti-white stereotypes? What a weird thing to say. What a completely bizarre thing to say. That's the thing about being white. Everybody assumes I'm a Nazi? Is that what they're saying? Poor me. There is no racism against white people. Yeah, because racism is power plus prejudice. It's not just, you know, it's not. It's an equation, right? And this is. But I'm saying, if there were anti-white stereotypes, would either of these be them? Would either of these be them? Like, I don't understand what stereotype you think that, like, this is just bizarre. I'm like, did they look at the same thumbnail as I did? Did they look at the same thumbnail as me? I am so confused. Like, what are they even talking about? What do you mean? Adam?
In his thumbnail.
Your cat ate your naan bread? It sounds more like nyan bread. Am I right, chat? Am I right?
Yeah.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
So look, we got a lot of black racists on YouTube.
That's the real problem, is people being racist against white people. That's the real danger right there. I'm glad you're looking out for us though, Adam.
They're out there. Yeah. Let's go.
Let's jump in.
Let's go indeed. Let's jump right into it. That's a YouTube thing to do, isn't it?
You know what? I'm about to say it. Say it.
Okay, so here's the beginning of the...
I don't say the N-word.
What is that bridge, though? What is that bridge was in... that bridge was in the background, right? Anybody... Can anybody tell me what the bridge is?
The N-word is just a word.
And all of racism comes down to whether or not you say the N-word.
I mean, true. There you go. Simple.
No, unfortunately, that's not true. Unfortunately, racism can hide, can manifest, can work its way into all kinds of stuff that is not, you know, anywhere close to saying the N-word. But for fuck's sake, if you're still saying the N-word in the context of gaming or anything, like where's your non-racist N-word? Is it the person that is like, yeah, like, I don't know. They keep on throwing this out there, but I don't know what you mean. When is it like appropriate for a white person to say the N-word?
Oh yeah. Very in-depth analysis here.
The bridge is from PUBG, from when PewDiePie said the N-word on stream. Thank you. Okay, so that was a gamer moment right there, I guess. That was an infamous gamer moment. Again, some of this shit is a little bit before my time, so thank you, chat, for chiming in when I don't know a reference. But yeah, that's the PewDiePie reference, and you know, this was the start of PewDiePie's weird. Well, I don't even know if it was a right-wing turn or if he was always like that, but...
Well, wait, I will say...
Yeah, you're right, Michael S. That is the video from where PewDiePie says that word.
Give his editor credit, or him if he's doing the editing. This is a pretty good intro, right? It's very...
Look, I mean, it's silly to imagine that racism is entirely contained in one slur. But it's also silly to imagine that, like, saying that word on chat when you're playing a multiplayer game or in a gaming lobby or, you know, in a heated moment, like that's the word that you fucking say? That's kind of weird. I gotta admit, I never understood this, because the way that Destiny and company talk about the N-word, and I guess Vosh too, is this as if it is this exquisite delicacy, like this fine patisserie, this ultimate indulgence that might not be healthy to consume every single day, but because of its forbidden fruit nature, becomes somewhat of a treat, becomes alluring and appealing. Like, I've never understood that. Why do you look at the N-word like this? I don't understand.
Zoomery, you get all the glitch edits, you know, the music.
Oh my god.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Look, if Adam didn't have those glasses on, I guess this would be fine to say. Like, I don't know. Like, what is the comment that it's edited young? It's edited young? I don't.
Yeah.
Very
Headphones
persuasive,
user
propagandistic.
Headphone users, RIP.
Propagandistic? That's what Gen Z makes, is propaganda? Is this more, is TikTok gonna make me trans? Is that what you're telling me? That if I watch enough TikTok, I'm gonna automatically become trans? Is that what you're trying to say to me?
Yeah, you know what? You know what? Turn the volume down a little bit.
Yeah, look.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a great edit. I think it actually sucks.
I will say that whatever you think of the edit, if your reaction to that edit is this is some newfangled shit, you're kind of dating yourself.
Okay.
I think this is a garbage edit because of the super loud, annoying music.
I agree with that.
Okay, you don't like Zoomer edits. Great, awesome.
You've changed my mind. Yeah.
Yeah. I can get another editor.
Can I say you can stop working? You monkey!
Racism in gaming, it says. Look at this. We're going to step in here so you don't have to stop. You know, take your phone out of your pocket, like zoom in on the screen. What's going on here? We're 30 seconds into the video and I have no idea what this video is about.
For the record, Adam Friended is complaining about the fact that this video essay has chapters, has sections, and that the section is denoted solely by the title. In other words, foreign doesn't overdub, doesn't like what's the word for it? Why am I voiceover? He doesn't voice over racism in gaming, right? Some people do. Some people do. Sometimes video essays are like that. This time it's not. Most of the time it's not. Most of the time a video essay is, especially if you watch, I don't know. I mean, you would think that they've watched BreadTube stuff, right? These are two, I don't know what to call them, right? I guess like you could call them like crypto IDW. They would like you to think that they are neither conservative nor liberal. They are in the middle and they are looking at the crazy left. And that's the reason that they're talking about the left so much, is that the left is legitimately, you know, what's wrong with America. Like they're standing on the center, they're calling it as they see it, and they say the left is out of whack. So as a result, they have seen more than their share of BreadTube videos. A lot of what they react to are BreadTube videos. And within BreadTube videos, I'm thinking of like ContraPoints, right? Most of ContraPoints videos are going to be like a title, and she's not going to say the title. I mean, like, I think sometimes she does, right? But like, this is not like an unknown thing. But here they are bitching about the fact that the fact that people sometimes listen to videos instead of watching them, and that if you're doing that, you're not going to realize that this is the title of the video coming out. Racism is gaming. Now, ostensibly, you just saw the title when you turned the video on. You know, you saw the title and the thumbnail, and you said, that looks like good. I'm going to watch that. Phone in the pocket. So you already know what this title is. But anyway, this is a weird thing to complain about. This is really strange.
It's about racism in gaming. It says it right there.
Yeah, but you don't know that unless you pull your phone out of your
Oh,
pocket.
okay.
You would never know that this video entitled Racism in Gaming is about racism in gaming. You guys are such geniuses. God damn.
I can't.
We're off to such a good start, aren't we?
This in videos, right? Look,
Mhm.
people, right now, people have their phone in their pocket listening to our show. They don't know what's going on the screen. They don't know that Blunty.
You are complaining that the content that you are freebooting, right? And I'll admit I'm freebooting your content too, right? But you're complaining that the content that you're reacting to, this video that somebody spent, you know, potentially months putting together, that you are now reacting to and trying to tear apart, is not offering the auditory cues that you would normally give your audience. This is some Karen shit, isn't it?
Zooming around the chat right now. They don't know that. And they don't care.
Why is
they don't
can we-
care?
You can't start with Bluntyfly. Bluntyfly has to come out at some point in the stream, and
It's funny too, because like, wait, if I look at their stuff, like streamed 2 days ago, 22K views. I guess that's not a good. What are their? Let's take a look at these guys. This is Stitch and Adam show. I just want to see what an average video for them does, right? Okay. They're doing better than me, right? Their videos get more than me, a lot more. Okay, so I am not talking shit. However, I'm also not seeing more than 20K, 31K. You pulled the Hassan like parachute cord and you got 31K. Sometimes 2.7K, right? So anyway, there's a variety. There's a 37K when wokeness is not responsible. This is literally this is not Fandom Menace, but this is EFAP, which is a very Fandom Menace-esque podcast. Mahler, wait, Shuon Head is there? Wait, no, they had Anna Kasparian and Shuon Head on last. It's not. Anyway. Oh, here's the Anna Kasparian, 28K with Anna Kasparian. So 28K on a pretty good day. That's what they're doing. Now, I'm not shitting on them. I'm not making fun of them. Like I said, they get more views than I do. Well, let's take a look and see how Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, how is he doing? How are his videos doing? Now, granted, they put out a lot more videos than he does, okay? So, you gotta adjust a little bit. Well, we got 373K, we got 446K, we got 161K, we got 214K, we got 167K, 68K, why I left Twitter, 250K, 377K. Some ones that don't do as well, 99K, 68K, right? So there's a range here. But yeah, 35K, pretty low, but the range and you can also see as you go back that this is, these are views that are largely increasing. Okay? So the guys that are given Foreign Man in a Foreign Land this kind and wise advice of how to title his videos and make sure that he's offering auditory cues for those who are listening without watching. I don't think they know what they're talking about. I don't think they're in a position to be telling him how to make compelling videos, how to make compelling watchable videos, right? I don't know. It's just me, okay? And like I said, you guys are doing so much better than me. I would never presume to be making fun of your views, making fun of your, channel size or anything else. You guys are doing so much better than me, but you're not doing as well as Foreign. And so kindly take this advice and stick it where the sun does not shine.
Lull in the stream, Adam. He can't just be out from the beginning.
Bluntyfly is a regular cast.
Okay, so now we got Bluntyfly. If you notice right here, chat, can you see this? Like there's a fly with a blunt. And the blunt is lit and the blunt is smoking. And apparently this is Blunty Fly. And this is the kind of joke that I would have really thought was funny when I was like 14 years old. Like it would have killed. I would have been 14-year-old me would have been all over that. Like, oh, the fly is smoke, and the blonde is bigger than the fly. How is he smoking that whole thing all by himself? Wow, that fly must really like THC and or CBD.
Remember now, people love Blunty Fly.
God, nobody likes. There's like 2 people.
Blunty
There's like 2
McFly.
They only like it because I don't like it. All right.
Blunty McFly rules.
Oh my God, it's so dumb. It's so stupid.
Even such.
Oh God.
Let's get back into this video.
I should have never given you control.
Tenfold gamers, we got a cold black. I repeat, there's a Porsche Primate playing.
Wait, how you even know I black?
Negro, please. By how you breathe, I could tell you's a moon cricket.
Now you see, that's racist and ableist. Cause I actually have asthma.
Listen here, boy. Why don't you go play some 2K or GTA? This here might be out of your league.
Sir, this is Mario Kart.
This ever happened to you? Well,
have you ever heard this in a game?
No. Not. I mean, I've heard racisms in games. Never. Obviously, it's
Look,
supposed to be like a hyperbolic caricature, but
I have heard people use the N-word.
Chat, I don't need Blunty Fly. I got me.
But really not that much in
Baby Cat.
The games that I'm playing. I just this like targeting somebody. I don't know. Maybe seems weird to me.
Oh, you may be entitled to
some copium, cause racism is to gaming what Yoko Ono was to John Lennon.
Okay, again, like I don't know. I mean, you would hope that maybe Yoko's addition to this made this uncopyrightable somehow. I don't know if that's true. If Yoko Ono sings on it, it's got to be in the like a museum of art, so it should be public domain, right? I don't know.
Limited to obvious incidents.
I don't know if it's how that works.
Persuasion.
Yeah.
But like I said, this is the John Lennon and Yoko Ono clip. The point being that Yoko Ono, maybe didn't belong on that track. And if you see like the way the other musicians are looking at her when she comes and like adds, something that's just not in the key of what they're playing there, and just a vocal utterance, right to the track. Some people are less than appreciative.
That means white people are the same color as black people's palms.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Going deep here.
Interesting. It's almost like what he's doing is presenting yourself, your part of your identity to you from his perspective. In a way that he is talking about in this video of having to have his identity presented to him from another's perspective. But the difference is that sounds weird to you. You're like, what? I'm being compared to somebody's palm color? No, you're supposed to be defined in comparison to me, not the other way around, right? That's weird. That's weird to them because they live in a world in which that's not how things work, right? So I don't know. I feel like maybe they're adding something to the video by reacting to it. I feel like instead of seeing them as the observer, as the reactor, as the commentator, I'm starting to see them as like object lessons existing in proximity to this video that Foreign has made, rather than making a point to deconstruct the video that they're watching. It's almost like they're being deconstructed by the video that they're watching. This is interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, we got the Yoko.
This is interesting
for all the Zoomers. The kids really like Beatles references.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't Contra a Brit? I believe she's from Baltimore.
Right now, they're like, who the hell is Yoko Ono? Who the hell is John Lennon?
I mean, sorry, that clip was made rounds on TikTok, but I mean, I guess you don't know that.
Okay, you got the palm persuasions. So thank you so much, Ostracy.
Anyway,
$100. Thank you.
Wow, Ostracy. Wow, thank you. That is very generous.
Wow, it's almost like racism is lucrative. I don't know what to say.
Ostracy says, Sitch, I frequently send you super chats and you say, Well, why Ostracy? Why have you sent this without context? What am I supposed to do with this? So when you see what's in your DMs, no, you only have yourself to blame. Oh no, what did you? What did you say on me?
Look at that.
Oh
And he
my
sends you
God, what?
$100 forcing you to check your DM.
Ostracy sent me like a book in the DMs. I don't know. What is this? Oh, okay. I'll obviously look at this later, but thank you for the Ostracy actually was hired by George R. R. Martin to write the next Game of Thrones book. So everyone is it's out. It's finally out. It's in my DMs.
Call them gamers.
That's awesome.
Such as the litany of gamer words littered throughout the intro of this video.
The gamer word. They call them gamer words, my nigga. Like,
but what if I told you that it's a system? From Halo 2, online lobbies, where I would...
Well, okay, let's just stop the gamer words thing. Like the whole... It was like the term gamer words was used satirically and ironically to reference because of all the accusations of racism and stuff in video games that kind of during Gamergate and the woke era was sort of like going on and on about. That's where like
during Gamergate and the woke era, what do you mean? What do you mean? These guys are like living in another world here.
Like the term gamer words came up as a joke in reference to all that stuff. It's not like people were sitting around saying,
but if they were here, they'd be like, yeah, it's called the real world.
like, oh, we enjoy being racist and we're gamers, so let's call them gamer words.
No, it was because they say them when they're in a heated moment in a video game. It's not something that they normally say. Obviously, they're not people that are like saying like racial slurs on main or in real life, right? They're not going to school and calling people racial slurs. But when they play the game, either in a lobby, which is common enough when they're playing multiplayer, or if they're playing alone or with friends, they're saying the word when they get blown up in some spaceship game. They're saying the game when they get killed in a FPS, right? That's why they're called gamer words. I think that Foreign gets this concept. I think.
Right, yeah, it's an accusation that was placed upon them.
Accusation? No, it was a self-admission. That's the whole thing about gamer words, right? It was like white people that would be like, hey, I never say the N-word in real life, but sometimes when I'm playing my game and I get a little heated and I, it might just like, that's what comes out. That's what comes out. And it's like a weird self-report, and they want to say this and have other people be like, oh, ha ha ha, me too. That's totally fine. It's really clear that your utterance of this slur is not harming anyone because you're by yourself, or you're in a gaming lobby, or you're somehow sequestered in some way. It's not getting out into the real world, and so it's like totally fine. It's totally understandable. We all do it, right? That's what gets called out in terms of gamer words. Right? It's not woke people. It's not SJWs saying that, oh my God, the thing about gamers, they always say the N-word. They always say the T-slur. They always say the F-slur, right? That's exactly. Those gamers, that's not where that comes from. Gamer words came about within the gamer world of people trying to normalize or like assuming normality for like something that's kind of fucked up and that maybe you should think about, instead of just being like, like in this Destiny famously is somebody like who copped to this sort of thing and would argue about it, would say that if I am alone in my gaming cave playing my games, what harm could it possibly cause for me to say this gamer word? And I was like, I don't know, dude, but you just kind of told me that you get killed in a video game and you yell the N-word. Is that right? Is that what I'm hearing? That's kind of weird, dude. That's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't normalize this.
Jay for $20 says, "I'm Team Bluntyfly." The final.
Yo! Oh my God! I don't want to start reading chat. Well, you can't see that. Wait. Oh, you can, can't you? Somebody says the term gamer word is literally based off a stereotype that gamers are. It's literally. It's bigoted against gamers. Who knew? The word gamer word is anti-gamer. Oh my God. I'm not kidding you. I am not strawmanning them. I am not putting words in their mouth. This is how they think. Legit.
Evolution of Brundlefly. Oh my God, this is terrible.
Nice.
This is terrible.
Would get called different slurs in different languages to the very game mechanics and design. Like, look at this mask. Like, seriously, look at the mask, lip and nose. What have I got? They did not just go ooga booga and then start playing African polyrhythms. You all really had.
So now we're criticizing Crash Bandicoot.
How could you dare?
Right?
Yeah.
Crash is sacred. How dare you ruin my childhood?
Are you?
This is some critical gamer theory. Yes.
It's annoying because
yes,
there was a time period where, like, someone on Twitter put a clip of this show that was on Comedy Central a million years ago called Strangers with Candy. Okay, do you remember the show, Adam?
Yes. No, I don't remember it.
It had Stephen Colbert in it and some other people. This is before The Daily Show.
Is this the one about the chick that she like goes to prison and then somehow she comes out and her high school degree is like not official, like she didn't do something right, and they like take away her, it's like a Billy Madison thing, and she goes back to school, but she's like 40 years old and she's doing all the growing up stuff, but she's 40 years old. And is it that one?
I believe.
Jerry Blank.
And in the show, he's a teacher, and he's telling his students
Crash was racist even in the 90s.
to write a poem about
Yeah, gamer is a slur, right, Norman?
the bombing of Hiroshima. And he says, don't make it too F-slurry.
Okay, so the principal, the teacher, Stephen Colbert, is the teacher, right? And he's saying, he assigns an essay. Wait, let me just roll that back. Okay.
And he's telling his students to write a poem about the bombing of Hiroshima. And he says, don't make it too F-slurry. Okay.
Right.
And it was just so annoying that there was a time period.
Why is this relevant? So he's talking about like edgy humor that has a character that's supposed to be a piece of shit, and he acts like a piece of shit and says like a slur against gay people to drive that home. That's not actually what people have, like, characters being pieces of shit isn't like the main complaint that people have, right? I mean, it's a little weird that Comedy Central's got like somebody saying like the F slur unbleeped, but maybe it was just not considered to be like, it was more normalized at that point. But I get that they're not showing him as a positive character, and that his use of that slur is not seen as a positive character trait. That's because of wokeness, though. What is your complaint, right? What is your complaint? The comedy of that show, right? There's a separate question about like, should slurs be on TV, like unbleeped, right? But the comedy of that show is based on woke ideology. I would think that you would realize that.
There was an acceptability of making jokes or referencing stereotypes or things of that nature.
Are they just completely misunderstood? Are they? Do they not get that Stephen Colbert's his character is supposed to be a complete piece of shit? And that's a joke. He's a piece of shit, and he's homophobic, and we're laughing at him because that's fucked up. That's the humor. Do they not get this?
Because people felt comfortable in the environment that we lived in America, that we weren't living in a cesspool of racism, right? So, and this is a very important thing to understand. Like, if you're with your friends and your friends, sometimes they'll use racial or ethnic slurs against, whatever racial ethnic group that you're from, and you'll use it against what they're from. And it's sort of like this like bonding friend experience, right?
Sure.
I mean, it's got to be different, right? Because some like offensive stuff pertaining to one's, like, you know, ethnic or national identity or whatever is more harmful than others. In other words, if somebody like uses the C word that Hassan got banned for a while, right, against me, like, that's not a harmful thing. That doesn't have this like tradition of like oppression that goes along with it, right? That's a little different than if somebody's, you know, being, it's weird too, because like there's these situations, they're talking about friend situations, and like maybe everybody's okay with it, maybe that's just how that group of friends interacts, but also like somebody's initiating that, and so there's some chance that not everybody is equally comfortable with that situation. And I would imagine it's a little harder to be comfortable with that situation and just be like, oh yeah, they're saying this racist thing directly directed at my identity, but they don't really mean it. They're my friend. It's a little bit harder to trust that, you know, if it's a racial, you know, identity that is excluded by the concept of whiteness, right? It's a little different.
Sure, yeah, that's common.
Yeah. And the reason that this is acceptable is because, like, okay, I know
it looks like more of a joint than a blunt. That's true, Spoops.
Know that my friend isn't actually racist, and they know that I'm not racist because obviously we're friends, blah, 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 blah. And we used to live...
Obviously, no racist has ever been friends with a non-white person, because as we all know, like I told you before, what is a racist? A racist is a person in a KKK outfit running down the street with tiki torches, you know, shouting about Jewish people, right? That's what a racist is. And so if you're not that, then you're not a racist. And those people would never be friends with a non-white person. It'd be awkward, right? They'd have to take their KKK sheets off first, maybe, right? So it would never happen. So you know by the fact that somebody is friends with somebody who's not white, that person is therefore not racist, because that's our definition of race. That's what we're dealing with from these brainiacs. That's the analysis of how racism is, right? It has to be running down the streets in a KKK outfit, screaming the N-word to qualify. Otherwise, it's just not racist.
That environment where, like, more so in America...
They are very fine. That's right. That's right. C-SPAN stand Tiki Torch guys are very fine people.
Media broadly. We all felt like everyone wasn't racist, so there was a far greater permissibility of doing jokes.
Yo, who is we? Who is we?
Things that played with race and ethnicity and gender and all these things without everyone losing their minds. But now, because of, you know...
We all knew that no one was really racist. A little while ago, you know, in whatever golden age of the early 2010s or 2000s that Sitch is imagining here, right? That we all knew that racism wasn't real, and so nobody worried about it, and it was so much better. It was so much better. Because anything that is not the KKK man marching down the streets with a tiki torch is permissible, is not racist. It's like, you know, that's the only way that you can be racist. You gotta...
The wokeness came in, and now because of all this other stuff, it's like everyone...
And the wokeness came in. Is the wokeness, Sitch, in the room with us right now?
So afraid. Everyone's been so programmed that...
Perhaps in the form of a fly smoking a joint that Adam Friended has just described as a blunt.
Everything is a secret dog whistle, a secret sign of actual racism that's still pervasive in our society, so nothing is permitted anymore.
Yeah, it's very sad.
That's so sad. That's so sad. You look at an 80s movie, okay? And it was so easy to make a joke. All you had to do is point out that somebody had a funny foreign accent, right? Or to, like, make a joke that somebody might be gay. Yeah, and that's funny because it's bad to be gay. That's fun. Yeah, that was it was so much easier. It was so much easier to be a comedian. The jokes wrote themselves. You were just racist on main, and that was the joke. You were just homophobic on main, and that was an Adam Sandler movie. It was so easy. It was so easy back in the day. God, they just want to go back to this idyllic time. This like this is weird Garden of Eden of like, you know, racist acceptability, right? They really miss it. They really miss it. God, I mean, this tells you a little something about the reactionary mindset, right?
You know, you see a
longing
picture.
You can feel it, right? It's palpable.
Thumbnail in a Nazi uniform. You just think, look, there's the anti-white racist.
How did that picture come into being, though? Can anybody in chat tell me, though? Was it photoshopped onto PewDiePie? Was PewDiePie wearing normal stuff, and that uniform just got somebody manipulated the image? Is that what happened? Again, this is before my time, so I'm gonna have to rely on you, audience, to tell me, how did PewDiePie end up in that uniform? How did that happen? How did that come about? How did that come into being?
Stereotype, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
Can't even do it as a joke.
And the irony is that, you know, the people on the far left who point all this stuff out, all the racism they see everywhere, they think they're doing this as a service to alleviate racism in our society and to make things better, but it's actually just making everything worse. It's making everyone more suspicious, making everything more divisive, actually increasing and exacerbating real racism in our society on all sides. So this is just the worst.
That's right, because if you yell at people for being racist when they're not dressed in Klan outfits with tiki torches, marching down the street, screaming, X racial group will not replace us, then you're going to make those people want to get KKK uniforms and grab torches and find a group to claim is replacing you. That's
possible thing that people could advocate for or push for.
Yeah, of course.
See what you did, SJW? You made this person a Nazi. It's all your fault. It's all your fault that they're becoming Nazis. How did he end up in that uniform? Somebody tell me, because I don't know.
Yeah.
I have some guesses. About how he might have ended up in that uniform.
You're for a time when we can go back to just people not pointing out the microaggressions is generally what they call them. They would say, look, this character is a racist microaggression.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
You could just think, oh, this is an interesting character.
Right. A time period where no one would look at the little mask guy from Crash Bandicoot and be like, oh my God, I'm offended by this.
This represents all black people. Right?
Right.
This is one of the reasons why movies and stuff suck now too, because it's like you can't all of a sudden, like, any character that has any sort of racial identity to them, all of a sudden this character represents the entire race of people. Like, you can't make a black guy the bad guy, because then everyone will walk away and think all black people are evil.
I'm glad you brought that up, because that actually comes up in this video. They complain about a video game that has too many black people be mixed in with the white people on the antagonist side.
Yeah, see, look, how are you supposed... You have to be able to represent the entire breadth of personality types within a race.
Yeah.
But you can't do that in modern movies. It's like,
No.
This is why movies suck. There's absolutely no character variety at all. Yeah, it's all
like, is it really that much of a leap to say that the mask in Crash Bandicoot, as well as the drum beat that was playing, was meant to use like images that are supposed to be understood to be like African, as a way of depicting like kind of a primitive savage stereotype. So I mean, like, that's what the mask is representing, and that's the way the mask looks. That's the way the kind of music that plays at the time. Like, what is that saying, right? And look, let me give you a clue, Sitch and Adam. It's not saying that the people that made Crash Bandicoot were actually making that in a clan outfit, getting ready to walk down the street with tiki torches after work. No. But it does mean that they'd internalize some fucked up ideas, some fucked up anti-black, like some anti-black racist ideas. And it also means the fact that that came out and nobody in a meeting said, I don't know if we should, right? It means it's fucking normalized. It means it's normalized. And that is what you are looking about. That period of just complete obliviousness to anything that is racist that doesn't meet this threshold of like a skinhead stomping around, like beating up people outside of a punk show, right? Is like
awful.
Not really that racist, I guess.
Playing Nintendo 64, your buttermilk. What was supposed?
Wait a minute.
And polyrhythms. You all really had my Archie playing Nintendo 64. Your buttermilk. What was supposed to be a reprieve from the soul-crushing nature of.
Did he just imply that Crash Bandicoot is on Nintendo 64? Wow. Fake game.
Okay, so now is this like a Mandela effect thing? Is this like a Mandela effect thing where some people remember this as being a PlayStation, like some people remember it as being a Nintendo 64 game, but it's like actually a PlayStation game? Anybody know Crash Bandicoot?
Fake gamer. Oh my god. Doesn't even know. Crash Bandicoot, PlayStation exclusive. Come on. What is this nonsense?
That's amazing.
It wasn't 64. It was PlayStation?
That's amazing.
Jeez, everyone knows that. Oh.
No fake gamer here.
64, God.
The rupture that is white supremacy. Instead of gaming being a migration from the mundanity of modern life, it was an extension for we people who are darker than blue. Or even a part 2 of the misogyny that women and femdom.
Wait, somebody, oh god, I stopped right on that image.
And a constant erasure or even existential.
You really had the Pokemon Jinx in the background there. I mean,
do you want that back too? Do you want like the minstrel show derived Pokemon back? Do you like, would that make you happy? We just want our racism back. Like, why? God.
Jake's is a little yikesy, but I'm pretty sure the good folks at Pokemon were not like, hey, let's make a blackface Pokemon.
Dread for the queer folk them who, if lucky enough to find themselves in these games, they won't make it to the third cutscene due to the bury a gays trope.
Farewell, my prince.
Yeah, they're like living in their own world, says Jules. Everyone means me. Yeah,
He doesn't even get a kiss goodbye, though.
I would never go after the most marginalized class in the world, gamers, without some nuance, which is what I found in droves when researching this video. Whether it be the black oasis of the fighting game community.
Fighting games are black.
Very black.
Like if you look at the top fighting game players from America, they're all black. I am a semi-pro Tekken player. I played pros. Enabled my, I ain't gonna lie.
Or the enabling of my disabled folk them to engage with their reality in ways that society forbade. I think of the disabled folk them.
Yeah, they did change. Did they change Jinx's design or did they just eliminate that Pokemon? Oh my god, it's trying to play the wrong video. You're supposed to be playing this video.
Like folks that like can't get out into a lot of physical spaces because they're literally marginalized to the point like where architecture.
Wait, they still have Jinx? They just changed the design?
is preventing them from getting into spaces.
You know, when we think about like how ableist like a lot of these gaming spaces are, right? I remember going to like one of these esports tournaments, and it's a beautiful facility. The first question I said, I was like, if we had one of our players and our athletes that was in a wheelchair, how would they get to this stage? And nobody had like even considered that. I'm like, do we have enough ramps? You know, do we have access, you know, to
Jinx is purple now? Okay, it's kind of like what Dragon Ball Z did then.
get like to these spaces? And they didn't even think about that.
And even
Can Karens be black, Stitch? I'm not sure. I think Karen is like...
I don't know, but I feel like they can wear meme sunglasses, and they can definitely be Ransonas.
an anti-white stereotype, but
they should be. Listen,
I feel a lot of Karen energy there.
What? Yeah, as you're carrying the video, that's interesting. Maybe it's coming from the inside of the house, Adam Friended. Maybe the call is coming from the inside of the house.
So that lady is 100% Karen. All she does is she writes papers complaining about racism in gaming and media and other things. But it's actually,
and all you do is make videos complaining about how bad white people have experience. Like,
that is what we.
What's your point, PSA Sitch? What's your point?
I'll label this Karen behavior. This guy here, I don't know what his actual name is. Foreign man here from a foreign land is just exuberating Karen energy.
Yeah, this whole video is a Karen expose.
I don't know. Kind of feels like Chad energy to me, but what do I know? I'm just an anarchist cat girl.
Hey.
I like to speak to your manager. You know, even though none of the players here for this tournament are in wheelchairs, there needs to be ramps here on the off chance that maybe sometime there could be.
We're just going to assume that they're not. Right. This is just like, I mean, I've talked about this before. There's like disabilities, what we're talking about, right? There's a social model. There's a medical model. The medical model is what most people use, and they want to see it like, you know, if you are disabled, you got something wrong with you, and we need to fix you, right? The social model says people are disabled. That's a fact. Disabled people exist. Therefore, maybe we should make things different. For example, a wheelchair ramp, a really easy thing. When did the Americans with Disabilities, the Americans with Disability Act passed? When was it? Like in the 80s, the 70s? It was a long, long time ago. And the fact that that's not just a thing that you build with now, ramps, is actually kind of weird.
Even though, you know, there isn't right now, right? Instead of just waiting to deal with it, because you'll know who the participants are beforehand, presumably for like a video game tournament.
Oh, it was 1990. I'm wrong. Thank you, EMC. It was actually 1990, but that's still 34 years ago.
Or something, if you need it. Like, no, there should just be ramps here, okay? I don't need, I mean, listen, maybe I do need one for my accessibility scooter. No.
Oh my God.
It's for my,
Yo, it wasn't as bad enough that we're like, what do you need ramps for? Secondarily, we gotta be like, yeah, like if you have one of those scooters, right? You know what he's fucking saying there. You know what he's saying there.
Therapy dog. My therapy dog is quite, you know, obese. It has a thyroid disorder, so they have a little wheelchair.
If you have a panel participant that's in a wheelchair, you would know that ahead of time, obviously.
Right.
They should send you a letter and say, by the way, I am weird. I am in a wheelchair. You know, right? I don't know. Instead of just assuming that maybe people were making whatever, you know, the thing is there with like them in mind. Like, I just love this idea that that imagining a world that's actually accessible is like, it's mind blown. They can't conceive of it. They can't conceive of it. They can't conceive of thinking of humanity as people, you know, that have disabilities too. Like, right? They've got to think of it as like, that's the weird thing. And if we come into a situation where the weird thing rears its head, then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Or really you're gonna build anyway? It seems like just something that's not that hard to add.
Obviously, the planners would be like, okay, in order to get Jim up on the stage, we need a ramp.
Even how gaming allows for folks with gender dysphoria to find themselves through their avatar.
I think gaming has really been that beautiful space that has allowed people to really be who they are. I had an article, in the journal.
Unfortunately, if you're white, that happens to be being a racist.
Yeah, oh, yeah, of course.
I'm so sorry.
You got to get that. Yeah. Look.
Wait, what?
If you're
In the journal.
Unfortunately,
to find themselves through their avatar.
I think gaming has really been that beautiful space that has allowed people to really be who they are. I had an article, in the journal.
Unfortunately, if you're white, that happens to be being a racist.
Yeah, oh, yeah, of course.
I'm so sorry.
You got
It's a stereotype, right? That's what they're saying. They complained about the thumbnail and the racial stereotypes. PewDiePie dressed like a Nazi because I believe, and nobody answered me in chat. I'm kind of sore about that. I'm kind of sore about that nobody answered me, but I believe that the reason that PewDiePie was dressed like a Nazi is because he dressed like a Nazi at some point, and someone took a picture of him like that. Is that wrong? Am I incorrect? Again, this is before my time, but
get that. Yeah. Look,
slightly before my time.
Just a racist. That's basically the stereotype all of these videos are promoting. All of these people are promoting. That's what's so bloody ironic about it.
Right.
As they sit here and bitch about stereotypes in video games, they're promoting the most toxic stereotype.
The whole model of disability question is way more complicated, and the failure to imagine universal design is telling. Disabled people are expected to bring our own ramp and stuff too often.
Type imaginable. And just like you said, this stereotype that all white people are racist.
Wearing a uniform from an old British TV show.
You think that's going to make white people less racist, Sitch?
So wait, you're telling me that how did they say that so again, their claim is that this thumbnail, no.
Nights.
We talk about
reload. This thumbnail is promoting stereotypes against white people. I don't know if they meant gamers, but yeah, this is from an old British TV show. So then what's the stereotype? Because, like, I mean, I couldn't imagine what the stereotype, like, JonTron's embodying here. This is the PUBG scene from PewDiePie's famous gamer moment where he said the N-word. What, was it on stream? Yeah, I mean, it must have been on stream, right?
Yeah, listen, I heard
Come
that if
on.
you just keep telling someone that they're racist and they try to say that they're not, you just say, no, it doesn't matter. Just by the nature of your skin color, you are racist, right? I heard that actually makes people less racist and happy to accept your messaging. So.
Oh, yeah. That's not race essentialism at all.
No.
Sitch.
No, it's not. Listen, it's not, because it's not technically about your skin color. It's about your skin color.
Systems of oppression.
Right. Your skin color manifesting in this specific society, even though if you were white and you existed in another society that wasn't America, you would still probably be automatically racist, even if you were in the minority. So, it's fine.
Right. Yeah.
Jay for $20. Thanks so much. Says, we need Blunty Fly channel badges, please. No. I draw the line. You don't need this terrible nonsense.
Turn off lesbian stuff. I mean, it's amazing. He's animated now, Sitch.
I hate you so much. I hate all of this. This is so stupid. It's like, so stupid.
Come on.
Studies that talked about how, like, Black queer folks and Black trans folks, they aren't able to be out in their lives. They had to.
Oh, so she wrote this article, I think.
Can we
Gaming
look up
out online, Black lesbian identity development and community building in Xbox Live.
I want to.
Why is that funny?
Look up the poll numbers on Black people's acceptance of LGBT. Just so we can.
Ooh,
Look, come on! I want to look at that real quick.
That's nice.
That's like an ode to him.
You're not supposed
Who
to.
am I to tell black? Who am I to tell black guys how they're supposed to feel about LGBT people, right?
I mean, you could argue that like hyper progressivism is a type of white culture that is being forced upon the rest of the world, right?
Have these guys been spending time on the political the politics Discord server or something? Like this is like
What? Say that again?
you could argue that progressivism itself is a form of white, you know, like it's just like
You could say that hyper progressivism is a type of
Right.
white culture because it is a white cultural creation.
Oh
that is
yeah,
being-
yeah.
then I guess it's not that woke, is it? So what's your problem with it? Unless what you mind about the progressivism is that it has influence from people that are not white, is that it has influence from people that are not men, is that it has influence from people that are not straight.
forced upon the rest of the world,
Right.
you know?
Yeah. These people in this video are just
These two chuckleheads.
the blackface of white supremacy here.
Exactly.
Basically putting this this progressive culture onto everyone. When Trump cleans up with the black male vote in the next election, oh man, there's going to be a lot of coping and seething going on.
Mhm. Also, you can see in the abstract, it says gamers, but it's spelled gay, G-A-Y.
No way.
It says gamers. There you go. I like it. The gamer community. So there
Oh,
it
that's
is.
hilarious.
Yeah.
You know, they were misgendered in their physical world, but like in the gaming space, they could tell people who they are and then people respect them for that. You know, you can kind of create whatever identity you want. And if that's more aligned with like who you are, people can do that inside the gaming space. In text-based chat or voice-based communities, you know, we have found, you know, these different spaces of like protection, you know, for our own identities. I remember having like this conversation, you know, with this one, you know, trans girl, you know, and she was talking, she was like, you know, I can't tell my family about any of this, you know, but like in gaming, I'm able to do and be, you know, the fullness of who I am inside the space. And I thought that was like really dope. In workplaces and in school, you know, we have to hide those aspects.
Is this, I wonder if this is part of the whole problem with all of this, is because back in my day when I was a lad, you know, when you played like video games, people, you know, played video games to have fun playing a video game, right? You know,
Yes.
it was very simple. And sure, you know, you can really get into.
Here we go. Here we go. So this is what I started with, and I'm glad that they got to this so early because it looks like we've only got 15 minutes left in the VOD, unless somebody wants to be a hero and you know, hit the sub goal. Because like this is interesting stuff, and I would like to go on with it. However, we are almost at 6 hours here, and I do tend to turn into a pumpkin at 6 hours. Unless I reset the stream and like do like it'd be like, you know, 2 different VODs with the same thumbnail. I've done that before. I'm willing to do that when we hit the sub goal. I don't know if that's like today, but yeah, we're coming full circle in terms of them complaining about the need to escape and how wokeness, one of the complaints about it is that they don't get to do that. Right? They don't get to not think about anything outside of their own, like, you know, white, cis, straight identity through gaming. They don't get to like use that like as the, you know, and at the same time just completely ignoring the fact that what people are talking about here, what Foreign is talking about here, is the fact that when he goes to the gaming space, he's going to see some fucked up racism. And it's not just like, oh my God, well, I feel called out by this. It's like, I'm expected to put up with this. Like shit that the rest of the culture got done with years and years ago. Like, you know, people using racial slurs, right? Is just like, oh no, that's what you say in a heated gamer moment when you get mad, right? That's all right as long as you're doing it in the privacy of your own home, and then coming on the internet to talk about it and try to normalize it and be like, yeah, don't we all do that? I don't know, it kind of makes you hard to hang out with for for somebody that's like, so as much as these people feel called out and they feel like, you know, they're trying to play their favorite games, and all of a sudden it's asking, what are your pronouns right there? I didn't want to think about pronouns. Obviously, since I picked the male character, I want my pronouns to be he, him. Like they're not used to having to think about that. And all of a sudden there it is. And they're like, oh my God, you present day'd me. I was immersed. I was escaping. But yeah, nobody else is allowed to escape, right? It should be an escape for this mythical default person that they represent,
and maybe have some kind of community. But mostly it's just like you're just playing a video game to have fun playing a video game. Like your experience playing whatever video game you're playing, you know, GoldenEye, Mario Kart, when we started getting, Unreal Tournament, or Simpsons, you know, started getting into Half-Life 2 deathmatch, like online game stuff. Like your playing a video game wasn't tied into your identity as a person. Okay. When I was playing TF2, I wasn't like, oh, I really like to play, you know, the Scout because I identify with being, you know, a skinny twink from Boston who beats up people with a baseball bat, right? Like I was just playing a video game. Everything didn't have to be tied into my fucking identity. And that, I feel like, is such a problem.
Well, that's different. Look, I play role-playing games. Like I play, you know, like JRPGs, right? Is what they're commonly called, although that's a controversial matter. And if I look at like the Persona series, for instance, I can find one mainline game that's Persona 2 Eternal Punishment. Like right out of 6 games, I find one where the main character is a girl, right? There's one more that's like a PSP version of the game where, you know, you can pick. But like if you're not you're not getting that sort of default, you know, character. And yeah, it's not like an exact match, right? But you're not in the position of just like not in any way seeing yourself represented in gaming. I don't know.
With all of this hyper progressive attitudes about interacting with the world.
Yeah, who goes into a video game and says, "Look, I'm going to do my character exactly like me."
Me, just today, I did my character as close to like me as I could get.
Right.
I never do that. Never ever.
Some people do, but I don't. Like usually I try to make the character, like if you can customize the character, I try to make them look like crazy or wild or hacky.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. It's just bonkers.
Aspects of ourselves.
Which is why in today's episode of
Oh my God, Jules with the point of the night. If their identity is not wrapped up in it, then why are they upset that other people want different characters? And that, yeah, if you really don't care, then like you wouldn't even notice. You wouldn't even, if it was flipped and you were the one having to choose like, you know, characters that didn't in any way represent you, then you would be fine with it? No, the fuck you wouldn't. No, the fuck you wouldn't. We'd hear about it so much. We'd hear about it so much.
Everything is racist. No, I'm not being facetious. Literally everything.
Oh, making your Minecraft skin look like you? Yeah, that's difficult. That's like hard mode. I've never really, I think I just have like my old logo as my Minecraft skin. It's kind of like,
why even try if everything's racist, Stitch?
Yeah, what is hyper progressive attitudes about interacting with the world? What does that fucking mean?
Why try?
That's a great question.
I think what it means is they're like Portlandia worthy, like straw people that they create. That's the, you know, that which they think that is literally what liberals are like. They're like, go to order chicken at a restaurant and they got to ask about the chicken's life, how much, you know, space, how much free space the chicken had, how much you know, what the chicken's name was, what the chicken's friends are like, and they even end up going down to the farm itself to meet the farmer raising the chickens and fall deeply in love with him and become part of his polycule. Right? That's what they're imagining.
I'm glad you said that. Why? There is no reason to try, right?
Yeah,
Just give up.
Look.
Yeah.
Yeah, look. I give
They can't. Catalina Gearbox says they can't just choose the default option and not worry about it. They're upset at ever seeing the pronoun option. This is about trying to erase LGBTQ people. Yeah. Thank you for the 100 biddies, by the way.
Give up.
I give up, Karen. You win, Karen. Everything's racist, so you know.
Okay, Karen. Okay, Karen.
Exactly.
I'm not even gonna bother.
Yeah. Don't
Like you're literally Karening his video while you say this. That's funny. I find this funny.
Just learn to live with it.
I gotta keep my eyes on the clock. What do we got? Like 8 minutes left.
Really bad editing. Like, so if you're just listening, he has the first.
Did I talk too much about Trump, chat? What happened? Maybe I shouldn't have watched that Biden video.
Half of.
I feel like I wasted the stream. I feel like it's my fault, right? Because I definitely want to give you, like, I wanted to finish this react, but we're gonna have to quit. It looks like in 8 minutes.
All the sentences, like in front of him, and then the second half behind him, which you go, okay, like it looks.
Oh my god! Oh my god! You are arguing. You, who get a fraction of this man's views, are arguing. You, who do live streams largely and upload segments of them, just like me, right? To YouTube for like a fraction of his views. You're telling him that is bad editing, my dude. Look at that. The word that maybe could actually get your, I don't know how this works, but I'm always nervous. You know, when I put the title in my YouTube video, I use the accent on the A, I use the accent on the I to make it look like it might be a different word, because I'm not sure how YouTube takes words like that in terms of, will they send it to your recommendations? Will they send it to your notifications? Or is YouTube gonna, like, you know, kind of shit can this video because of the word, like, right? It's like behind his head, right? They're complaining about this editing. They're complaining about, like, it's half in front of and half behind. Oh my god. Thank you too for being great video editors. You don't do shit. Like, I don't do shit. I mean, I do more than you, okay? When I edit my videos, I do more than you do, right? I'm not just like uploading like the clips and stuff like that, but I don't do shit.
Like the text exists in reality, but then you can't read the text, so what's the point of putting the text when it's like cut off by his literal body?
Yeah, he's reading it though.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Adam. Isn't that what you asked for? Isn't that what you asked for? Didn't you want like a visual cue? Moe Nope, thank you for the gift membership to Jake Liggett. Jake Liggett, who just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And that's a good thing. Is that a cat? Wait, where's the... Oh, that... Yeah, Adam Friended, I guess, has a cat.
Oh, but then what's the point of the text?
Keeping my eyes on the time.
Yeah. Look, this is ableist. Here
again, sorry, chat. I feel like I talked about too many other things.
The hearing impaired, like...
Soul Life, thank you for the gift membership to Taco Cat.
They're totally screwed.
Taco Cat, you just got weaseled.
I mean, if I pause it, literally, it's the fashion, like the... Like, it looks like it says, I'm not being... cestuous.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes...
Why don't you listen to the video? I believe that he says it. I believe that he says those words. So however the text is, I think it's fine. I think it's okay.
The word he wanted to use.
Yeah, that's the other... I even had other stuff that I wanted to get to today. You know, talking about like a split in the British right wing, perhaps.
Okay.
Cestuous, huh?
That's what it says. Look.
Are they doing what I think they're doing?
He says, I'm not being cestuous, literally. In any inning. Okay? I'm just saying, I look at this and it just...
This is fucking bottom of the barrel. You are not wrong.
It says something else to me. I don't know.
That last word is cucking, obviously.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Is it like your favorite word or something? Is that why you recognize that one? The rest of it, you're like, I don't know what he's trying to say here. I can't read it because it's behind his head. It's in front of his face. I don't get it. I don't get it. What's going on here? And then that one, you're like, oh yeah, no, that one's clear. Like, you know that one, right?
Literally cucking.
That's your favorite word, Adam.
I want to investigate why, despite the good of gaming, is it a matrix for becoming a bigot?
Oh, look, he's got the incel king in the background there.
The Supreme Gentleman.
Who's that? Elliot Rogers?
Elliot
Is that the guy?
Yeah. So wait, let me go back a second.
Not being facetious, literally everything. I want to investigate why.
Wait, did they think it was incestuous?
Despite the good of gaming, is it a matrix for becoming a bigot? Is it a chicken or the egg insofar as
Okay, was Elliot Rogers like thought to be radicalized via gaming? I don't even remember. Like I remember I watched a lot of Mumkey videos about Elliot Rogers, and I know that like he was like really had all these problems with like women and
Dingus
everything.
Gambit.
I don't remember anyone saying that gaming radicalized Elliot Rogers. Was that like a thing that I missed?
I don't recall that either. I mean, I know a lot about Elliot Rogers, but just not in the context of gaming. He was very frustrated because he couldn't get a girlfriend.
Right. I don't.
And he thought he had very effeminate features, I think, because he was half Asian.
Yes, right. But I don't remember
kinda
him
fascinating.
talking about gaming at all in like his manifestos or anything.
I didn't read his manifesto, but now you've got PewDiePie in his Nazi-esque outfit.
Right, and we'll get to that in a second. But it's so okay. So he's got Elliot Rogers up here because he's like, I guess here's a guy, white guy or half white guy who did violence. So somehow it's related to the topic, even though it's not related to the topic at all. And then also it's interesting to me how I had an idea the other day where I realized I was going to tell
Yeah, they have the internet at their fingertips.
every feminist.
They could even use, like, apparently Adam has the new Apple VR goggles, so he could put those on and be like, I mean, he should, right? If you've got the goggles.
Really, I'm going to tell anyone that complains about sexism in reality, I'm going to tell them to fuck off.
Keeping my eye. Oh my god, we've got like
to fuck off.
We've got like 1.5 minutes left, chat. 2 minutes, yeah.
Right. And the reason for this isn't because I like sexism, because I don't.
I'm gonna have to figure something out, chat, to be able to watch the rest of this. Maybe we can cover it tomorrow. I mean, we got to some important stuff, but I really like there's more like marrow to be sucked out of this. See, look at me with my speciesist metaphors, right? First I was starting off talking about throwing rocks at dogs. Now I'm talking about sucking the marrow out of things. I killed a pal. I didn't mean to, chat, but it attacked me. The chicken attacked me and it became poultry. It became poultry because I attacked back. And now I gotta figure out how to play Pal World. Oh my god, chat. I will figure out a way to come back to you with the more of this. We're gonna have to do it tomorrow, but yeah, and for now, oh my god. We've got such little time. So much time, so little to do. Scratch that, reverse it. I don't even know if I have time to, yeah, I probably don't. I probably don't have time to raid. Anyway, much love to everybody in chat. I will be there again tomorrow. I will figure